Another day passed within the towering halls of the Skywalker Palace, its grandeur doing little to distract from the monotony and tension that clung to the air like desert dust. The negotiations with the Hutts remained stagnant. Day after day, they connected only to posture, stall, and escalate. It was clear they were waiting for something, or someone. Most assumed it had to do with the assassination plot whispered through the ranks. The Queen's life hung in a delicate balance, and the Hutts knew it. "Is it going to be another boring day, Master?" Anakin asked, his voice laced with thinly veiled frustration as he stood beside Qui-Gon Jinn. Qui-Gon offered his apprentice a calm smile. "Patience, Anakin. These games can't go on forever. I believe the Hutts will relent soon." "Sure," Anakin muttered, unconvinced. But he already knew the truth. The delays weren't about pride. The Hutts were buying time for their spy embedded within Tatooine's inner circle to make their move. Anakin had sensed something, anomalies, slivers of hidden thoughts. The spy was clever, cloaked, careful. Still, he'd been combing minds in secret, clearing them one by one. A slow, exhausting process. Eventually, everyone gathered in the palace's central throne room. At the heart of the space, a sleek console rose from the floor, a cutting-edge AI nexus designed to manage intelligence, data flow, and communication with the Hutts. It glowed softly, humming with silent purpose. "This is taking longer than I expected," Anakin thought, his mental voice sharp with focus. "But I'll find them. I always do." The briefing began, Jira speaking on behalf of Shmi, as she often did. The Queen remained silent for now, poised and regal on the throne. "This has gone on long enough," one voice called from the crowd. "We've conceded so much already. What more do they want?" Trella and Tan stood to the side, young women trained to serve and protect Shmi should danger arise. Anakin had insisted his mother learn basic combat. She'd resisted at first, but now she could hold her own with a blaster. Still, he knew her first and best defense was to run if real danger came. As the voices in the room rose in frustration, Anakin's mind drifted. People always think they're the heroes of the story, but most are just background characters, clinging to roles that don't belong to them. Fighting fire with fire rarely led to anything but more ashes. Sometimes survival meant running, and knowing when to run, that was the real strength. "I think that's enough arguing for today." Shmi's voice cracked like a whip through the throne room, firm and sharp, a rare break from her usual gentleness. Silence fell instantly. She scanned the crowd with steel in her eyes. "Fighting amongst ourselves won't bring peace. Let us await the Hutt's message. No more debates today." The crowd nodded, subdued. Then Shmi softened. "Thank you, and forgive my outburst, but unity is what we need right now, not division." The room responded with applause, scattered at first, then growing into genuine cheer. Anakin raised an eyebrow. The people really adore her. Maybe too much. He frowned slightly. "My droids aren't influencing them, right?" "Surely not." Just then, the center console flickered. The Hutt's transmission had begun. A bulbous, slimy figure filled the screen. Achuda, Shag Queekuni and Shag Mickey Eunice. "Hello, slave queen and slave peoples." The insult was deliberate. "As always, greetings to you too," Shmi replied coolly. "Let's speak of peace. We want resolution, not conflict." The Hutt sneered, his voice low and smug. "The Hutts have grown tired of the Republic's meddling. We are ready to discuss peace." Anakin narrowed his eyes. "Too easy. What are they playing at?" Shmi shared his suspicion. "And what has brought this sudden change of heart?" The reply came with oily assurance. "The Hutts simply do not wish to challenge the Republic." Talks progressed quickly, unnaturally so. An agreement was reached and signed. Shmi would be the one solely responsible for upholding it. Odd. Suspicious. After the signing, Anakin leaned in toward Qui-Gon. "They're hiding something," he said quietly. "I sense it too," Qui-Gon murmured. "They're giving in, but not surrendering. We need to remain on Tatooine. Let the Council think we've left, create a distraction." Qui-Gon nodded. "They won't like it." "They'll understand," Anakin replied, "especially if I remind them of the lingering Sith threat." A little misdirection goes a long way. And it worked. Far from the palace, beyond the polished streets, in a dark alleyway untouched by the reconstruction, a lone figure moved silently through the shadows. He was deep within Mos Espa, in a place Anakin's drones hadn't yet rebuilt, a perfect blind spot. The shadow activated a small, hidden transmitter. "My lord, I have a report." A hologram crackled to life. A cloaked figure, shrouded in black. "Speak," the voice said, silken, cold, and unmistakably Sith. The spy relayed the events in detail, speaking rapidly, nervously. "You have done well," the Sith replied. "Continue, and you shall be rewarded. History is being written, and you will be on the winning side." The figure bowed. "Yes, my lord." What neither of them knew was that they were being watched. Through a repurposed monk droid, one of the few capable of scanning stealth transmissions, Anakin watched, listening carefully. He couldn't see the hologram clearly, but he had a strong suspicion. Palpatine, the real prize, however, was here in person. "I've got you now," Anakin whispered. The spy, confident in his secrecy, stood to leave, and walked straight into a trap. The moment he stepped into the light, droids swarmed. The figure tried to run, but was met with a stun blast to the chest. He collapsed instantly. From the shadows, Anakin emerged. He approached as droids secured the traitor. "Hello, Bob," Anakin said, voice quiet. The hood had fallen, revealing a familiar face. Bob, a disgruntled former rebel, long resentful of Anakin's rise. The Skywalker dynasty shall fall. That would be the last thought Bob had before losing consciousness. Anakin exhaled, calm and satisfied. "One down," he muttered. "Let's see what else crawls out of the cracks." The room was silent, pitch black, suffocating, and metallic. Cold steel lined the walls and floor, absorbing what little warmth the air might offer. There were no lights, only the faintest sound, breathing. Heavy, uneven. A low groan pierced the darkness. "Where am I?" a man muttered, his voice hoarse and laced with pain. His head throbbed. He tried to sit up, but the world spun violently. A voice, low, calm, and haunting, broke the silence. "Hey, you're finally awake." The man froze, panic gripping his chest. Who are you?" The voice didn't answer immediately. It let the tension build like a storm behind closed doors. "You've done questionable things," it said at last. "Things that betray the people of Tatooine. Things that betray the royal family." "That's not true," the man snapped, voice cracking. "You've got the wrong person. I've fought for the slaves, for the people. Even after the rebellion ended, I stayed. I kept helping." More silence. Then, "There is evidence of your betrayal." A chill crept up the man's spine. "Evidence?" "No, I've done nothing wrong. You were trusted, lifted up by those who believed in you. Some gave everything, risked everything for your sake." The voice was no longer calm. It was cold. The man looked around blindly, his eyes adjusting to the dark. "They hate me," he muttered. "No one remembers what I've done. I'm nothing to them." "You were watched," the voice said simply. "Your words, your choices, your betrayals, recorded. Your downfall is not a mistake. It is the consequence of your character." "I'm not worthless," the man shouted, tears welling. "I'm not." No answer, only his own sobs. "You failed your people," the voice continued. "You failed your friends, your family." A pause. "You failed yourself." The darkness seemed to breathe, drawing in, pulling toward a single point. Then, from that living shadow, a figure stepped forward, emerging as if born from the void itself. It was Anakin. His cloak whispered against the floor. His expression was unreadable. "This new technique of mine is impressive," Anakin thought, eyes cold and focused. The darkness still clung to his form like a second skin, then shrank into his being. For years, he had studied the Force, not just the light but the shadows it cast. Through tireless work, he discovered something ancient, something forbidden, the ability to feed on emotion. And now, he had a subject. "I lied," Anakin said calmly. "Your death won't be peaceful. But don't worry, I'll look after your family." Bob, the traitor, trembled on the floor, his eyes wide. his limbs refusing to move. Anakin raised a hand. Lightning sparked in his palm. Dark, violet bolts twisting unnaturally like something alive. Not Sith lightning. Something worse. Force drain. It wasn't a gift. It wasn't a lesson. It was an instinct. A hunger. He extended his hand toward Bob's face. The screams were immediate. They echoed through the steel chamber, raw and primal. Bob's skin shriveled. His eyes sank into his skull. His life drained not only from body, but from spirit. The Force itself screamed as the man's connection to it was severed. Anakin watched, silent, observing. So this is the true form of Force drain. Devouring life. Devouring the soul. He had extracted Bob's memories before the process began, gleaning every useful detail. When the screams stopped, only a husk remained. A grotesque shell of what had once been a man. He dropped the body. Incomplete, Anakin muttered. Too slow. Still needs refinement. But it's a start. He turned toward the door. Bring in the medical team. A medical droid glided in, exuberant. My Emperor, it will be our honor. Other droids followed, carefully lifting Bob's corpse for analysis. They vanished down the corridor, and Anakin stood alone in the dark again. Time to return. The real game begins now, and I must pretend to be surprised. The next day, Mos Espa. The city breathed easier now. Since the treaty was signed, an air of cautious optimism swept through Mos Espa. People walked straighter, smiled more. The Hutt threat, at least for now, was gone. But beneath the surface, the droids had shifted. Anakin had uploaded all of Bob's recovered intelligence to his private network. His droids were on high alert. Though they behaved as usual, their numbers had increased subtly. Patrols, scanners, silent sentries in plain sight. The people noticed, but they didn't question. Not yet. Anakin walked through the city, Grievous beside him. What a day to be alive, Anakin said with a smirk. We may need to rename this place soon. Grievous chuckled. The people here are unusually loyal to you. Some of the living droids have been producing what I'd call propaganda. It's effective, so long as they don't go too far. I don't mind their devotion, Anakin replied. Loyalty makes a stable foundation. A capital for your empire, perhaps? Not here, Anakin said. Tatooine doesn't meet my standards. Grievous tilted his head. Then where? There are places in the galaxy, vergences in the Force, planets that breathe the Force like lungs. That's where I'll build it. A nexus. Grievous nodded. You could create one. I could, but that would draw every Force sensitive within parsecs. I need secrecy, not spectacle. When I'm ready, I'll find the right place. As they walked, citizens waved and bowed. Others lined up at health clinics, greeted by cheerful medical droids. Implant removals, disease screenings, basic rights once denied to slaves now freely given. Education programs, too, had already begun, quietly nestled inside Skywalker Industries buildings. There you are, a familiar voice called from down the street. Kagan approached, robes flowing. General Grievous. He greeted politely before turning to Anakin. Nothing seems to have happened yet. Are you sure your plan worked? It worked, Anakin replied. The Sith presence is here. They won't be able to resist what's coming. I'll trust your instincts. Kagan looked around. So, what are you two doing out here? Showing the prince his people, Grievous said with a grin. Oh, and what have you found? Kagan asked. They made progress, Anakin said. But there's still work to be done. Many are healing, but trauma takes time. You have a plan for that? Therapy, infrastructure, employment, education, Anakin answered. The foundations are already laid. Kagan raised an eyebrow. I didn't see any schools. They're built into our corporate buildings, Anakin explained. Employees without formal education were upskilled. In helping them, they helped me grow Skywalker Industries. Mutual benefit, Kagan mused. Not quite the Jedi way, but effective. Hey, I did all this before I joined the Jedi, remember? Anakin said with a grin. Before Kagan could respond, a distant explosion rumbled through the air. Screams followed. Smoke rose from the direction of the palace. What was that? Kagan asked, eyes narrowing. He turned. Come, your plan may have just worked. He sprinted toward the palace. Anakin exchanged a glance with Grievous and nodded. The cyborg peeled off down another street, disappearing into shadow. Anakin stared toward the smoke, smiling faintly. Finally.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Dashing towards the palace, Kagan was now aware of multiple presences moving in on the well-guarded constructed fortress. Seemingly calm and collected, he makes his way to observe the situation, first to get a clear view of the attackers. What he sees doesn't surprise him all too much, but he feels as if there is more to the situation than what is let on. A dark presence can also be felt, but he could not identify from which direction it was in, so he could only take one step at a time. Where did my apprentice go? Kagan thought to himself. I hope he has not gone off to get himself into some trouble again. His mother wouldn't like that. Kagan catches himself thinking about Shmi. Wait, why did I think that? Shaking off his distracting thoughts, he ignites his lightsaber and goes in on the attackers, which were other droids themselves with a few other humans moving in towards the palace entrance. Gunfire and blaster shots were causing chaos around the palace, but there were very minimal casualties. The only things to suffer were the architecture of the palace and the droids stationed to guard outside and within. Kagan deflects a blast bolt sent towards himself back towards his attacker, which was a droid. Moving fast, Kagan starts to hack and slash every droid within his way, while also being careful to not destroy the droids of Tatooine. Thankfully, there is a distinct marking that could be made out, so he would know which is enemy and foe, and he could rely on the Force anyway. There was no one present but the attackers. Using the Force, Kagan pushes and pulls various droids and the humanoid attackers. Their weapons now forfeit. They had nowhere to go, and the droids outside were made useless because of being destroyed. We surrender, one of them said. Yes, we surrender. The attackers were dropping to their knees while Skywalker droids were surrounding them, lifting them up and taking them away from the area toward another place. Before they could all go off, however, Kagan identified the attacker's leader and stopped the droid from taking him away. Stop, I will be taking this one. The droid does a salute. Roger, Roger. The droids take away their prisoners while Kagan is left behind to deal with the leader, to quickly interrogate him, then move on and find the queen. Now, tell me what you know. A few minutes after a small interrogation, Kagan was easily able to identify what was lies and what was truth and knock the attackers out, then proceeded to restrain him. Now to see what is inside. Some sounds of gunfire could be heard, and every once in a while there was some silence before more sound were heard. I better get a move on then. Kagan gets ready to dash inside, after noticing that there was nothing else to take care of from outside, and the intruders within were probably the last ones to be dealt with. Let's hope I get to keep my other hand this time. Kagan takes a step into the palace entrance. Shmi Skywalker was many things. At first she was but a simple girl who was abducted from her home and moved from her parents, enslaved to the will of others incapable of doing many things because of the things that had happened to her. This only made her stronger. Then she was a mother. Out of nowhere she now has a child. After that she became the owner of a large corporation that was but a simple and small shop at the beginning. Now it has spread throughout the galaxy. Recently, though, she had become a queen, a position of power she never really wanted, but had some experience in leadership to deal with the situation. Right now, however, she was a bit panicked because she had come under attack. She knew her position would lead to events like this, and just because she had been prepared does not mean she is ready. Shmi, please come this way. We must evacuate the palace. It would seem that a targeted attempt at your life is at hand, Jira said as she ran in her direction with surprising swiftness for an old lady. Okay, just give me a second. Shmi replies, seeing the others, Trella and Intan rush in with blasters within their hands. She walks over towards a compartment in her room that acts as a hidden storage device, holding a weapon with which she could protect herself with. I may have minimal training, but I have at least got the basics down. Shmi had been indirectly influenced by Anakin, and as such, she had put some time and effort into educating herself about the use of weapons. I am ready, Shmi said. All right, follow us now. We will protect you. Well, we will at least try to protect you. It would seem for some reason some of the droids have gone offline. Jira replied. Some of the droids were going offline because the attackers were smart enough to think up of some countermeasures. One such measure being taken was the use of a small-grade Yimpi. An Yimpi, perhaps? Shmi questions as her mind becomes curious about the possibilities. That might be right, but let us put this aside and continue this at a later time. We should really get going. Jira replied. The group then decides to move towards the special area constructed in case of an emergency, such as this. A cave-like opening is made within the room. It heads underground and is illuminated quite well. The structure was mechanical in nature, technology at its finest, right underneath the Skywalker Palace. Go on, Your Highness. Now is not the time to marvel at the mechanics. Trella, the youngest of them, all calls to Shmi. Okay. Jumping down, she lands on a surprisingly soft metal material. The others jump down after her, also surprised that the landing was quite soft and did not hurt them at all. After getting over their initial surprise, Jiro ordered, "Close the top. We don't want anyone following us down here." And replied, "I am on it." And Sister Tan went with her to cover her back. "Your Highness, I believe it is this way." Trella motioned for Shmi to follow her while Jira was already in position to take off once again. A blast is heard from above, and before the twin sisters and Intan were able to seal the whole of force of power, stopped it in its place. "Stop right there." A dark and hate-filled voice spoke to the group within the underground tunnels. Kagan had finally made his way towards Shmi's bedroom and saw the door was destroyed. Entering the room, he was able to identify the pathway they had taken, and there did not seem to be much damage. Humming, Kagan then thinks to himself, "I should follow." Kagan jumps down while internally thinking. Something doesn't feel right. He turns around looking through the illuminated underground. Igniting his saber, he slowly makes his way through. Headed in the direction, he can indistinctly feel a pull within the force. No sounds could be heard other than the steps he makes when all of a sudden his extrasensory perception picks up a threat. Dodging and dashing away, he sees the lightsaber of another person. Standing before him ominously is a Sith, or would be Sith, and is cloaked within the energies of the dark side. Well, well, well. Would you look who we have here? His voice is filled with subdued anger, wearing a black robe entirely covering their features. Kagan Jinn, Jedi Master of the Jedi Order. Your presence here is quite the disruption. Just like all fights, a discussion has to be had before it began. Who are you? Kagan questioned, guessing he would not really get an answer. But it is always better to try anyway. Who do you think I am? The red glow that came from the man's saber should give it away. You are a Sith? Perhaps, but I think that is enough talking for now. The man dashes towards Kagan, intending to put an end to his life. Kagan parries the strike before force pushing the Sith away. Spinning the red saber around, the Sith slowly approaches Kagan whilst trying to intimidate him. Kagan used the saber form 4, named Adaru. Given that he was currently only facing off against one opponent, Kagan was at his best condition right now. He had not been in any real intensive battle, and his main hand used to hold his lightsaber was actually stronger than his original. The Sith aggressively attacks, aiming to slice of his metallic hand. He again parries the blow in a defensive posture, but this further decreases his energy, given this form was extremely taxing. His opponent, however, was using the most versatile of forms, Form 6, named Nyman. Form 6 attempted to balance all elements of lightsaber combat, combining the techniques from forms that came before into a less intensely demanding combat style. Meaning that it was better if Kagan finished this fight sooner rather than later, considering his opponent would be able to outlast him. Adaru was an aggressive combat form relying on a combination of strength, speed, and agility, something that Kagan was slowly starting to lose over the years because of age, but that didn't mean he was incapable. Maybe I should have taken Anakin's suggestion of using and practicing another lightsaber form. Life is all about constant evolution after all. The Sith continuously tries to be aggressive, but his form is flawed because that is not the main way he is supposed to attack. Kagan sees this and starts to rapidly attack himself, knowing that the nature of his saber techniques should pull through. The Sith's experience with a saber seemed very untapped. The potential was there, but it would need to be more tempered. Easily, Kagan was able to gain the upper hand as the two only dueled through their lightsabers, and the Sith was being pushed back. Deciding to taunt Kagan, the Sith says once he has a moment of reprieve, "Don't you want to know where the Queen is?" Kagan pauses. "What have you done to her?" For some inexplicable reason, a small hint of anger could be heard within Qui-Gon's voice. Having the distraction he needed, the Sith starts to build up some energy within the Force in anticipation of his escape. "Oh, wouldn't you like to know?" Kagan decides to play along, while extending his senses to be at its highest alert. "I would like to know." Too bad. The Sith uses an overpowered Force push to throw Kagan across the underground hallways. "I guess we will be seeing each other some other time." "Oh, and what happened to the Queen?" "I have no clue. They had escaped from me." The Sith clicks his tongue. "Stupid failure." The Sith whispers to himself. The Sith walks away as Kagan gets up off of the ground. "Damn." He thought to himself, "I have no time to waste." I did not sense any deception within his word which would mean they are safe. It should be safe to assume they escaped, but to where I do not know. Kagan finished mentally. Walking off into the opposite direction of his opponent, the Force guides him to his destination. "Oh, Sir Kagan, you are here." A voice comes from the direction he is going to, but it was slightly off, like it was a speaker saying it. Then a doorway opens up on one side of the mechanic tunnel. "Over here." Jira calls out to him. Walking over, he notices that within this small compartment, Tand, Trella, Jira, and Shmi had made themselves at home. Everything was there. It seemed like some sort of bunker. How did they escape that Sith? Kagan then put his thoughts to life. "Are you guys all right?" "Yes, we are fine, and you?" Shmi answered and questioned. "I had come across something that clung to the darkness, and it would seem like he was after the Queen." Kagan replied. "Is it dealt with?" Jira questioned. "No. Unfortunately, he had managed to escape. For now, I need to find out why this attack happened." Kagan said, "I believe it was the Hutt's idea. Why would they give up so easily? It was for this, it would seem." Jira says, piecing the puzzle together. Everyone now in this group were now going to set off back up to the palace because most, if not all, threats have been dealt with. Walking through the long mechanic hallways, Kagan started to wonder just what all of the technology down here was for. "Say, what is all of this?" He questioned. "It is something my son had designed to help us in rebuilding this place." Shmi did not hide this fact. "Anakin, this is quite the marvel. It is no wonder Skywalker Industries had been so successful." Trella, with stars in her eyes, said, "The prince is quite amazing." She then continued with a weirdly somewhat downtrodden expression. "If only he could stay here. You should not worry too much about Anakin. He is doing just fine with the Jedi." Kagan said, "Is he? Why is he not here with you then?" Shmi questioned him with a glare. Kagan wisely decides to keep his mouth shut and not answer. Sometimes you just don't respond, especially when responding will only get you in more trouble. The group continued to make their way out, and everyone was gathering within the palace's throne room. A meeting to discuss the events that had occurred was taking place, and strangely enough, Anakin was not present. Nowhere to be found. Shmi and Kagan were both becoming increasingly worried. When Kagan had split off from Anakin, and Anakin had also split off from Grievous, he had made his way to a secret entrance leading to the constructed underground. This project was responsible for the uncompleted state of the reconstruction process. Entering the underground mechanic tunnelways, Anakin is able to reach underneath the Skywalker Palace before Kagan and was already in place for when his mother inevitably needs some rescuing. The underground is a large mechanic engineering marvel of technology meant to act as a main computer and network, so to speak. It was as if it was a living machine itself. The artificial intelligence that his mother used and those within the palace relied on was just another part of the system. In fact, Anakin had done just that. He had created a living machine underneath, but it isn't one with a soul, anything like that. What he means by living is that it is imbued with the Force. Non-organic midichlorians have been infused into this underground machine. The purpose, the spiritual matrix. The Force technique Anakin was trying to complete was still not finished, but that didn't mean he was unable to make a substitute, and it may be flawed, but it's better than nothing. in case any of the living droids died. He was connected to it and could see inside its virtual space that is capable of holding the souls and consciousness of all the droids. A matrix. For now, this scuffed version of it would have to do. Getting closer and closer to the entrance that his mother would come through, he waited for the right time, and with nothing much better to do, started to look through his connections to all of the droids. Seeing through their eyes what was going on. They were being destroyed and were doing some destruction of their own, but that didn't matter much considering that the living droids usually were not within the palace and were doing other things for him. The only versions of living droids here on Tatooine were just research and medical-based. Seems like Skywalker Palace will have to go through some maintenance and repair. He thought to himself as he felt the time was near. There! Go on, Your Highness. Now is not the time to marvel at the mechanics. The voice of a young female calls to his mother, he assumed. Okay. His mother had jumped down, but she did not see him. He was waiting within the shadows of the room and using the invisibility feature of the nanosuit to hide himself away. The others jumped down after her, looking surprised. Jira ordered, "Close the top. We don't want anyone following us down here," and replied, "I am on it." And Sister Tan went with her to cover her back. "Your Highness, I believe it is this way." Trella motioned for Shmi to follow her while Jira was already in position to take off once again. A blast is heard from above, and before the twin sisters and Intan were able to seal the whole of force of power, stopped in its place. "Stop right there." A dark and hate-filled voice spoke to the group within the underground tunnels. The hate-filled male voice then continued, "I can't be letting you guys get away now." Using the dark side energy of the Force user was able to use telekinesis to stop the entrance from closing and jump downwards. Stealthily, Anakin was protecting the 5 women that were within the tunnel, using the Force to create a bounded field around each of them, so the man would unable to use the Force on them. This bounded field was easily covered because the machine tunnel helped provide him with the necessary functions to hide his usage of the Force. Within the tunnel, it is practically filled with Force-based energy, making it harder for anyone who is Force-sensitive, other than Anakin, to maneuver the area. He could also make it easier on others and guide them, but this would only happen later on. For now, he will listen in on the conversation about to happen. Shmi, being brave, talked out and questioned their intruder. "Why are you here?" she said in a neutral but controlled tone, as if everything was within her control. As if the man quirked his eyebrows, he responded, "Oh, Your Royal Highness, Your Majesty, of course I will willingly answer any and all question truthfully." The man replied with some snark, as if he was in control of the situation. Shmi continued, "Why are you attacking us?" "That is for me to know and for you to find out." The cloaked man replied, and then dashed towards the girls in an attempt to grab them, but was repelled. "What is this?" he shouted in a surprised tone. The girls quickly turned and ran in the direction they needed to go towards, not bothering to answer the man. Even if Anakin were not here to protect the 5, the living machine underneath would and could recognize who was deemed as an ally and who was deemed as an enemy. It could fully protect them even without Anakin there, using its advanced defense system built into it. How would it do this? It could deploy various inbuilt turrets or energy shields to block the man's way, but it was best not to expose the secrets beneath to someone or to anyone else really. Only those who can be trusted should be in the know. The 5 girls underneath knew a lot of the functions underneath, but they did not know the full story or the full capacity of its abilities. Getting up, the man tries to run after them, but is continually stopped in place, as if someone is holding him. "Show yourself," he called out, but was unable to find the being impeding him. In a fit of madness, the person begins to lash out, using the Force to try and damage his surroundings. He is successful in doing so, but at a cost, as he could feel himself being drained, slowly but surely, as if a monster was draining his life force. Anakin could see the man was starting to go a little insane, so decided to leave this matter until Kagan got here, only continuously interrupting the man in his attempts to chase after his mother. After a while, the man was still going at it in a mad attempt to push through, and Anakin finally lets up because his mother and the others have gotten to safety. Anakin could also sense that Kagan was nearing this place. Why not wait to see what else this guy does? The battle between Kagan and the man was intense, but it would seem his master still had the upper hand. Looking at most of the cloaked man's movements, he was flawed. Kagan could tell this as well and capitalized on his weakness, forcing him into a retreat, which finally allowed Anakin to move on and tell the underground system to help Kagan find his way towards the 5 whom had escaped. The cloaked man that Kagan had started to call a Sith dashed back towards the entrance he had entered from. Let's follow and see where he goes. Damn it. Damn it all. The man seemed frustrated, but instead of going into madness once again, he just continued on his way. Leaving the entrance, the man, and Anakin following silently behind, starts to leave the palace and head in another direction. Anakin tries to read the man's thoughts, trying to ascertain where he would be going, but the man reveals it readily himself headed in one direction. The makeshift prison created to hold some of the prisoners of war from the rebellion. Anakin makes sure that the man doesn't try to harm any of the citizens of his planet while following, as they would not be considered acceptable casualties. At least to him, they weren't. What Anakin does think of as acceptable, however, is the droids. Even as living droids are deemed as acceptable given that they have a way to store their beings, their consciousness and souls, so they could be resurrected at a later date if they so desire. They would do so either way, but Anakin believed that giving them a choice was important. How could he fight for freedom and enslave another entirely complete race of beings that he would consider as living? The man was annoyed, and every now and then, while trying to move silently, would send a small pulse of the Force to harm an innocent bystander, where they would be none the wiser, but were silently protected by Anakin. The slowly calming down man didn't notice any of this and was still single-mindedly focusing on his task at hand. Here it is. Coming across the makeshift prison, it was not that great, but was good enough for now to house the scum and villainy. Walking in unhindered, he destroyed the droid stationed there and was quick about his work, his saber blaring to life to eliminate the unliving and going further into the various rooms and cells that one could see. I at least gave a humanitarian effort. Anakin thought to himself, following after the man and looking at the dastardly souls that looked lifeless. Of course, not everyone here was treated badly. The living medical droids kept them so that they could experiment on them. In the name of the Emperor, of course. What is this place? The man spoke in disgust the Furtheran. He went seeing that those Furtheran were in worse shape than the ones previous. There was no pity within his voice and no care, further telling Anakin the absolute corruption the man has been delving into. Even I question my methods sometimes. Anakin constantly tried to evaluate his state of mind and being. One cannot be in balance 24/7 after all. Practicing with the Force, in fact, practicing and training with anything takes time and effort. Talent matters as well, but effort is the most important part, and to stop looking back on oneself and not improving will lead to stagnation. It could even lead to devolution and the regression of one's progress, something the Jedi were currently experiencing themselves. The man continued until he came to a stop within the most heavily guarded areas of the cells. He easily dispatched of the droids given his abilities within the Force and opened the sealed doors leading into the room. It is Jabba the Hutt. The state he is in was quite disgusting as well, and the man had not looked long at the state the large, grotesque alien was in. Crime Lord Jabba the Hutt, I am here to save your life. How the hell is this guy going to move this fat slob out of here? Anakin was thinking to himself, then continued. Wait, this is a good opportunity to allow this waste of resources go free. There were multiple reasons to allow Jabba's freedom. The Hutt had become a cripple and would incapable of really doing anything within the future other than to stay and become waste. If anything, the Hutt's back at his home may just put an end to his life. Another reason was that Anakin had taken any and all useful information out of the Hutt already, had his medical droids do a living autopsy on the species because he was interested in many other things. Probably the most important, however, is the response that if Jabba is subsequently not let go or is not confirmed to be dead and is still within Tatooine's custody, would be to go to war. Letting Jabba go would benefit Anakin and Tatooine more than forcefully keeping him here. Using a transmission device, the man communicates to someone on the other side. Bring over the ship. We are ready. He then continues as if he forgot something. And remember, be as quick but as stealthy as possible. Make sure to bring in that thing. We need to transport the poor sod. He has been left to rot and is not in the best of conditions. A few minutes go by, and a few droids walk in using a specialized device to carry the hut out while Anakin is watching all of this go down from the shadows. Good. The master will be proud of me. The man seemed quite happy as of this moment, but for some reason feels sleepy. Wait, what is happening to me? The droids that had come from the man's ship continued their work and were basically already leaving without the man. Wait, where are you stupid droids going? I am right here. The man was mentally screaming, easily allowing Anakin to read his projected thoughts. It was Anakin holding the man down with enough force to shut him up and using a myriad of force techniques to make sure everything was going unnoticed. Telepathically, Anakin calls out into the man's mind, "You will be a worthy replacement for Jabba." Growing scared, the man tries to retaliate, but is unsuccessful and can only watch as the droids leave Tatooine with the disabled Jabba while he is left here to deal with the devil. Let me go. Anakin keeps practicing his usage of the Force ability that allows him to feed off of the emotions of those around him on the man to strengthen himself. Even though this ability is meant to only give a temporary boost in power, it was always better to practice as much as he could, especially on other Force-sensitive people, making and giving him a much greater challenge and experience. Now, I will have to look into your mind. It may hurt. I have not had much practice in trying to develop my memory reading abilities. Things are quite complicated, and you will be a great learning experience. Anakin continued to mentally torture the man, getting him to break and make it easier for him to intrude. Not able to say a word, the man is swallowed into the darkness that emanates from Anakin, taken to who knows where. It is finally over. Anakin was within the throne room along with everyone else discussing what had happened and about the defeated man who had not been identified but captured. Everyone was surprised when Anakin came in with the dark side user and presented him to everyone, but were easily able to get over this knowing his capabilities. Kagan was a bit suspicious, but otherwise didn't say anything about how he had been captured. Anakin had made sure to memory wipe the man of his interesting experiences with him, because it would cause some trouble if he didn't. Currently, the Jedi on Coruscant had been contacted about the person they had captured, and a small meeting was taking place between the council members, Anakin, and Kagan. Successful you are. First mission, congratulate, I must. Yoda spoke to the holographic figures of Anakin and Kagan, while the two also saw the holographic figures of the Masters within a private room in the repaired Skywalker Palace. On the other side, Mace continued with a question. Where is this Dark Force user you have promised us? Despite his change in how he viewed Anakin, it did not mean he was going to stop being a hard-ass. Anakin speaks up. He has been captured and is currently being secured within Tatooine's makeshift prison. Bring this man you must. Many questions we have. Yoda said, tell us about the current state of Tatooine and its relations with the Hutts. Mace said, asking for a report. Kagan answered, it would seem that the Hutts have given up in pursuing any hostile actions against the people of Tatooine. I assume it has to do with them getting back Jabba the Hutt. Been made an agreement, has? Yoda asked. Yes. Kagan answered. Then return you will, to investigate much we have. Yoda continued. We will be returning shortly. There is nothing left here to do. Kagan replied before the connection was cut off, signaling that the conversation is over. Come on, I believe it is time that we say our goodbyes. Kagan gestured to Anakin as he left the room they were given. Anakin follows after Kagan as they move towards the throne room that was always busy with people moving about. The place that had been damaged was repaired, and people were going about important and benign political matters. His mother sat upon the throne with a smile and didn't look tired at all, as if some pressure was relieved. She has to stop being this kind or compassionate. Anakin thought to himself with a small frown marring his face. Progress had been made, but it was obvious to Anakin that his mother was not fit to be a proper leader. Maybe within a business environment, but when it came to the leadership of this many people, the lives that could be affected by decisions made, it had a certain pressure to it. Weary is the head that wears the crown, Kagan said as they were walking toward Shmi. I did not think you would say something so wise, master. Anakin said to Kagan, I have seen many things, and I can say that being in such a position of power is a lot of responsibility. Kagan replied, I understand the meaning of what you have said, and would like to add that not everything about being in such a position is burdensome. Of course, there are all sorts of benefits to reap. Kagan then continued, but still, there is much to think about when it comes to things like this. Everything has its price, and the price of being the queen seems to be a heavy responsibility. Getting philosophical, Anakin sighs mentally. I am sure that my mother can handle herself. She has been doing well so far. That she has. Kagan left off as they had finally come close enough to hear the conversation between Shmi and those around her. Sighing, Jira continues her argument. Why are we wasting our time here talking about the cost of building these facilities? We should just build them already. Don't we have the resources for it? A random councilman replied. We do have the resources, but we are limited to where we could allocate such things, and it would be wasteful to do so on just these things. People were contesting each other, and sides were being formed to debate on things. Of course, Shmi could put an end to this and make an executive's decision, but what is the point in that? These people were elected by the people to help better represent different facets of the current situation on Tatooine. It would be detrimental to just throw away the opinions and perspectives of those people. All right, I think that will be enough for today, Shmi said, and everyone became quiet. Weirdly enough, there was a droid here. It was one of the living medical droids that had become known to the people here. Everyone was starting to notice that every now and then these weird droids had strange things occur around them. It was recently revealed what these droids were, but the full truth about wasn't disclosed, and only Shmi truly knew what they were. Living. Others kind of knew as well, but didn't know the exact origins. Shmi knew that some of her protectors and medical sector was full of them, and had made the executive decision to include an elected official of their people. Anakin would have introduced them himself at some point, but it would seem his mother was adamant in including them as soon as possible. It would seem that the medical droid also dislikes being here. Anakin was laughing within his mind, imagining the expression that would be shown on the droid if it had a face. Excuse our intrusion, Kagan stated, which had everyone looking toward their helpers. Yes. I think the queen has had enough for one day, Jira said, and everyone started to disperse as Jira remained by Shmi's side. Smiling, Shmi greeted Kagan and Anakin. Sir Kagan. She moved forward to hug Anakin, and he allowed it. Public displays of affection are not really my thing. Anakin was a bit embarrassed, but nothing showed in his body language or facial expression. He just returned the hug. Mother, I know that you will have to return to Coruscant, but I just want you to know that I will still be here, Shmi said, then looked to Kagan. I'm sure that you will continue to help my son. Yes, I will continue to train him. You should also be keeping him out of trouble. He basically was able to capture the person you had trouble doing so yourself, she said. Kagan, a bit embarrassed at the fact, replied, It is because I have taught him well enough that he will soon be surpassing me, if he hasn't already. I am sure, Shmi finished before letting go of her embrace around Anakin. You should be going now then, and be sure to stay safe. Yes, I will, Anakin said to Shmi. You should go on ahead, Anakin. Get the ship ready, and I will be right with you, Kagan told Anakin. Sure. Anakin left to go start up the scimitar and transport their prisoner on board. Kagan then went on to have another conversation with Shmi. I'm sure you have noticed that the person we had captured is quite the dangerous individual. I have. Shmi was unsure of where this was going. If you happen to come across like the man, would you make contact with the Jedi, or at least the Republic? Kagan asked. I can do that. It seems to be outside of my scope anyway. If I discover anything else to do with this individual, I will send this information to the Jedi through a messenger. If it's sensitive otherwise, I can do so in another way. Shmi replied in confirmation. I thank you. Kagan responded before continuing. I can see where Anakin has gotten intelligence and compassion. Sir Kagan, if I didn't know any better, I would say you were trying to compliment me. Shmi replied, coughing a little. Kagan covers for himself. I did mean it as a compliment, but it was only meant as a testament to your own capabilities and your son's. I'm sure. Shmi's stare seems to see through Kagan. Anyway, I best be heading off as well. May the Force be with you, and if it allows it, may we meet again. Kagan finished. And to you as well. Shmi smiled towards Kagan before he left to board the ship he and Anakin had come on. Thankfully, there is just the place capable of keeping John Doe restrained. Anakin said to Kagan as they were on the ship, the scimitar with the captured prisoner who had no name be given one. The universal John Doe identity. Yes, it is quite impressive the capabilities of this ship. Its experimental technology leads me to believe more and more that you are as much as a technological genius as people have proclaimed you to be. Kagan continued, I would say that I am, comparing myself to others at least. Anakin replied, yes, it was also quite funny to me that a lot of people were lamenting your departure from the industry with joining the Jedi. Kagan said with some mirth in his voice, that was weird to me. I'm sure there are many other people capable enough to do as I could. Anakin responded, maybe, but you shouldn't sell yourself short here. Your talents are quite up there, not only within many things to do with technology or business, but also within the Force. Kagan tried to boost Anakin's confidence. Don't get me wrong, I know of this, but I would just like to be humble here as it makes it easier for others to digest. Jealousy is easily bred when being compared with others, and I would certainly become a target of such things. Anakin replied, very wise of you, my young apprentice. Well, I have to learn something from you now, don't I? Anakin replies with some jest. A voice comes from the containment field. Will you two shut it already? You guys are driving me mad, as it is with your insistent need to pat yourselves on the back. It was John Doe making a ruckus. Did you hear something, Master? Anakin said to Kagan, blatantly ignoring their prisoner. No, I don't believe I did. Kagan replied, going along with him, all too used to his antics at this point. It must have been the wind. Anakin said, while internally laughing. Don't ignore me. I am speaking and will be heard. John Doe continued trying to get their attention, which he had, but was being purposely ignored. Hey, deciding to not ignore the man anymore, Kagan turns to him and starts his questioning as Anakin goes to the pilot the ship. Hello. It would seem you have gotten yourself into quite the situation. You have finally decided to stop ignoring me. I have nothing to say. Weren't you just screaming out to not be ignored? Kagan played on John Doe's anger, hoping to lower his defenses. That is different. Anakin could sense everything that was going on and thought to himself, as they had now gone past the atmosphere of Tatooine. Is this guy at Sundeer? It would seem that you're not going to cooperate. At least you could tell me your name, and maybe your punishment would be more lenient. Kagan was speaking from a respective angle here, because usually the Jedi just kill those who are aligned to the dark. You lie. I know of the Jedi, and that you would have me executed for practicing the dark arts. John Doe continued. A bunch of hypocrites you lot are. Kagan doesn't seem to take any offense. I am well aware of the flaws within the Jedi, but you have not answered my question. I believe it would be best if you do not dodge my question. Never. I think that I will just remain silent. In fact, for what reasons under the Galactic Republic's law are you taking me in for custody? John Doe seemed to think he was going to get away with his terrorism. Anakin would make sure that he died, but he was unsure if it would be possible to make him confess to anything that could jeopardize Palpatine and his plans. You seem to be very resistant and know very well the laws of the Republic. Kagan said, it seems that you have not been kept up to date on the politics between the Republic and Tatooine. Kagan continued, an alliance has been made, and it was agreed that you were to be handed over to the Republic, or more specifically the Jedi, for an in-depth investigation. Lies! John Doe screamed, then whispered to himself. Impossible! That is not how the plan was supposed to go. John Doe was receding back into his maddened state of mind. It would seem you wanted to achieve much more. Kagan said, playing on the man's obvious mental deterioration. Raving mad, John Doe continued. No, never, I didn't fail. The fat slug was rescued. The queen escaped, and now that arid planet is safe. Damn it, something's wrong. Anakin thought to himself as the Force was warning him of something going wrong. Rushing back into the room, Anakin calls to Kagan. I think there is something wrong with him. Obviously, Kagan did not seem to notice anything else that was off, but Anakin was able to quickly diagnose John Doe's physical condition and it was slowly withering. "I think he is dying," Anakin stated, going over in a simple medical scan. "How?" There was nothing to give off that impression. Kagan said, "He may not make it back to Coruscant." Anakin replied, "We will just have to see. Try to stabilize him as best you can." Kagan told Anakin. Arriving back on Coruscant, Anakin rushed John Doe to the medical facility within the Jedi Temple, while obviously keeping him restrained so to make sure he doesn't escape somehow. Later on, John Doe would be moved to another facility of high security once he stabilizes. Kagan followed after him, but after checking out that everything was fine, had moved to report to the Council about what was happening. The Sith that Anakin has taken to calling John Doe seems to have entered a comatose state. Kagan said to the other Jedi Masters, "Has the cause of the effects been determined?" Mace questioned Kagan. Tests are being conducted by both Anakin and Dr. Rig Nima. Kagan responded. Shakti was present and was curious at that statement. "I didn't know that Anakin had some expertise when it came to medicine. It is one of his more lesser-known areas of talent." Mace responded here, knowing about Anakin's ridiculous in-depth knowledge of science in general and its applications to real-world things. "How long until we can know of the diagnosis?" Jedi Master Plo Koon asked. Both Anakin and Dr. Rig Nima didn't say. Humming first before saying, Yoda starts. "Have patience we must. Master Yoda is right. For now, Anakin can stop monitoring the prisoner while we have Dr. Rig Nima take over. He can get back to his own training." Mace said, "I believe that would be for the best." "I agree." Kagan responded. The council then went on to talk about other matters that didn't include the supposed Sith they had captured, but they would touch upon this topic a few times before their meeting would end. Kagan and Mace would stay behind after everything was finished. Of course, Kagan was not a part of the council, so he had to come back at a later time. After they were finished, but after it was done, the two would begin their discussion. Their discussion about Anakin, their shared apprentice. "What is your evaluation of his performance?" Mace asked Kagan while they walked the grand hallways of the Jedi Temple. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Kagan replies, "From what I have seen, I would say that he has come a long way in a short amount of time." "So you are suggesting he has already gone past the Padawan period of his time as a Jedi?" Mace asked, also thinking somewhat of the same thing. "Yes. I do believe when on the mission we were both assigned on, I could tell that he didn't need to be directed and could take care of himself." Kagan said, "That alone wouldn't imply his readiness." Mace continued, "I want to ascertain whether or not he is ready to become a Jedi Knight. He is quite young to be going through and advancing so fast." Kagan said with some concern, "I am sure you are aware that his age shouldn't be a factor considering his capabilities, mindset, and physical stature. In fact, for what you have just told me, he is readily capable enough of taking care of himself." Mace continued. Kagan replied, "That is true, and in doing so, it would make him the youngest ever to become a knight, far surpassing all others before him. You are the one who suggested he may be the chosen one, and it would seem he lives up to some of that prophecy." Mace stated, "You got me there. So what other assessments could be made about our young apprentice?" Mace asked Kagan of his thoughts. Humming to himself as they continued to walk aimlessly only to continue chatting about Anakin, he responded, "While his attitude would be of concern and his ideas that seem to be somewhat antagonistic of the Jedi Code, I would say everything else is appropriate." Kagan said, "There should be nothing hindering Anakin from advancing other than smaller concerns like his age." Kagan continued, "We may want to wait a while, yet before we suggest him being nominated." Mace said, thinking about the timing of bringing up such a topic. In fact, he was thinking about a perfect time to advance him considering his achievements. "How long do you suggest we hold out for then?" Kagan asked, seeing that Mace seemed to have a general idea of the timing. "I think I know when we could promote him." Mace continued. Kagan quirks an eyebrow. "Do you wish to tell me of this special timing?" "I think for now, no." Mace had been growing his own mischievous streak because of being around Anakin, so much influencing him. "Welcome back." Barriss called out to Anakin as he had entered the training room he and his small friend group used. Barriss had come to learn about Anakin going on his first mission soon after he had left and was a little upset he did not tell her about it before he left. But this didn't stop her from being a bit overly excited at seeing him again. Anakin, seeing whom was within the training room, replied, I feel welcomed. Barris again just about smashes right into Anakin, embracing him before stopping herself. Ahsoka, who is also within the room, has no such reservation and immediately leaps towards Anakin, latching onto his back, sticking onto him purely through using the Force. It would seem that being gone for a little over a week is too long. Ahsoka just nods her head behind him while Barris just looks down a bit embarrassed. What have you two been up to, then, while I was away? Deciding to move the subject away in consideration for Barris, he asks a generic question. Ahsoka, being very energetic, responds first before Barris could try and reply. Nothing much, it was boring. The teachers would not let us have any fun. Mini Ahsoka seemed to be pouting, at least that is how Anakin imagined her behind his back. How mean of them, and you, Barris. Anakin smoothly brings her back into the conversation so she doesn't feel left out. I didn't do nothing much. The teachers were okay, but I will have to agree with Ahsoka here that most of what happened around is boring. Barris says honestly before quietly continuing. Especially without you here. Anakin can obviously hear this, and maybe even the little Togruta could as well, but he ignores that last part and asks another question that was at front of his mind. By the way, where's Ayla? Ayla went on a mission as well, right after you had gone. Ahsoka's muffled voice comes from behind him as she was still holding on tightly to his back. Is that right? Anakin questions out loud, while looking towards Barris for confirmation. Yes, Ahsoka is right. Barris replies, while suspiciously looking him up and down. Anakin himself had started to notice his thoughts were starting to drift more and more when it came to Ayla, but he couldn't quite put his finger on the reason. Through the Force, he was obviously able to tell there was some sort of connection between himself and her, but he couldn't place it. Wait a second, haven't you grown even taller? Barris asks in slight annoyance. I want to grow up quicker as well. She had noticed that Anakin was much more interested in women older, or at the very least physically older looking, and considering their age, it was rather strange. She had been meaning to forcibly get Anakin checked for some type of medical condition because of his unusual growth, since no one else had deemed it all too necessary to take an in-depth look at. If she could find out a way to replicate this effect, she may be able to grow up faster herself. I've been getting a lot of comments about that. I did not notice myself until it was pointed out to me. Anakin replied with a white lie. Barris decides to challenge Anakin's lie. Really? You? Aren't you quite perceptive? You're going to have to just take my word for it. Anakin replies with a small smirk. Whatever, smartass. I think it is time that we get some practice done. Ahsoka, you get down from Anakin and only watch. Barris said with some heat in her tone. Seems like she needs to get something out of her system. I guess taking it out on me is the way. Anakin thought to himself before saying, I think you should sit this one out, Ahsoka. It would seem Barris here wants to communicate with an act rather than her words. Okay. Ahsoka got down from Anakin and moved out of the area. Both got a training lightsaber, so they could spar and duel with each other. The outcome of the fight doesn't matter, because Anakin was going to win no matter what, but that didn't mean Barris didn't want to get her point across. She disliked what had happened, and even her Jedi training wouldn't fully contain her emotions here. This emotional trait was something she shared with her counterpart as well, which would have led her to becoming swayed by the dark side. With Anakin here, she would be able to better control herself and have an anchor with which she has used a lot to get through the mental pressure of trying to live up to certain Jedi expectations. What are you waiting for? Anakin still had the irritating smirk upon his very attractive face, at least within the eyes of Barris. No primal outcry was given, just a swift dash toward her target, and the duel had begun. Using her preferred lightsaber combat form, Form 3, also known as Sorisu, the way of the Mimic, or the Resilience form, Anakin decides to switch it up and only rely on defensive tactics and imitates Obi-Wan's way of fighting. Patience, making sure that she runs out of energy while preserving his own. It will be the best way to deal with the current situation, as after she is done venting her emotions, she would calm down and be ready for a proper talk. I'm not sure what we will be talking about, but whatever it is, it may very well get him in trouble. A woman's intuition was a scary thing after all. Swearing within his mind, but his face was ice, stone cold and immune to the inner musings going on within his mental psyche. Darth Sidious, otherwise publicly known as Sheev Palpatine, the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic, was not having a great day. In fact, he was not having the best of weeks at all. He had been thwarted once again by those meddlesome Jedi. Not only the Jedi, but it would seem that one of the pawns in his plan, Skywalker, was not going in the direction he wanted. Another thing to take into consideration was his now somewhat of an underdog of an opponent. The supposed military advisor and possibly the highest-ranking person of Tatooine's government, a man that goes by the name of Vader. "My lord," a man asks in hesitance. "Quiet." Sidious lashes out at the interruption of his inner monologue, not sparing the man that had done so. Screaming, the man writhes around on the ground in pain as electricity or lightning now courses through his veins, replacing his blood, with Sidious standing above him in a display of dominance and power. Sidious was a patient man. A lot of his accomplishments would be a testament to such a fact, but that didn't mean he was immune to the petty thoughts he had when angered and would need to unleash himself every once in a while to keep a sane mind. The dark side of the Force is indeed seductive, but that doesn't mean that it is only benefits. Just like everything within the galaxy, he had learned everything had its price, and power like the power he had was fought for with tooth and nail. Subterfuge, of course, being his utmost tool to achieve his goals. But it would seem his tools were incapable of enabling him another victory. Even if it could be considered small in the grand scheme of things to come, that didn't mean it wouldn't have helped speed up the process of his domination. "My agent was captured and you are here, blabbering on and on to me about these stupid lowlifes." Sidious had just killed someone of not too great of importance, but questions would be raised about this person's disappearance. Something trivial enough for him to settle. The man had come and talking on and on about the disappearance of criminals within the underbelly of Coruscant. Why would he care? Their businesses being overtaken by some unknown entity? Something as trivial as this? Why bother? It is of no interest to him, considering he has a galaxy to conquer, to usurp for himself, and make of his own. He is currently seated upon the greatest and most grandest of thrones, even if it has not been fully achieved. The downfall of the Republic is quite certainly almost guaranteed. At least my current apprentice doesn't disappoint. Sidious thought about Count Dooku, or what he goes by now as Darth Tyrannus. He may be a disappointment and would be replaced within the future, but that doesn't mean I cannot squeeze the usefulness out of him right now. Darth Tyrannus was always meant to be a pawn. No a queen within a chessboard, he is willing to sacrifice within the greater scheme of things. Speaking to his Red Guards, he orders them to take the dead official out. Get rid of this filth. They salute and readily take the guy away with some fear being emanated from and felt through their emotions. "Yes, fear me," he cackles within his mind. "My plans are still going according to my design, but it would seem that it will be more difficult and take more time." Sidious wanted to complete things as fast as possible, and he didn't have much time on his plate, but he had been waiting for a long while now. Why wouldn't he wait a few more decades to rise up and have absolute control over the Republic? Within Coruscant, there was a thriving underground of criminal activity that mostly went unnoticed by everyone. The lower levels weren't exactly a good place to be at all things considered, as lots of activity that would lead to one being in trouble took place down there. It is here that we would find Anakin having a nice stroll down at the lower levels with no disguise on, looking to unwind for a bit. Having a break from the very tense situations and events he has passively and actively gotten into helps the mind, even if what he wants to do would be considered illegal. At the lowest rungs of Coruscant society, highly dangerous and illegal garbage pit races were conducted, and if he remembered correctly, the original had come down here because of some excitement to participate in such an event. Unfortunately for the original, he was interrupted before such a race could begin because of an assassin. "What can I do for you?" a greasy and dirty woman had asked as Anakin approached her with his robe and hood covering most of his defining features. "I would like to get into one of your races," Anakin said, while slightly changing his voice to be less recognizable. "Name?" the woman questioned as she was writing something down on a notebook rather than typed up on a device. "Tatsuya Shiba," Anakin replied. Strange name for someone around these parts. Not very common. The woman tried to poke and prod with her words, feigning disinterest. You are correct, Anakin said in a tone that left no room for curiosity. Right, here you are then. She handed over a piece of paper that would be his ticket of participation. I thank you. Anakin turns and leaves still disguised because he does wish to participate, but he didn't go totally unnoticed. The same attacker that was meant to go after the original Anakin was around and awaiting to ambush him. He knew of this person's existence and would patiently wait. What Anakin was thinking about, however, was why the Trade Federation would still send an assassin after him. And the only conclusion he came to was that he had taken over their droids through purchasing the scraps from Naboo all the time ago. What petty bastards. If it was true, the race would take place the day after tomorrow, and he has some time to create his own race wings to do the event. Again, he was not doing this for the money, but to unwind from everything that had happened. That was what he told himself anyway, but his greed demanded that he also take the wealth he would earn from such an event. 3, 2, 1, fire. A voice was heard over a broken speaker, but was clear enough for the participants of the race to know it was their time to start. This racing event was actually something that took place through the air, not on the ground, and would the people have their design glider-like mechanics attached to their backs to allow flight. Relaxing midair, Anakin's multiple thought processes drift off into a short slumber, but that doesn't mean he is not doing other things. A few are making bets on the races taking place, so that he would make the most out of his free time. Even on your free time, you could be making a profit in some way. Generally, you shouldn't really be doing this, but Anakin's mind was like a supercomputer able to do multiple things at once with the same output, speed, and capacity all at once. Not to mention his mind is actually connected to a virtual machine that is semi-alive, further increasing his mental capabilities. What would he do? And would you look at that? The newcomer, named Tatsuya Shiba, has surpassed those within the lead. An announcer says because not much police traffic is seen at these garbage pits. The small gathering crowd of lower slums thieves, gamblers, and pickpockets were usual participants and were about to lose out on a lot of money. No one would elect to vote for some nobody to win first place, after all. Unfortunately, those who are earning to seek a fortune here have to be careful not to draw anyone unwanted attention, because it could very well get you killed. What Anakin was doing would prompt someone into hitting the kill switch, so to speak. Kill the man in first place. We can't be losing out on some money now. Some random thug, organizer of the event, said to a lackey. Yes, boss. A random lackey replied. Back on the air lane specified for the race, Anakin started to notice some signals of danger. Nothing that would harm him, but could annoy him or injure him a bit if he decided to ignore these signals. Trying to yell over the air, someone says to Anakin, "You have done it now, outsider. Prepare to die." He practically goes in for a kamikaze, diving in to commit a suicide attack. The people around these parts are either crazy, desperate, or a mix of both. Anakin was dodging a few of those people coming after him. Funnily enough, this wouldn't be the first time something like this had happened, because there would always be those with the talent to succeed in something like this, but be brought down by those who run the events. Thankfully, Anakin is more than the underdog. He continues to dodge his pursuers throughout the race. Thankfully, there are some rules in place to stop people from coming after someone immediately after the race finishes. You guys kind of suck. Anakin begins taunting them over the air. Shut up. Another dives in, trying to take him out of the race. After a while, the race finally comes to an end with a lot of casualties, a lot of losses. Most of all, Anakin had made a massive profit, not really comparable to anything else he had made over the years, but it was sizable enough to satiate his greed. Anakin was aware of some shady figures following him, but he wasn't really concerned about those people. He would easily enough lose all of them, but there was one person in particular that he wanted to look into. Ditching everyone, remaining invisible to everyone, but one he walks into a separate alleyway. A simple mind trick, changing the perception of everyone around you, but only doing so for those I choose. Instead of being interrupted before the race had started, Anakin had made sure he could still get his prize pool, and now that those matters were dealt with, he could proceed to deal with his assassin. Night Cycle, Coruscant Underbelly. Kadave was a male bloodcarver assassin. An orphan, Dave was adopted into the family of one of the last Bloodcarver clans. The clan leader commanded Dave to take the son of his benefactor on a ritual ferroglyph hunt on one of Coruscant's moons, despite the fact it was prophesied he would die of a head wound. Dave accidentally killed the young Bloodcarver with a stray shot to the head, for which he was exiled from his tribe, which led to him becoming an outlaw of sorts, which would result in his eventual work and employment to the Trade Federation, or more specifically some dissident members of said corporation. This led him to his current position, his current target. With no chance to kill him during the race, he would only have to find a spot afterwards with which he would leave the track. I could also take his winnings. Being an orphan while also being employed and not paid as well as he could be, with no backing, of course, he would try to make money from any source he could get. If there was one thing Dave was thankful for was that he had no family to take care of. This type of responsibility would only increase his worries and troubles to his already dangerous lifestyle. After the pit race, he trailed his target for a while, waiting for his other greedy pursuers to leave him alone. Funnily enough, no one noticed that Anakin was just going in circles with no place to go to, greed blinding them. Dave was no different, except that he was able to notice this suspicious activity. Even though it didn't raise too many alarm bells, this could at least tell him that Anakin was prepared for any would-be attacker. He knows of the Jedi and wouldn't be surprised if he was able to tell, with their space magic and all. To save some time, Dave started to kill off some of his competitors in the hunt, which he didn't notice was unnoticed at some point, but continued to do so anyway. With being the only one left, he was ready to claim his prize, and thankfully it was nighttime, the perfect time to strike. Walking behind the supposed unsuspecting Jedi, Dave was ready to blast him. It was dark, and the night cycle of Coruscant wasn't exactly quiet or even had no visible light to illuminate the various areas throughout. In fact, Coruscant could be best described as an unsleeping city. Dave was not stupid and was not misinformed, so he had come prepared to fight his target to the death, knowing full well the potential of his death. He has nothing to live for anyway. So what did it matter to him? Coming in, this is Team Alpha leader. Target is confirmed alone and potentially armed. Dave spoke through a device very quietly far enough away so he would not be heard by the Jedi Padawan. Team Beta leader over. Is the target far from any potential help? Someone responded, another one of his teammates hired for this mission. It wasn't Dave alone here to take care of his target because there was a lot of unknowns about his capabilities. In general, as a rule, Force sensitives should be taken seriously, but not everyone followed this principle. What do we have to worry over a Padawan? Someone had said over the transmission device. Shut it. This channel should only be used for the mission. Stop unnecessary chatter. Team Beta leader reprimanded the subordinate unit, mocking Anakin's capabilities, underestimating his power. Everyone had started to move in on the location of their target, setting up in various areas. What is the Jedi doing? One random subordinate asked, seeing that Anakin was just walking around every now and then and stopped after a while before continuing his pacing. I don't know. Want to go up to him and ask. A random subordinate replied with some snark over the comlink. Dave responded over the comlink. Maybe all that the Jedi teach mushes someone's brain. I am sure the Jedi are quite stupid, sitting up their ivory tower. Envious life they live while we have to take on such dangerous missions like this just to live. A random subordinate said. After a while, which may have been no more than a few minutes for everyone to arrive and get into positions, Dave decided to take point. I will be giving the orders here. Roger. Everyone within the two teams assigned to take care of Anakin replied, and now that teams Alpha and Beta were ready, they awaited their orders to fire. On my go. Anticipation was being built up as none had ever experienced hunting down a Force-sensitive before, especially one that had been trained to use their abilities. Go! Blaster fire came from near all directions, as it would be suicide to engage while in a crossfire from your own team members. A good part of the building Anakin was stopped had been destroyed, and rubble had been piling up with a large cloud of dust covering their view. They didn't stop, though. Not until they were safe and secure in the knowledge they had completed their mission. Not until their Alpha leader gave the command to stop. All right, stop. The order was given, but a few members hyped on adrenaline and fear either did not hear the command or decided to ignore it and continue firing due to fear. A shout was heard from the comlink, connecting them all together. Stop! After a small bit of delay, everyone had decisively halted their nonstop hail of blaster fire. The lighting had been destroyed, now making it darker than it was before, further hindering the assassin's vision. Where is he? Is he dead? I don't know. Someone go check. No one was willing to go in and be potential killed, but one cocky fellow decided that they had the biggest balls. I will do it, since you pansies don't have the guts to dash. He is cut off as he went further into the dust cloud. The sound of his voice echoed out, and then there was silence. You think he is playing some sort of prank on us? I don't think this is the right time for that. Within the darkness, they could see a writhing mass of pitch-black ink. It was darkness within darkness, but was prominent enough for their minds to register the danger this monster held. Run for it. They started firing again in panic, trying to escape the monster, but Anakin wasn't having any of it. His force lightning was being emitted from the black hole originating from him, and the electricity currents were starting to crawl across the ground at speeds faster than their eyes could see it and coil around their bodies, instantaneously burning them alive from the inside out. Where do you think you're going? Pulling inwards, Anakin uses the Force to make sure they stayed within his vicinity so he could finish them all. He had one in particular he would keep alive for a short time, though. Please spare me. I needed the money. Someone's pleas and cries for mercy were only absorbed by the approaching darkness. No one would hear them anyway. Anakin had made sure of that. He wasn't just walking around and pacing back and forth for nothing. After everyone had been slaughtered, all but one did Anakin let up on his very corrupting dark side abilities, thus giving birth to a shining bright light that Dave thought he would never see again. You have been a very naughty insect. Anakin approached the insectoid alien. Look into my eyes. Mesmerizing the being, Anakin plundered everything he wanted and decided to put the poor bastard out of his misery. I don't regret killing you, unlike the original. Having dealt with his business down below, Anakin felt it was time to check up on John Doe. Walking within the Jedi's medical bay located inside the temple, Anakin spots the current head of the medical department, Rig Nema. A female Halasai, Rig Nema is a consular Jedi who served as a doctor at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. Not strong enough or talented enough to be granted the ability to become a proper or fully fledged Jedi, but capable in her own right, she was a part of the medical corps. She has what most would consider, within the Order, the most important job, looking after the Jedi whom had become Jedi Knights and above. Of course, she does other things as well, but that was seen as the most important. Dr. Nema, Anakin said, greeting the doctor. Looking her over, Anakin could outline some of her more striking features. Golden eyes and yellow skin, something that is standard to her species. A bit surprised at not sensing his presence, she responds. Padawan Skywalker? You have startled me. I just about had a heart attack. Anakin responded. I didn't think you would be so weak. Weak? I will have you know that despite my failings, I think I could teach you a thing or two. Rig replied. Anakin decides to brush off her comment and walk towards John Doe. How is John Doe doing? You came here just to check up on the subject? She questioned with incredulity. Yes. Anakin had no time for Ho. He means had no time for the doctor. She rolls her eyes and continues. Well, from what I could gather and analyze with the equipment here, it would seem that he had been poisoned by some unknown substance. I know that already. Anakin replies in jest, but she takes it as an insult to her intelligence. Shut smartass. She replies with snark. Whatever you say. Anakin responds while looking at her weirdly for her comeback before turning back to observe John Doe. They both become silent, just going about their own tasks, while Rig was going about her own things to do, as she had to do much more than sit around the subject that was brought in. Anakin was just stewing within one of his thought processes, thinking about why this could have happened. The poison in on itself was easily identified to be poisonous, but his mental state was deteriorating just before. The only thing he could link that back up to was his mental wipe. Going into the mind of this guy, and carefully removing any memory of him doing things outside of an edited truth by him was necessary. But it would seem that it was what had caused his mind to shut down further. It may even be why he went into a comatose state, not as a result of the self-poisoning, but because of his mental probing. Padawan Skywalker. A voice was heard, but was not registered, as it would seem that Anakin was within another place. Skywalker. Anakin was actually using his multiple thoughts to go over and reconstruct his ability to go into the minds of others because of its harm. At basic telepathic abilities most Force sensitives have, they gain stuff like thought and emotion sensing, but what Anakin had developed was very close to a dark side Force ability created by a Sith. In the process, he was trying to make it more centered, more balanced. He doesn't want to absolutely destroy the minds of those he tries to enter because of the power or the lack of control, and would like to keep their mental state intact. It would be a useful ability to have in the future if he could nail this down and perfect it at its core. Now waving her hand in front of his face, Dr. Rignima could clearly see that he seemed to be lost in thought. He may even be meditating. How the hell did he do that? The rumors going around about his supposed capabilities must be true. Rig thought to herself. On record, he had been stated that Anakin's midichlorian account was undocumented. Padawan Skywalker. She reaches forwards to touch his face, but is shocked to find that an apparent substance had manifested covering the area she was about to touch. What is that? She was within her thoughts at the exposure, while Anakin was brought out from his trance-like state, interrupting his progress. Keeping a neutral face and suppressing his feelings of annoyance, he politely asks the doctor. Yes, doctor. Not interested in whatever trance-like state he was in, she was now much more interested in this mysterious protective shell that quickly acted as soon as her touch came too close. What was that? What was what? Anakin obviously goes through the environment's history using psychometry to retrace her steps and find she had inadvertently come across his nanosuit, but that is already public. Well, at least public to those in the know's knowledge. You know what? That substance, that material that was just surrounding your cheek there. She points it out and even goes in for another touch, but is again surprised to find that there is nothing there. No response. I don't know what you're talking about, but what I'm interested in, however, is the scans taken from the analyzers. Anakin redirects the subject, and it seems to work for now. Interested, but not overly so, Rig says. I can give you access, but how are you going to understand all of the medical mumbo-jumbo anyway? I have some interesting friends. Anakin answers with some mystery, unintentionally. And who would they be? Rig seems to become more and more invested in Anakin as time passes. Anakin responds, You're quite nosy, aren't you? My job demands it. Rig replies with some amount of pride in her work. Rig was drawn to the mystery of Anakin Skywalker, just as many other females no doubt were drawn by. Sometimes interest comes from the very fact someone knows next to nothing about you and would only want to know you more. If only to know your juicy secrets, even if they aren't. Rig gets back to her work after fulfilling Anakin's request for the proper medical documents, as she is a doctor, and doctors don't get the best of sleep. In fact, Dr. Rignima had some other patients she had to get to, considering the high injury rates. One would think more come here. But it would seem that the Jedi really did not get into as much trouble as they have, or they were simply being protected from any danger that comes their way. The Force does have some control over the fate of the people after all. Like Mother Nature, trying to better evolve and make sure a certain balance is kept in place, the Force does the same, but only in response to the energies of the dark and light. Why else would it go ahead and have someone create an entire prophecy in regards to restoring the balance? Master Shakti? Anakin questioned as he felt a presence approaching his training room, or what had become known as his training room. Not that he didn't like having a private room for himself and friends, but it was a little detrimental when he had to explain he didn't actually think he owned it, and it had only become like that because of his droid storage. Of course, he had moved most of his droid into underneath the Jedi temple housed within the hidden Sith temple, but he is not going to tell anyone that. No knock was given as the solitary Jedi Master entered the room. Padawan Skywalker. Shock greeted him. Master T. He gave the standard Jedi reply, waiting to see what she was doing here. There was awkward silence as she didn't continue and just stood there. Are you here for something? Or, shock breaks from whatever mind fog she had and continued. Yes, yes. I am here to have a little conversation. About? Anakin asks. It is about my new apprentice. I plan to take her away on a trip to my home planet of Shirley, but I have grown to understand that my solitude seems to have contributed somewhat to my first Padawan's death. Shaak Ti admits to Anakin while they were alone. I won't say about how you were in the wrong or anything about that. Your mistakes are to be learnt yourself and not from me telling you about them. Anakin replied, thinking she came to him for some kind of advice. I didn't come here for your advice, Padawan. Shaak put some emphasis on the Padawan word at the end. Of course, Anakin said, then continued by questioning. Then what are you here for? What is it you Padawan needs that you have come here to me? My shortcomings, whatever they may be, are something I will have to deal with, but I do not want another of my apprentices dying because of it. Shaak was coming clean to Anakin, and he was confused as to why. I know that it's strange for a Jedi Master to come to a Padawan for some assistance, but you're the only person I have come to befriend within the Order. So, I am your only close friend? Anakin asks the older woman with some incredulity. Seemingly keeping in whatever embarrassment at that statement, she said, yes. She admits readily. Okay. Anakin doesn't hesitate to agree. I will be your friend. T smiles for a bit, giving off her signature off-putting smile that would scare some people off, which was in part the reason her not being very close to anyone. Not even her previous apprentice had she been all that close to. So what is it that you would like some help with? Anakin asked for what was the third time he had said to her. Right. Sorry about that. My apprentice, as you know, has only graduated, but because of my shortcomings I have come to you. Shaak Ti said, then continued. When it comes to combat, I am aware that I may not be the best teacher, but I have heard that you have been helping some younglings, students, and others with lightsaber combat. Shaak continued. I have also heard that your training consists of more than the usual lightsaber combat and form training, but of other things as well. Yes, that is true, but I don't just teach everyone, and for now, help my friends and those I have become well acquainted with. Anakin replied, continued. You must have also heard I take over some lessons for younglings every now and then. Shaak chuckles a bit before saying, Your punishment, right? Anakin sighs out loud and replies, Yes, my punishment. Shaak Ti then continues, Will you accept her? Sure, I see no problem with helping a friend. Anakin replies, Thank you. She smiles. No problem. Anakin just nods back. After his encounter with Shaak Ti, he had been dragged along by her to meet her new apprentice yet again. He had already seen her and didn't need to be reintroduced, but shock and her excitement had still done so. I guess she really doesn't want to repeat. Anakin thought to himself. Ani, little Ahsoka said, trying to get his attention while Barriss was practicing against some droids. She had taken a liking to calling him by that nickname, and it seemed like everyone else liked using it as well. Well, most females he had some sort of friendship had taken a liking to using this pet name. Yes, Ahsoka? Anakin replied. Can you help me? Ahsoka questions him with some hints of pleading. She was growing up and starting to develop some more, her mind, her emotions, and the maturity of them. Ahsoka was still a child within Anakin's eyes, but she had been putting in an effort to seem more adult-like. Every child wants to be an adult, while every adult wants to go back to being a child. I mean, why wouldn't they? Children basically have next to no worries and concerns, but they seemed like that was the only thing in their eyes to become. What is it that you need help with? Anakin asked. Ahsoka then went on to explain that she was having some trouble meditating, just as most children do, and that a few would be capable of being calm enough to do so. Anakin doesn't blame the children for their desire to get up and do more. It was within their nature. Wait, trying to practice meditation right now would be pretty good. Anakin thought to himself. Barriss was making noise, but it wasn't so much that it would detract from the experience, and Ahsoka needed a starting place when it came to things that could take you out of a meditative state. Not that Anakin could complain. His mental fortitude had been trained rigorously, and he multiple thought processes, basically allowing him to meditate forever with one of them, being in a constant state of deep, in-depth mental retreat, while at the same time not was an interesting experience. It did help to improve his abilities overall, because being like this helps him immensely. The basics of Jedi meditation were to focus on whatever emotions were uppermost in one's mind, to be honest with one's self about the feelings one experienced and their effects. Then, one was to let each emotion go, the goal being to make oneself an empty vessel that the Force would be able to fill with peace and serenity. On the other hand, whereas the Jedi meditated to quiet their minds and connect with the Force, Sith Lords meditated to concentrate their anger, their fear, and their hatred into a pure point of ruthless power within them. At least that was the Jedi and Sith ways, and was something trying to be taught to Ahsoka. I believe it would be best to help her with my own version, as meditation was to have a stronger and more direct connection with the Force. It could sometimes affect one's surroundings without the practitioner's conscious control, usually causing surrounding objects, or even the practitioner themselves, to levitate. Again, something that Anakin didn't have to worry about, because he had complete conscious control. All right, I think we will start with. Anakin then went on to practice with Ahsoka some meditation, but what he was trying to teach her was not the way of the Jedi or the Sith, but his own way. Focus on whatever emotions were uppermost in one's mind, to be honest with oneself about the feelings one experienced and their effects. Do not let go, and do not make yourself to be a vessel for the Force. Anakin was against leaving your entire fate and destiny to a semi-sentient energy like the Force. Use those emotions, whatever they may be, to help empower yourself in a controlled manner. Controlling the direction of these emotions and not being controlled by them. After a while, the two would finish their first meditative session together, with Ahsoka actually managing to do so. Cloning was the process of duplicating an organism into one or many genetically identical individuals known as clones. An army of clone troopers is being grown on the planet Kamino, and Anakin wants in. Well, what he means when he wants in is to be able to get some sway and interfere with the project. Using the human Mandalorian bounty hunter Jango Fett as a template, the Kaminoans tampered with Fett's genetic structure to make his clones more docile. In addition, they were designed to grow at twice the rate of normal human aging, making the clone troopers ready for deployment in a decade's time. At this point of time, the clones would only be about 3 years of age, but considering their accelerated growth process, they would be about 6 years of age currently, which would mean that Anakin was way past the point of being able to interfere with the process to the extent that he wanted, but that doesn't mean he would be incapable of trying to fix the problem with their brains. When it comes to his longtime companion power, Mechidaru, it was and has been shown to be capable enough of extending its helping hand. Unfortunately, it would not be able to influence the created chip within the clones, simply because the chip, even though based off of technology and normal stuff like that, it was only indirectly so, and it on itself was made up of biological matter, meaning Mechidaru would be near useless for the already created clones. Anakin would take control of the facilities in the future, so when the new clones were developing, he would be able to usurp the process, but right now, it would be too late. What he would have to do is fully take over the process and then do a medical re-examining of their biological chips and remove them so that they could be free. He would be unable and is unable to do this considering his resources right now are already stretching it thin. Even if he had enough military might to occupy Kamino, that doesn't mean it would be good for him either because of his current relationship with them. Kamino and Tatooine were quite close together, so Anakin could have taken a short trip over with systems to stealthily take over their facilities, but that wouldn't get him anywhere with the current clones. His time was also limited before he had to return to Coruscant. This didn't mean he was unwilling to go and would take the opportunity to, just in case, redirect the genetic programming done by the Kaminoans. Anakin was within his room, but wanted to head down to his renovated Sith temple beneath because it was much more secure. So he made his way down there so he could establish a connection while posing as Vader, because that was how he represented himself to the Kaminoans. Now suited up, he was ready to call in about some of his requests. Waiting, the Kaminoan he was most in touch with responded because he had made sure to not deal with the head medical chief of their people. Lama Su was a good enough replacement in that regard, but while Anakin's projects were worked on, he needed someone to supervise the situation. Who better than his living medical droids? Of course, not all of them, but some had gone over with top-of-the-line knowledge. And now, they have only gotten better with their experience, which also translated to Anakin becoming better with science overall as well. What can I do for you? Lama Su said as they were viewing each other through screens. I wish to know of the progress of the Sky Seed. Why, of course. Lama Su was ready and very willing to be connected to Vader. He had caught up on the politics of the galaxy a bit recently, and was surprised to find that Vader was somewhat connected to the Skywalker family in Tatooine. Considering their proximity to each other, it would be most beneficial to have a nice relationship, not taking into account that Tatooine had somehow gone against the Hutts and won. This was more than enough reason for Lama to make sure they had a positive mutual friendship. While Nalase, their chief medical scientist at Kamino, was doing well with the clones that didn't make they were totally secure in their financial outlook. With options, they could afford a mistake or two. We have developed the next 2 implants, and they would be ready when you need them. Lama Su said, but was curious about something else, and continued. I'm interested, though. The cells you have sent are of a human sample, correct? That is correct, Vader replied. I have taken to conducting some extra tests on this sample, and what I had found was amazing. It is nothing of which I have never seen before. Lama said, What of it? Vader again replied, but didn't seem to mind Lama's curiosity. I was interested in the genetic makeup, and it is of the standard human genetics, but there was something more. The midi-chlorians, something which we have grown prone to testing for due to certain reasons. And I must say that this was surprising. Lama continued, we needed to create device capable enough to measure it, and the count per cell exceeding my expectations, and those who were also looking into it. Using these cells in combination of those implants, we have theorized and hypothesized that it would be capable enough to uplift someone else's count per cell, simply because of its overwhelming amount. That is interesting, Vader replied with a bland tone, but was actually interested himself, as this could spell the creation of a Force-sensitive army of people, if used correctly. Remembering his synthetic beings, and that he wanted the droids to transfer consciousness into a proper biological body, but do so after having the bodies evolve and adapt with the Sky Seed implants. He couldn't be any more happy at this revelation. This would mean that they would not lose out on retaining their ability to use the Force, and it would not be in direct violation of the rules the Force so heavily reinforces. It had backlashed on Plagueis, trying to use the dark side of the Force in another way it didn't like, so it created him, supposedly. But through this way, it is of a tried method before. An example dating back to those crazy enough to try and increase another being's Force sensitivity through blood transfusions, and it worked with minimal success. This would be no different in principle, but may have a much greater and more profound effect. Vader decides to question about the sense and the rate of their completion. How soon do you think we can finish the complete graph and set of Sky Seed implants? Well, given that there are a grand total of 19, and we have completed the first 5, it would seem that we will be ready in no time for every stage, with extra time to spare. Lama answered, in fact, we have already started work on the next implants. How long until I can use these next 2 then? Vader asked. Well, for the human child going through this, it would need to be between the ages of 12 to 13 for one and 12 to 14 for the other. So there are some limits or time constraints to these amazing genetic discoveries. A reason why these implants could actually work was because the humans of this universe have great genetic malleability. One of the reasons the Kaminoans decided it was fine cloning humans instead of any other species was exactly because of this. You are aware of the sense and what I wish to do with them. Vader said in a questioning tone. Yes, I think I know where you're going with this, and I've already confirmed that it is possibly to use the implants on the synthetics. Lama Su responded, I have another thing to report, though. I need to send into a few other cellular sample, because the old ones would be considered old. Vader continued, Old? I don't believe that applies here. Lama tried to correct Vader. Vader responds, I do believe it does, considering since the last time a sample was delivered, one key factor has changed from the original sample. And what would that be? Lama asks with some interest. The midi-chlorian counts have changed. In fact, it has increased by a substantial amount, and I would like you to use the new cells available. Lama's eyes widened enough for Vader to make out the difference through the screen, separating the both of them. Really? That should be impossible. How did this happen? Let's just say that some interesting events had taken place to allow for something like this. By how much did it increase since last time? The sample we have here, we were able to create a machine to specifically test the count per cell, and it read at 36,900. How much higher could it possibly go? Lama was very excited at this prospective discovery. Take that number and increase it by a third. Vader responded with some amusement in his modulated voice. 49,200. Lama was still recovering from the shock of such a thing, but then noticed a little discrepancy. How did you figure this out? I have technology of my own to do advanced medical diagnosis. And do you also not remember my medical droids I had sent over? Vader answered, Of course. How could I forget that? But to have a midichlorian count so high, the genetics of this person, or more like the cellular structure of this being, must have a great capacity to hold all of those extra microorganisms. Lama was now starting to rant, because even though he is the current leader of the Kaminoans, that doesn't mean he is also not interested in more scientific matters. It is something that is deep-rooted in their society. Lama continues, Send over this sample as soon as possible. I would very much look to investigate how exactly this human cells are stable enough and have such an unlimited capacity for all of that. Right away, I will get it done, and I would like for you to fashion the next 2 implants using this updated sample as well. Vader replied with a request. Why, of course. Lama readily agreed. The rest of the conversation between the two would include some medical examinations and explanations that most without some degree in the sciences wouldn't understand, especially when it came to genetics, biology, and a lot of other stuff when it came to designing his synthetic army to be. The plan was to introduce a new piece of consciousness and force sensitivity suppression technology that would stop the growing bodies from developing their own souls or consciousness. This would allow for Anakin to proceed with the transfer process without having to kill off another soul. The problems, however, with the accelerated aging process would be the same as with the clones and Anakin. His living medical droids and/or the Kaminoans would have to find a way around this. For now, everything has been proceeding to plan. Anakin thought to himself after dealing with the very antisocial and distant Kaminoans. Within another month or so, I should have the 2 next implants to further along the development of my body. The first 3 were starting to have dramatic effects, increasing his physical capabilities overall, but other parts would be needed to complete the process. Thankfully, his healing factor was by far the most advanced out of any person alive, considering his nanosuit, force healing abilities, reinforced dark and light side magics influence physique and medical technology. There would be next to nothing to worry about when it came to hiding the results. Given his lustful nature that had become more pronounced, Anakin was slightly surprised, and not at the same time, because of his resilience to the pull of natural urges. It would seem that his lasting this long would finally come to an end today. The House of Virtue. A sign was read within his mind as he had finally decided to put an end to his 12-year-long abstinence. It was involuntary, of course, because what were you to do with a part that didn't work because you hadn't started to hit puberty yet? He wasn't a playboy within his previous life for nothing after all, so he headed in with no hesitation. Why, hello there, handsome. A Twi'lek woman walks by giving Anakin a good look at the goods and winking towards him. Anakin had hidden his features by projecting the Force and masking his face with another. A fake face crafted to make sure others didn't know he came here. It wouldn't look good for his image as a Jedi, now would it? And he especially gaining traction now with some fame. Walking toward the counter, Anakin decides to get straight to business. I would like to procure some services. Anything for the right amount. The woman behind the counter replied. Of course. Anakin then paid for the services to come, and he had a feeling that he may last a very long time considering all the enhancements done to his body. He wouldn't be surprised. What would happen was a few working women would come along with Anakin to a privately selected room where a lot of fun would happen and an entire night would pass by as Anakin had to rediscover himself. Rediscover and work on some skills that may have atrophied over the long years. Thankfully, it wouldn't take too long for him to finish up, Well, it did, but what he had meant by finish up is that the working women that had come along for the ride were worn out, tired from the action, and wouldn't go on any longer. Walking from outside the private room, Anakin starts to walk away from the interesting business. Wait, a sleepy and very sexy-looking Twi'lek followed after him. Will you be coming another time? Considering that Anakin was only here to satiate his lust, he would probably come again, if not to another establishment, but he answered another way. No, he didn't want to build up any hopes of starting some kind of relationship. They may be people as well, but Anakin was not looking to get involved with them, and would only do so as one-offs. The Twi'lek seemed to be visibly disappointed because she had a great time, better than all of the customers she had interacted with before. Please reconsider. She tried to be as seductive as possible, and it might have worked for some other men, but Anakin was not interested. He just walked off and disappeared as the sun of Coruscant was starting to rise. Within the Jedi High Council's conference room, I have heard of some interesting rumors that may hold some truth to them. Shaak Ti spoke within an average council meeting. Pray tell, what might these rumors be? Mace questions the reclusive Jedi Master. It is about our enigmatic Jedi, Padawan, Anakin Skywalker, and I am sure that those of us here have also heard of the things said around the temple. In fact, within the Senate itself. Shaak continued after Mace's questioning. Aware, I am of young Skywalker's political intrigue. Yoda responds here. And of you? Master Windu. Yes, I'm also aware of Skywalker's proposal. Mace responds. Proposal? Has Padawan Skywalker created some more trouble for us now? Ki-Adi-Mundi asked. Shaak Ti responded in Anakin's defense. No. Well, yes and no. It is more of the result of his new given position of being a part of a royal family and government that doesn't conform to the Jedi or the Republic. Shaak continued. This has resulted in a most interesting proposal. Jedi Master Depa Billaba, the current youngest on the council, questioned. And what is this proposal, if I may ask? From what I was able to ascertain, the boy has somehow gotten himself into some sort of political marriage contract. Shaak Ti answers with her little bit of knowledge on the subject. The council grows silent at this subject. The Jedi do not allow attachments, yes, and usually condemn a lot of emotions because of their fear of the dark side of the Force, but that doesn't mean exceptions were not made. In fact, the Jedi did not allow someone to be married. This goes against their beliefs, completely putting Anakin, or more like his home planet of Tatooine, at odds with the Jedi. This subject was also meant to be secret, something Anakin's mother had told him in privacy on Tatooine, but it would seem somehow leaks were provided. This piece of information, while not too damaging at all, definitely would put Anakin in a tight spot if the Jedi believed him to somehow be involved. They do not have the best track record when it comes to investigations, and Ahsoka from alternate timeline would have left the Order because of this. One such exception to the rule that applied to this situation was Ki-Adi-Mundi, who at this current time has 5 wives and around 6 to 7 children, with possibly more on the way. Why? Because he was a Saurian. One only had to look at the current species situation. Saurians were a sexually dimorphic species, with male Saurians aging more rapidly than their female counterparts. Additionally, males were outnumbered by females due to a skewed birth rate ratio of 20 females to every 1 male. This is what had allowed the slightly sociopathic Jedi Master, Ki-Adi-Mundi, to have as many wives as he did. The council were conflicted about the situation because once again they were forced to see the situation again. What is the problem exactly here? Does Padawan Skywalker need to have children? Ki-Adi-Mundi asked, feeling that the boy was somewhat similar to himself in this instance. Well, if we're to take into account the information we have gathered here, then it is only plausible that he would need to do so. Plo Koon said, Young Padawan Skywalker, no matter if he is the chosen one or not, now has responsibilities he cannot turn down. Plo Koon continued, he is now a prince of some kind on some outer rim world. Politics are not the most straightforward of things and require some reluctant agreements. The Jedi are not above the rulings of the Senate, even when we have our own freedoms. Mace said, Master Windu, correct he is. Padawan Skywalker's situation more pondering, deliberation it needs. Judge the situation must be before decide We must before against our wishes the decision chosen is. Yoda said to the council, as this would be the last of their conversation for now. Padme was fast approaching herself imposed term limits now, but that didn't mean she would escape her supposed fate brought down upon her by multiple people, not only from within her own people, but also from the Senate. She would not have been so opposed to this decision if it was her choice, but it would seem that she has very little control over a decision such as this, especially when everyone was up against you. At least it is to someone I know and quite like. Padme thought to herself before having a light dusting of red on her cheeks, and shaking off those thoughts continues with her activities. Having talked to his mother, Padme had come to the conclusion that an alliance was needed if not wanted by her, as selfish as it may be. She still had valid reasons to do as such. They just aligned with her own preferences. Your Highness, if I may, a counselor within the assembly room spoke to her askance of an audience. What is it? Padme asked. She went on to discuss with the advisors and people in positions of power within the hierarchy of her people, which lead to solving problems for her people, the people she represents and tries to uplift. With 1 year left, she doesn't have too much time to implement the changes she wants. Her plans for the future right now included trying to become a part of the Senate, to take the place of the original representative of her planet. While Palpatine had become the Supreme Chancellor that left his previous position open, and she was planning to take it for herself. It would seem, however, that she may not be able to do so and would have to become a part of another government, to another government on a planet she doesn't all too much like. Don't get her wrong, she doesn't dislike the people, it is the heat on Tatooine that she isn't used to. She was currently alone and had been talking to her elder sister about the recent events and her apparent fate. Her sister, who had no desire to serve in the government of which she was a part of. I told you so. Padme's sister, Solon Aberry, said to her over the connection they shared through a communication device. Sighing, Padme responds, Yes, you don't have to be childish about it. Deciding to be mature, Sola continues. So, you have a new suitor then? Aren't you just happy that those within the Republic and your own people want you to go through with this? Within the Jedi Medical Center, John Doe was peacefully sleeping within his comatose state and was all alone, isolated from everything and everybody else that needs medical care. If someone who is Force-sensitive and is trained within the Force were to be here, they would notice something was off. A pull that indicated that something was using the energy within their area, but no one was here to witness this event. It was also not powerful enough to alert anyone of its presence. John Doe, within his comatose state, was actually starting to stir. Everything about him had been documented by the Jedi, from his appearance to medical abnormalities and even any scaring he has, so they could better identify him in the future. That is if he escapes, because for all reasons John Doe may very well be sent back to Tatooine for some form of execution. The more vocally bloodthirsty subjects of Tatooine would certainly want something like that, and the Senate would properly agree. Eyes opening, heavy breathing, and feeling weak all over, John Doe leaps to his feet and scrambles around the room while being confused at his restraints. They were limiting him, but it was not something he would usually be unable to get out of with some help from the Force. Breaking things as he tries to regain his bearings, he is slightly intoxicated with all the drugs pumped into his system. Where am I? John Doe thought to himself, as he could see through his blurry vision that the place he was currently within had a lot of weird equipment. Looking toward another corner, there was even a Bacta tank, something that was incredibly expensive to have. Not that the price all that mattered to John Doe. He could basically get away with having anything he wanted, free of charge, of course, thanks to his gifts. Stumbling around, John Doe drags himself successfully outside of the facility and is somehow unnoticed throughout the temple. It was as if he was coated in some sort of invisibility that cloaks him from the view of the Jedi. A long walk did John Doe have to go through as he was guided by an alluring voice spread throughout the Force, calling to him quietly and softly as if it was his salvation. He began seeing things, hallucinations, as if high on drugs, because he was in a combination of the effects from the self-imposed poisoning. Now he was stable enough to go toward his Lord, his master, of whom had taken him in and cared for his well-being, but also the cruelty he had been taught and become accustomed to. Master, he thought within himself. Now exiting the Jedi temple free from his current captors, he makes his way towards the Senate in his delirious stat. Paying no mind to any bystanders, he hurriedly pushes them over while making his way restrained. Restricted as he is, it would seem that this didn't stop him from movement and was quite skilled in maneuvering himself towards the Senate. Master! John Doe starts to scream out loud, but everyone out late at night keeps a distance from the madman. Master! John Doe repeatedly calls out and is stopped by some guards outside the Senate building. After a while, Palpatine is informed of the disturbance and is called over to see that his captured subordinate had somehow escaped. To deal with him, Palpatine decides to bring him in as quietly as possible before he creates even more of a ruckus, drawing attention towards him and possibly connecting to himself. John Doe is brought before his master, Darth Sidious. Master, you have come for me, John Doe said while in restraints that had been reinforced and currently being held back by the Red Guard Palpatine had created. I see that you have come in quite the desperate state. Palpatine considered his options about what to do with the man. Master, I have successfully done what you have said. I have freed the Hutt, known as Jabba. John Doe practically spits all over the floor with drool coming from his mouth. Through willpower alone, and maybe perhaps the Force, does he still stay conscious and sane enough to speak semi-coherently. I have heard of your supposed success and of your failure as well. Darth Sidious is reminded of this fact every time he looks at the pathetic worm on the floor. My lord, I am sorry that I was unable to fully do everything you had told me to do. John Doe continues. It is best I safely dispose of this garbage. After having considered his options, he decided it would be best to be rid of him, but he usually doesn't take care of the dirty work himself and would get someone else to do so. No, of course I would not punish you for such a flaw. I believe it would be best for you to go on another mission. Palpatine decides that sending the man on a suicide mission would be for the best. Dead at the hands of another, and who better than the young Skywalker? He had started to become quite the nuisance to his plans. Not that they still weren't going his way. It was just he had become more petty and started to develop a desire to take him as a potential apprentice for his replacement of Darth Tyrannus. Darth Tyrannus was after all not fully committed to the dark side, not fully committed to him, so it would only make sense to get rid of him as well. Given that the young Padawan had dealt with his agent before and had successfully apprehended him, Palpatine thinks it would be best to put the boy to the test. He wouldn't let his agent go without further empowering him a bit more to give him an edge against the opponent he had not been able to overcome. A special ritual to transform my agent into a walking suicide bomb ready to go off at my command. Palpatine thought insidiously and laced with malicious intent, decided it was time to put the boy's character to the test. Would Anakin kill his agent if forced into a position like that, or would he refrain and get himself and others harmed because of his hesitation? Because the Jedi would tell him to do so. Working twofold, this would bring Anakin closer and closer to wanting to leave the Jedi Order, and potentially easier to persuade the boy to join him. But for now, it would take a lot of time to go so far. My agent, I think I have the right mission just for you. In his delirious state, John Doe would be unable to recognize what Palpatine intends to do and would follow anything he says. My lord, I would do anything for your forgiveness. He rambles after Palpatine's order. Palpatine's smile curls into a wicked grin reminiscent of a Cheshire cat that was looking upon its prey. Good, good. He taps his old fingers against the table he was sitting on and looking out towards what would become his. No, it has already become all mine. The Jedi Temple had been alerted to their escaped prisoner. It wasn't exactly chaos because the Jedi preach against it, but that didn't mean that the temple wasn't in a state on unrest because of the potential danger. John Doe, having escaped, had given the Jedi another wake-up call that would go unnoticed yet again. The droid attack on the temple didn't change them, so why would this? Especially when it was only one person, presumably steeped in the dark side, but still one person against the entirety of the Order. In fact, a Padawan was enough to apprehend him, then why wouldn't another be able to do the same? Of course, this is flawed logic given that the person who had done so was Anakin and he is tiers above them, but no one would say that was the reason. It was a very detrimental way of thinking, but that is what the Jedi are. Fundamentally flawed. Anakin. He had become aware of a visitor. In fact, he was interested in the fact that he could in particular feel her presence amongst everyone else's much easier, because he would have to use at least a bit more concentration to do so. Smiling, Anakin greeted her back. Ayla. She had just gotten back from a mission, she had went on. You didn't tell me you were going? You also did not do so. Anakin replied. Pouting, she replies. Well, I didn't know and had to leave on short notice. How surprising that is the exact same for me. Anakin countered, but still had a smile on his face. So how did your mission go then? Well, I just had to rescue some people is all. The usual. She had some hints of pride within her voice. As if reading her thoughts, Anakin says. Helped your people, did you? Dumbfounded, she replied. How did you know? A magician never tells their secrets. Even if he didn't exactly know how he could read her thoughts so easily himself. Is that right? Ayla now has a cheeky grin on her face. I think I could tell what you have been up to as well. And what is that then? Anakin decides to take her up on her challenge. If you manage to tell me anything of major importance, I will reward with a favor, a singular favor. Now even more excited than before, she asks. Really? Yes. Anakin confirms, as if thinking she starts to dig deep into herself, as she had noticed more and more the strange occurrences seemed to enable and empower her more so than they did before. She was a decent Force sensitive, but through her connection with Anakin, she had noticed an increase in capability. Even more so, she had learned to harness this unique foresight to see through the eyes of Anakin and was able to do so much more with it. Like look into some memories or events of the past. Of course, memories or events that aren't heavily guarded by Anakin's mental defenses. Nonetheless, she would be able to, with time, to be able to see even that, but she doesn't know that, and neither does Anakin, for now. All Ayla knows is that she could see into bits and pieces of his past. Let's see here. Ayla had her eyes closed. What is this? Something about some kind of treaty between the planets of Tatooine and Naboo through an alliance forged by marriage. I think you will have to try harder than that. That has become semi-public knowledge by this point in time. Anakin said, thinking it was unfair. Because she didn't actually know of this, she threw it to the back of her mind, trying to make sure she won this little competition. Ayla thought the reward was too much to pass up on. Digging even deeper, she tries to see something and is able to make out something weird. What is this? She thinks to herself before telling Anakin. Well, something that had recently happened before I have come back was you were going through some type of surgery, and her face was starting to become furrowed. And you were in pain. Grimacing, she continued. In so much pain, but you continued going, and I believe you can stop right there. Anakin breaks her out of her trance. How the hell could she see that? Anakin was very confused, but at the same time concerned for her well-being. Are you all right? Taking a breath, she responds. Yes, I am fine. I'm just a little confused as to what I had seen. She knows that it had to be Anakin's view, his perspective and feelings at the time of what was happening. Do you have something to tell me? She questions and looks him up and down, then starts to notice something else. When did you become taller yet again? I have nothing in particular to say, and yes, I have become taller. Anakin replied, making sure to try and continue to redirect the line of conversation. She had done so herself. You are growing very fast. Ayla became distracted for a moment as she stared into his eyes before coming back down to earth. Wait a minute. Don't try to take away from my question. I would like to know what I saw. You have seen something I would have liked for you not to see. Anakin replied as he felt compelled to not lie, as if he could trust her more for some reason. He obviously disliked telling people everything about him, and it wasn't just because he was so greedy he would even hoard himself. No, there are some valid reasons to do so. Especially the fact that according to his theory of being the combination of two souls, to make an entirely new one comes into play. Well, I have seen it now, so you should just spill the beans. Ayla said, being concerned herself, not necessarily angry or upset. I guess it wouldn't hurt. I will only talk about myself going through the secret genetic manipulation, though. Anakin thought to himself, considering his options. All right, I will tell you of what you saw was. Now that I think about it, how the hell did she find that out? Considering that the Force was very well damn near capable of bending and shaping reality according to its wishes or the wishes of its users, he shouldn't really be too surprised. I will look into this, however. Anakin thought to himself as he then came clean to Ayla about him going through an experimental genetic modification meant to make himself physically stronger. Of course, there are other benefits to such a thing, but the most prominent was the physical aspects. He didn't want to go into the detail as such because he worried she would try to stop him because of the pain it could cause. In fact, he may very well be unable to have children as a result. How horrible. Ayla said, aware that he was not providing her with everything, but was actually a little happy he shared this with her. Thank you for trusting me. She smiled and did something quite bold. She embraced him, surprised by the surprise hug. Anakin was a bit stumped because somehow even he didn't see this coming. His mind-reading abilities had blanked out at this second, as if the Force did this on purpose, making sure to catch him off guard. All right. Anakin pats her back and soothingly replies, sealing the next stage of their relationship that had been held back by Ayla's indoctrination by the Jedi. It would seem, however, she has taken the next steps to embracing her emotions more, even if she was unsure herself what they were. The knighting ceremony was the ceremony in which a Jedi Padawan or apprentice was made into a full Jedi Knight. An ancient ritual, it was presided over by members of the Jedi High Council or of the other 3 councils, and led by the Grand Master. This ceremony could be repeated for a knight who achieved the rank of Master. To go through with the knighting ceremony, first one would have to complete the trials. Today we have gathered here to grant upon these 2 Jedi their rightful promotions, their new positions as Jedi. The Jedi High Council had come together today to commemorate the achievements of 2 individuals. These 2 people had been recognized by the Jedi Council as having achieved something great on their last mission and would be granted a new status. One of these 2 was an individual known as Quinlan Vos, and the other was his young apprentice Aayla Secura, who would be promoted to a Jedi Knight at the young age of 19. While her master, Quinlan Vos, would go from another Jedi Knight to a legitimate master. Jedi Knight Quinlan Vos, you have shown and demonstrated skill and wisdom beyond your position, and for this the Council have decided it is you time to become a master. The people who were present were Yoda, the Grand Master, and 3 other members. These Jedi Masters being Plo Koon, Yaddle, and Depa Billaba. The Grand Master Yoda decided to take center stand. Jedi Knight Vos, selfless actions Kintan you have done. For this I believe, the Jedi believe ready you are to become a master. Yoda says, granting him his new official title. Quinlan does the correct ceremonial response. Yoda moves on from Ayla's teacher into herself. Padawan Secura, many troubles come across you have. Many triumphs you have also had, completed the trials the Council believes. Your master believes. Overcome the dark you have shown completion of the trial of skill. Yoda continues. Completion of the trial of courage, trial of flesh, trial of the spirit, and the trial of insight. For this Jedi Knight you shall be. Yoda finishes, now granting Ayla her new official and formal rank of Jedi Knight. After this event takes place, everyone would go back to doing whatever they were doing, with Ayla go to Anakin, Vos going who knows where, and the other masters that officiated the mission go back to their council business. Or whatever business they had after this was done. Looks like I've been promoted to a Jedi Knight. Ayla said to Anakin, who was within the training room, along with Ahsoka and Barriss doing their own things. Barriss was meditating herself, while Ahsoka was having some fun with the droids, specifically training her very minimal lightsaber skills. Anakin smiles towards Ayla. Congratulations. I am happy for your achievement. Thank you. Ayla cutely smiled back, and while this was going on, Barriss within her corner was staring jealously at the 2. Who does she think she is? I knew Anakin first. Obviously, Barriss was unaware of what emotion she was feeling, and all she knew was that it made her feel bitter. She was also much more detached now than before, and was more prone to accepting herself and her emotions. So she did not necessarily shun or shut this down, but she definitely will not try and project this feeling. Anakin will still notice, though. He always does. Well, how could he not when he's practically be using these abilities since he was a baby? It was becoming increasingly harder for him to control it, because if you were to put it in gaming terminology, it had become passive, meaning there was no on and off switch. Barriss had noticed they seemed much more intimate than they did before, as if something had changed in the relationship between the two, and she didn't like it because of the feeling she had. As for Ahsoka, she didn't really feel this way, even if she too had noticed the change, for she was only 7 turning 8, but that didn't mean she was ignorant. She knew a thing or two and would always try and hog as much time as she could with Anakin. It was not like Anakin was turning her away or not giving her attention, but she had grown attached, something that the Jedi try to prevent, but it will always happen. Not unless you were some kind of hermit. A knock was heard on the door before someone entered. That someone being Jedi Master Shaak Ti. Well, what do we have here? Barriss got up from her meditation. Ahsoka went towards Anakin, while Ayla put a little bit of distance between herself and Anakin because it could be misconstrued as inappropriate. Anakin was nonchalant, as he couldn't care too much about being seen with anyone in a position that could be taken the wrong way. That wasn't his problem, but the problem of the person getting it wrong. "Hello, Master T," Anakin greeted, and after he did, so the others said their own greetings as well. "Well, it seems that you have quite the varied group of friends here, Skywalker," Shaak said, seeing the situation. "I guess I do," Anakin replied. Moving away from that subject, Shaak says, "Anyway, I have come to inform you of something very special." Shaak pauses to build some anticipation. "And that would be?" Anakin asks. "Your promotion to a Jedi Knight, of course." Shaak Ti drops the bomb, and the girls in the room all have their own reactions. Ahsoka is confused but also happy, while Barriss is a little bitter while at the same time excited for Anakin, and the most conflicted was Ayla, as while she is also excited or happy for him, she is also thinking internally. "I was just promoted to a knight, and Anakin here is younger than me and has only been on one mission." Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, it would seem no one was expecting this. Shaak Ti said, "I kind of expected this." Anakin thought internally before saying, "I don't believe I have completed all of the trials yet, or at least I haven't been informed yet that I will become one right away." That is true. Some on the council are apprehensive about allowing this, so a grueling test has been created just for you. Shaak Ti responded, "Your trials will be overseen, but most, if not every council member possible. It will also be likely your masters, Qui-Gon Jinn and Mace Windu, will be involved." I could kind of guess that was going to happen. Anakin said, "The date of this event should be sometime next month, and now that my message has been delivered, what have you all been up to?" Shaak Ti said, as if she were trying to imply something. "Master T, we were doing nothing at all, just discussing things about lightsaber techniques and the like." Ayla scrambled to make an excuse up now that things had escalated again. "Lightsaber techniques, is it?" Shaak questions. Nodding her head furiously, Ayla confirms, not realizing that Shaak Ti had a teasing nature. "Yes. You must practice a lot, then." "I imagine very often with Skywalker, yes." Shaak Ti said, "Of course we go at it a lot of the time. After coming back from the mission I was assigned, we have practically been at it every day." The insinuation went right over Ayla's head, and so did it for Ahsoka and Barriss as well. "Right. I thank you, Master T, for your time." Anakin decides to put an end to her teasing before anyone catches on. "Trying to get me to leave now, are you? Want to get back to your saber training, do you?" Shaak says suggestively, once again going over everyone else's head other than Anakin. "We do dash." Ayla tries to respond, but is cut off by Anakin as he once again tries to get Shaak to leave politely. "I think that is enough. Don't you see there are children around?" Anakin says to the confusion of the girls, not including Shaak. "Okay, I can see that I am disturbing something, and it seems that Skywalker here seems to disagree with my presence." Shaak plays up for some pity or sympathy, so she could stay. Being the oldest, Ayla assumes control over Anakin and allows her. "Yes, you may stay." "Well, I won't be too bothered by her stay as long as she doesn't try anything funny." Anakin was aware that Shaak Ti may try something suspicious, but didn't mind it too much considering her isolationist behavior. Surely, by being so closed off, it affects her state of mind and ability to think. Not to mention the emotional impact that could have. In the end, however, there are always exceptions to the rule, and she clearly was one, so she may not need a close relationship with anyone. Padawan Skywalker, why don't you have a spar with me? I would like to test my skills against a form that I don't get to test all so often. Shock offers. Anakin takes her up on the offer. Sure, I don't mind proving that I'm better at combat. Leaving no room for any more back-and-forth banter, he dives in using the perfected Form 7 that Mace had created. Ayla, having seen this fight, would go on to continue watching, while Ahsoka would go back to her corner and practice her basics, because Anakin was adamant in her becoming perfect in even that. While Barriss, having mostly nothing to do, went back to meditation. Barriss did secretly think to herself, however. Yes, score. With Master T here to distract Anakin, would he and Ayla no longer be close to each other? She took her victory, no matter how small it was. Today we have gathered here to test whether or not Padawan Skywalker has the capacity to become a Jedi Knight. When in an official setting, it was here that Kagan and Mace were not able to determine whether he would pass or not. No matter what they would say or report, it was now up to the other masters on the council. Can't be biased now, could they? An audience had actually been accrued due to some of the infamy Anakin has built within the temple and outside of it as well. There were many interested parties here to see the progress of a very great prodigy, strange in his development, his methods and intellect great enough to help build a business and forethought to help a slave rebellion that somehow put him on a throne. Many people look at Anakin and see someone of either great talent or great fortune and luck. In fact, all of the council members that could be present were present. Of course, Kagan and Mace were here to not only fully confirm their own judgments and put to rest their own reservations, but also participate in the test. Everyone gathered here today have requested to see what the Jedi are capable of through the efforts and exploits of one of our recently joined members. The youngest and perhaps most talented is to perform some trials today to evaluate his performance. A Jedi announcer said, not one of the masters themselves or anyone well-known. This was done because of the entertainment for their guests, but it would also become an example of what the Jedi are capable of. Some of what was pushed for here today was slightly manipulated through Palpatine because of his interest in the young Skywalker, but he also wanted to see his progress in other things as well. Just how well does the supposed chosen one perform? Others within the Senate had also taken this opportunity to see a person of great interest within their current political climate. Some of their motives were either between benevolent or downright malevolent. Being broadcasted to everyone, Palpatine wanted for the world to see the power someone whom is Force-sensitive could possess, but he also wanted to put pressure on the child. This was in hopes that it would make him slip up and resort to using the dark side of the Force unintentionally. For what Palpatine currently understands is that the boy is learning under two masters, Mace Windu and Kagan. Unorthodox in practice, but this only opened up even greater opportunities for Palpatine. If only Anakin was actually a child, one without experience, without maturity, or even without the simple knowledge that he possessed of Palpatine's insidiousness. Among the spectators, other than including the usual Jedi Masters and Palpatine, there was Ayla, Ahsoka, and Barriss seated within their own group. Looking all around, people would also be able to spot many Jedi spread throughout this event. Another factor to account among the crowd was that some business moguls and other political figures were here to watch the event. Why did this have to become a spectacle? Anakin was against such a display, especially when it didn't really help him gain anything. In fact, he was seething inside that Sidious had done this, because now he would be unable to receive any money. The more greedy side of himself wanted every metaphorical cent, but it would be impossible to monetize for himself, as anything made from the viewing will either go towards the Senate or the Jedi. Equally split halfway at least between the two. What this event would lead to, supposedly, was the Republic gaining even greater trust with the Senate and Jedi, but it would only have the opposite effect for the Jedi. While temporarily the Jedi may get a boost in reputation, others may start to see and maybe even fear the power the Jedi wield but the Order would not see this. This is exactly what Palpatine is hoping and has planned for. Ladies, gentlemen, and all those in between, I introduce to you our star for this event. The Jedi announcer introduces Anakin Skywalker, Jedi Padawan. The crowd doesn't burst into cheers, except those who are young within the audience and those who are very close to Anakin. Most of the older Jedi, more indoctrinated, or just overall not that interested in this event, only applauded on instinct with some clapping. Other political and economical figures followed suit in a more calm approach to the topic. And now, for our first event. The announcer said, the trial of skill. Now that everything had been set up and Anakin had been introduced to the crowd, to whoever within the Republic was watching, they could officially start. And now, for our first event. The announcer said, the trial of skill. The trial of skill was one of the oldest trials in the battery of tests preferred by the Order. While the test did consist of numerous displays of lightsaber technique, the main thing that the Battlemaster looked for when judging a potential knight was their ability to avoid distraction through self-discipline. Walking into the setup arena, Anakin is now being shown to the galaxy. Everyone had become quiet as to hear what the announcer had to say. The Jedi do not usually do this, and in fact do not conduct trials like this altogether. The announcer continued to give some trivia. Before its formalization, the trial was made up of acrobatic feats, while using the Force to levitate objects in the midst of storms. A three-part assessment addressing physical, mental, and combat challenges will take place. The standard physical challenges included a test of climbing, heights, endurance, escape, and leaping. The mental challenges which followed tested skill with levitation, a second endurance test, duress, and reflection. Anakin would then go on to complete the physical and mental challenges easily, given that there was not much opposing forces against him. The last part of the trial required a student to face off against some form of adversary, though the individual or individuals they faced varied in species or allegiance, and could be made of flesh and blood or a clever simulacrum created from archived data. The tests of conflict, dueling, and of the calm mind pitted Padawans against droids, other students, the Temple Battlemaster, or even the Grandmaster, and outlast their attacks. What a performance! Young Padawan Skywalker was easily able to pass through the first two parts of the trial of skills, but now he will have to compete against another Jedi. The Jedi announcer said, then continued, will he be going against a Battlemaster? Will he go up against the Grandmaster himself? Yoda speaks up here, taking over from their announcer. Padawan Skywalker, face an opponent you must. Two main opponents you will today face, but first other Padawans you will go against. Anakin was given a training lightsaber because he was to face off multiple supposed enemies that are younger than him. Those of whom would have been considered as peers, but even though their ages are around the same, or are exactly so, that doesn't mean they were a match for him. So a one-on-one duel would be considered unfair. After having everyone lined up, Anakin was on the opposing side. The other Padawans were in their own corner as well before the fight would begin. Among them included some random Padawans not well known within his memory. Begin. Yoda called, having needed to be the overseer of this fight. The fight didn't last very long because Anakin was able to easily outskill them, but considering they were just normal Jedi students, it makes sense. Defeated your peers you have. Face a Battlemaster now you must. Yoda said as his first opponent made himself known by jumping down into the arena. It was Jedi Master Cyandralik. Padawan Skywalker, I do hope you impress me, Cyandralik said. Anakin replies, I do hope so as well. Having known all of the candidates that he would face, at the top of the list was Cyandralik, the current Battlemaster. Anakin had learned a thing or two when it came to saber combat from him. He had succeeded Dooku, who was known to be an excellent duelist, so this fight should be fun. This time Anakin was not using a practice saber, and neither was Cyandralik. Both ignited their sabers, getting ready to engage each other. No order was given to begin, and they went at it. Anakin was using the signature style Mace had passed on to him, since no doubt others could learn a thing or two if they watched closely. Dralig was instructed by Yoda himself, and would make a formidable opponent. They exchanged their first strikes, testing the waters. Dralig's movements were fast, very fast, that with each blow Anakin would have had trouble keeping up with if he wasn't prepared or had the abilities to overcome his opponent. Anakin had wanted to put on a display, since even though he wouldn't be making any direct money from this, he would at least do so indirectly. Dralig had developed his own unique style of lightsaber combat, calling upon the Force to enhance his speed and relying on unconventional and unpredictable movements. Dralig had mastered all 7 forms of lightsaber combat, and his understanding and knowledge of each form was outstanding enough that he was considered the most prolific lightsaber instructor in the temple, second only to Yoda himself. This didn't pose too much of a problem for Anakin, as he too had trained extensively with other forms. In fact, a special 8th form had been in the works, but it is incomplete for now. The duel between the two lasts for a while, because while Anakin overall is stronger, the Battle Master still has more experience than him, thus making the battle go longer. Still, Anakin wanted to test out the 7th form, even when he wanted to taunt his opponent. After a while, Yoda called out, "That is enough." The battle had finished, or more like had ended in a draw between the two, and Anakin's next opponent will test him. Dralig steps outside the arena, and who is up next is not known to the crowd, but Anakin can see the future to a much greater capacity, even since learning, or more like copying, the unique Shatterpoint ability Mace had. It was Yoda himself. "Opponent I will be, test your skill for myself, I will see," Yoda said, as everyone was roaring with excitement at seeing the illustrious Grandmaster in combat. Anakin does a respectful bow, knowing that while he may be able to kill Yoda, if he wanted, he would be unable to beat him into submission. It is always harder to knock out your foe than to kill them, because control is not a factor in situations like that. Yoda's diminutive frame should not be taken at face value. The Force can still allow those, even though they are older in their years, to become strong enough to defeat those who may have more energy and are younger than them. A green lightsaber is emitted from Yoda, while Anakin ignites his blue lightsaber again, not intending to use both just yet. Again, no signal was given, and the two were at it with Yoda being very nimble, jumping and exchanging blows with Anakin. But if one was able to see, they would identify that Yoda would most of the time lose out in those moments. Anakin's strength and speed was greater, and even though Yoda was more skilled and experienced, he couldn't win against Anakin in a duel like this. So Yoda changed up the way he fights Anakin by resorting to keeping his distance as much as possible. Within these battles, neither participant is meant to use Force abilities like telekinesis, but empowering your own body is allowed. Another strike is exchanged between the two, and this duel becomes another prolonged fight between the two. After a while, Anakin had been defeated, but the duel between the two nearly ended in a draw. This only showed Anakin that he wasn't quite prepared or ready yet when it came to things like this, but he knew with time he would only get better. Wow, what an amazing display of skill. The announcer voiced the thought of everyone within the crowd and possibly the public. Not that most of them even knew anything when it came to lightsaber combat. Within the arena, Anakin was bowing towards Yoda as a sign of respect. "Master Yoda, I think that I could have had you there." Chuckling a bit, Yoda replied, "Nearly you did." While everyone was finished with their own thoughts and the crowd had died down, the next trial would begin. Anakin did not need to complete the trial of courage, as he has already shown such qualities before. With him leaving the temple ages ago to help the slave on Tatooine, that showed his courage even if it went against the wishes of the Order. Or one would only need to look at how he performed on Tatooine, facing off against a dark side user and successfully capturing him. Unfortunately, they had not seen their prisoner since, but the Jedi were on the hunt for John Doe. The trial of the flesh was the most trying test given at the temple, involving the apprentice overcoming great physical pain, hardship, or loss. The test sometimes resulted in death or dismemberment. Throughout history, the trial was known to involve bloodshed of some form. The announcer did start it again. The trial of flesh. Not everyone was aware of what exactly this was, but going off of the name itself, they should be able to tell what it involves. What have the Jedi prepared for me here? Anakin would not be going through having his hand chopped off to complete this trial. He saw a trend with the High Council deciding to use the trials of the old Jedi Order here. and given that it didn't go against them or their code to do so, they accepted this proposition. This means that now Anakin has to deal with the consequences, knowing full well they may never do something like this again. The young Padawan Skywalker must now pass this test, but I'm sure from everyone's expressions that most are unaware of what this exactly entails. I'm also sure those who are watching from a device would also be unaware of this trial. The announcer said. Deciding to give a brief history lesson, the announcer continued. At the height of the Pious era, the Order subjected its apprentices to bursts of energy applied directly to the skin, known as the burning. While this type of torture was abandoned by the Order, battle scars were accepted as passage during the new Sith Wars. Today, Skywalker will have to go through the burning just as those of old had gone through. These bastards are quite sadistic, aren't they? Anakin thought to himself, fuming but not all too worried about it considering he has gotten used to pain before. An example being how he went through those surgeries with no drug to help him and only his willpower. Today we will not go to the same extent those of the old did, but it will be to a similar consequences. The announcer continued. The burning was the name given to a form of torture that consisted of the repeated use of a blaster, set at a low power level, to slowly sear the flesh of an individual's body down to the bone. So the process began, but given that Anakin has such high natural defenses against most weaponry, because of his nanosuit, he had to deactivate it for a while. What they had designed would be used to specifically burn him alive, in a sense. Not unlike what happened to the original Vader. But here it would only be an intense heat meant to knock him unconscious. If Anakin is able to pass this test, he would be one step closer to becoming a knight. Having gained an initial understanding of the device, Anakin decides he will not be turning his nanosuit off, as it could help him. No one knows of his suit's full capabilities, so he would use it to his utmost advantage to kind of cheat the system. Who likes pain after all? But he would at least have to act it out. Having been put into the microwave, he means heating capsule. Anakin starts to feel the heat, as everyone else who wanted to tune and watched him burn. What great entertainment! Anakin thought to himself. The crowd watched in anticipation, and some of the more sadistic of people enjoyed the show, not knowing that Anakin didn't feel any pain at all and was quite cozy and comfortable. He didn't want to worry anyone about what he was going through, but started to yell out loud. "Son of a monkey!" Anakin shouted while lacing his voice in pain, while simultaneously trying to keep it PG-friendly, while thinking, who would let their children watch this? Better safe than sorry, don't want to traumatize anyone. Mother fathers, Anakin once again shouted. Merlin's beard. When nearing the end, Anakin decided to throw something out there that most wouldn't think too much about. You're a wizard, Airy, he said with an accent, but doing so with some faked pain. Anakin could also guess as to what Palpatine was thinking, something along the lines of, yes, the Jedi are creating their doom, or something like that. After everything was over, most people were not that worried, but the girls that Anakin frequented with were very worried for his safety. They didn't know about the full capacities of his nanosuit, even if they know about. Sighing internally, Anakin thinks to himself, well, I can just reassure them later. Not that he cared all too much about how exactly they would feel given those feelings weren't his, but it would be remiss of him to ignore them. Great. Our young hero seems to be doing just fine, meaning that the next trial will begin. The announcer said, and it would seem as if it was starting to turn into some sort of sport. Most of the politicians and business moguls were quite amazed at having to see the capabilities a Jedi, no, a Force-sensitive, could have. In particular, they were amazed at Anakin, but there was not much they could do now. Most probably not even afterwards as well. The trial of the spirit. The announcer hypes up the crowd and those watching. The money they were making was quite a lot through ad revenues and the like. The trial of the spirit. To pass the trial of the spirit, apprentices had to look deep within their souls on a quest of self-discovery. This test was designed to pit a potential knight against their most dangerous enemy, the darkness within themselves. While Anakin had known of his darkness, but he had not really been confronted about it, he considered this as a sign that he has control over it. On Ilum, he was faced with both sides of the extreme versions of himself, the one totally dedicated to the light, and the other totally dedicated to the dark. This process would be personal, so they would not be able to broadcast something like this. Anakin would not like to do so, but thankfully he would just be entering a meditative state of being to complete this trial. That is what or how it is usually done anyway. I'm afraid to inform the crowd that while the trial of the spirit is being done, there would not be much action to see. The announcer continued. In fact, it could take a few hours to complete, depending on the Padawan in question. So for now, I will hand over what will be happening next to the Jedi around here, to see their opinions and the opinions of others within the crowd about what has taken place. The announcer said, "Of course, we will not be doing just interviews, but we'll be setting up various shows to entertain the people as our protagonist of this event goes through his fourth trial." The announcer finished here. The ultra-personal details of the test. It is one that not even the High Council dare dictate. A Padawan must write the script for what will transpire on the journey. Because of the dangers of such deep meditation, a master was always present to help guide a student back after they pushed them past where they least desired to go in their thoughts. The worst that could happen following a failed trial is awakening from meditation, screaming, and mentally broken. Anakin was seated within the spotlight, but for now the cameras would not be on him, or at least would not be focusing on him as he is supposed to meditate. While meditating, instead of coming across any hidden devils within, what he instead discovers is a weird link, a connection between himself and Ayla. He is otherwise quickly drawn away from this, however, because of another pull from within toward another direction. This leads to him discovering shatter points within himself, showing multiple versions or timelines of events that could happen, and one of them showed him being attacked. The figure that was revealed to him was of the dark side. That much he could make out. His features, however, were lacking, and he could only see that it was a male of some kind. Everything about him was twisted to the extreme. Well, I guess the event's going to take place within the next hour, or so will be interesting. Anakin thought to himself. Meanwhile, within the crowd of spectators, the three girls of whom had become close to Anakin during his stay here as a Jedi were conversing amongst each other. People within the backdrop were also discussing various things. The business moguls, the politicians, and even the Jedi from young and old seemed to be having a good time. When will Ani be finished? Ahsoka said to the other two within their small group. Well, at this rate, he could be going on for another hour simply because he has to do meditation. Ayla spoke, having the authority over the three due to the age and rank difference. I think he will finish faster. Barris responds to no one in particular, but what she was really doing was directing this towards Ayla in an attempt to prove she supports Anakin more than she does. Childish, but it does get her point across. Ayla is not unaware of her supposed competition, but she doesn't think she would have any, considering she was obviously the better choice, of course. But why would these two Jedi, whom are known to be against stuff like this, even show this kind of behavior? They don't, but it is subtle enough that an exchange happens between the two, while Ahsoka is none the wiser. While the three were having their conversation, moving over to another two people who were also discussing some things. These two being the Jedi Masters Qui-Gon Jinn and Mace Windu. What do you think? Mace asked. What do I think of what? Qui-Gon answered with a question. How has our young apprentice been doing so far? Mace answered back with a clarified answer. Humming to himself before continuing, Qui-Gon says, his performance so far has been very good, excellent, if not perfect in his approach. Qui-Gon says thoughtfully, he was almost a match against Master Yoda. The boy is definitely something. Mace speaks about Anakin's lightsaber prowess. You have taught him well, Master Windu. Qui-Gon compliments. Well, I believe we have both taught him well. Mace replies. Qui-Gon just nods at this comment before continuing. Going back to the topic of whether or not I believe Anakin has done a good job, I would say yes. In my opinion, he could still work on a few things, but it would seem that he has mostly surpassed us. Mace also thinks the same way and responds. Yes, that is a good summary of how I feel about the subject. Again, as these two Jedi Masters were having their own talk about the current event, so too was Palpatine stewing within his own thoughts, his own plans, actions, and his current predicament of having to entertain those around him. Stupid politicians and corporations trying to come in on my scheme. Palpatine had been here for the entire event, cataloging Anakin's progress, and was pleasantly surprised by the boy's talents. He will most definitely make a good Sith apprentice. Palpatine thought to himself as he was staring rather intensely at the meditative form of Anakin. Every now and then he would be bothered, but within the Force he was trying to work his way in, to see if he could gather any readings on the boy's current progress within the trial of the Spirit. He was looking for a way to infiltrate and maybe influence the boy some more. He has already created enough reason as is. Why not try and create more? Palpatine doesn't second-guess his decisions and would likely go through with his plan to fully take Anakin under his metaphorical wings. Supreme Chancellor, I was hoping to meet with you, and someone was talking to him as he needed his full concentration on another task. Palpatine needed to multitask, doing multiple things at once. Also, given that the Jedi are there, he would be unable to make any progress at all, as he could alert them to his presence. Not that they would be capable in actually finding him, given his ability to maneuver around them for so long. Yes, I am sorry to inform you, but I am currently very busy right now. Now if you may leave me alone. Palpatine answered in his best diplomatic voice. Oh, why? Well, of course, Supreme Chancellor, I would never interfere with your business. The random stranger said, interpreting correctly that Palpatine wanted to be left alone right now. Approximately 15 minutes had passed by, and everyone was still relatively engaged in the event. Most were by now off doing their own things, waiting for Anakin to awaken from his slumber, but what everyone didn't know was that he was done already. In fact, he hadn't even started because he never needed to, but it was not like anyone else would know of this. He was supposed to basically record what had happened and then pass it down to someone to evaluate his performance. Such a basic method of grading, but it at least respects an individual's privacy. Okay, it did not really respect it when a person was forced to recall and even explain in detail what had happened to them to someone above their position. At least the Jedi tried, I guess. Anakin's experience on Ilum would account for this trial, but he didn't know how to explain to them what had happened. He could lie, just as he was going to do now, but he had wanted to, at least at that time, keep it a secret because it involved other things. He wasn't thinking at the time of this consequence because he got greedy yet again, which led to his current problem. At least it was not as if he wouldn't be able to fabricate something for the Jedi High Council. Anakin pretends to exit his meditative state, and everyone is confused because the projected timeline was meant to be around at least an hour's time. He begins writing on the given notebook about some fabricated Force vision event, and he stole the original's vision. In doing so, he wouldn't really be lying when he says it is his vision. After this, the next trial would now begin. Ladies, folks, gentlemen, and everything in between, we have finally arrived towards the final event. The finale. The announcer says, the fifth trial known as the Trial of Insight. The announcer continued. The Trial of Insight was the last test offered as part of the Trials of Knighthood. Installed in the Trials program after noting that, while a Jedi could take down a Sith, they could be undone by common thieves, this test helped a Jedi to see what was really in front of their eyes through use of the Force. Young Padawan Skywalker will have to see through illusions, evaluating an individual's true persona. The announcer was still speaking. To complete the test, Padawans were forbidden from reviewing any of the possible puzzles in the Jedi archives. Such an advantage would make the test moot. Through the Jedi of old, the trial might require a Padawan to analyze and decipher the high riddles of Dwar-Di, or decode broken text in scattered files. Sometimes a field of stones would be laid out on the trial's chamber floor, and a Padawan would be forced to locate the single grain of sand amongst it. The announcer finished with, today, for the entertainment and amusement of the people, Padawan Skywalker will complete all versions of this trial. Anakin was faced against the first test where he would have to analyze and decipher a puzzle, but not one of the high riddles of Dwar-Di, but through the combined effort of the Jedi High Council and a few other Jedi Masters was a suitable puzzle created. After having completed this, Anakin would move on to the next test, which would require him to decode some broken text scattered within some files. He would also go on to complete this within a speedy time frame, while simultaneously still keeping the audience interested, especially because the last test would determine if he could advance in rank and become the youngest Jedi Knight within the Jedi Order's history. The announcer was continuing his job quite well. Now our hero will have to enter his final test, where a field of stones have been laid out before him. Amongst this entire field, he is to locate the single grain of sand amongst them. Anakin thought to himself, these old Jedi trial methods are something else. In fact, why do the current Jedi even keep the tradition of the trials? For Anakin, the Jedi High Council had wanted to scour through their records to create something to test him, and they decided to modify the methods of old. Considering everything about Anakin, his traits, his abilities, and his genius above his peers, and even those older than him, they had to do something. The Jedi couldn't ignore his fast rise. Now to finish this boring situation, let's wait until the mysterious attacker appears. Within the Force, Anakin knew his time was nearing when he would learn the identity of the attacker within his vision. A minute had passed, and he had already identified the grain of sand, but he was intentionally waiting for what is to happen next. Knowing that the time was right, Anakin stepped forward in the direction of the grain of sand. Out of nowhere, a devouring darkness bursts through one side of the room, going directly towards him, but Anakin dodges to see the monstrosity. It's John Doe. Anakin thought to himself as he was barely able to make out the thing's Force signature. After the transformed John Doe made his entrance, the room erupted into chaos, and the broadcast was meant to be cut off, but Palpatine had his own plans in place. Some other people similar in their transformed state followed after John Doe, attacking anyone they could see. It would seem that John Doe was the only one with some semblance of sanity left. The Jedi had things mostly under control, but it would seem that people were being blocked off from getting close to him. Palpatine sure does know how to make it dramatic. Anakin thought to himself. Skywalker, John Doe's voice had become more ghoulish and demonic, suiting his now new appearance. I don't think I ever actually called you by your actual name. While everything was chaotic, Anakin could take this time to speak to the guy. I believe John Doe may be more appropriate for your situation now more than ever. Skywalker, John Doe just continued in his sluggish voice before leaping towards him with his red lightsaber ignited and fully ready to burn him. Anakin takes a few steps back to dodge the blow before igniting his very own lightsabers, and with only one activated, given he wants to take a more defensive position for now. Anakin and John Doe continued to go back and forth as the chaos around them continued. Sadly, it did not seem like John Doe was willing to go at it in a willing battle, but it matters not, because Anakin has taken his opponent down before, so he should be able to do so again. It just might be a bit harder, because last time John Doe was weaker. Not only that, but Anakin had the advantage because he was hidden. This time he has no such luxury, but if he had to retreat, he would willingly go. There is no reason to risk his life in a battle to the death with a clearly twisted individual. No doubt, just a puppet for Palpatine to execute his plans. John Doe was quite reckless in his attack. You did this to me. He was starting to blame Anakin for what had happened to him. Technically, he is true, considering that he could have just offed him, but that wouldn't have served his plans. Raving stark mad, John Doe continued his relentless, aggressive assault on Anakin, but was unable to really do anything much. But he was slowly burning up himself. Anakin could feel this as well. John Doe was dying from the inside out, and it wasn't because of the poison. It was because of whatever Sidious had done to him to give him such a boost in power. Drove and droves of mutated, aberrant freaks of nature continued to pour into the area as the crowd was slowly being evacuated along with other Jedi, ensuring their safety, while Anakin was trapped within. At least they are trying. Anakin thought to himself, doing two things simultaneously. One, keeping an eye on his surroundings, what the others are doing, their progress in eliminating the ghouls, and on himself, currently facing off what would seem to be the boss. Are you even paying attention to me? A rather vicious strike landed on Anakin's lightsaber, but he parried the blow. His constant defensive and rather nonchalant attitude seemed to be pissing off the beast even more. This fueled the dark side within John Doe even more, which accelerated his deterioration but strengthened his physical capabilities, making it harder and harder to be defensive about the situation. But John was not the only one being empowered. So too was Anakin because of the use of Form 7, relying on one's own emotions to fuel their power, but also on those you are against, veritably turning themselves against themselves. Well, an amalgamation of the person they are fighting and the emotions that fueled them back into their chaos. Continue to attack me, and it will be your undoing, Anakin said to his opponent as they continued to exchange blows, with Anakin winning all of them. No, I must avenge myself and absolve myself of my sins. John continued in his mutated, ghoulish voice. So be it. Anakin had decided to not speak anymore. He had already given the other person a chance, but it would seem he was unable to see the great Mount Tai. Wait, I just turned into a young master right there. Not that Anakin wasn't, because technically he is. They continued to go at it for what would seem like hours on hours, but really where only had been going on was exchanged within a minute or so. This is what happens in very stressful situations. Adrenaline kicks into increased chances of survival. But there was something about John that didn't scream survival. In fact, his entire twisted self cried out for help, whilst at the same time repulsed the very thing that was trying to help him. Anakin wasn't so kind to do so, but was willing to try and subdue him, and that is why he was taking a while. He never intended to kill the man, but if he is forced to, he very well will execute the man. Die! His screeching was becoming louder, loud enough to overturn any other noise within their immediate proximity. This had an impact on Anakin, as even though he is protected, his nanosuit wasn't built with the idea he would be attacked with sound. Specifically force-enhanced sounds, and it could only do so much. Now temporarily slightly deafened, Anakin had to rely on his other senses. His eyes were quite the tool when it came to this, considering all the other abilities he can switch between, but his eyes are also limited. The human eye can do a lot, especially when it came to men. Because of evolutionary differences, human males' kinetic vision was much greater. Of course, nature was unbiased when it came to gender and gave women their due diligence as well. They got to see more colors, or had an easier time differentiating such things. Die, die, die. John continued to try and disorient Anakin, but now that he had caught on to this tactic, he applied countermeasures and decided enough was enough. What Anakin happened to forget in this moment, however, was that everyone was still being broadcasted. Some, if not most, would call this an oversight, but Sidious had done this on purpose, sowing the seeds of doubt. Anakin, going in for the metaphorical kill, does not kill John, but decides to chop off his arms and legs, not too unlike what the original Anakin would have gone through. Screaming and moaning in pain, one could hear it in his voice. I curse you, Anakin Skywalker. The dark side of the Force was congregating on the man, but Anakin decides that would be too dangerous to just leave the man alone. You are cursed. To hell you shall go. The devil shall be your name. He gives his final hurrah as he breathes his last breath, but there was still chaos going on around him, and Anakin did not have any time to ponder on John's declaration. I name you the devil. John Doe had a small surprise up his sleeve that transmitted a thought explosion through the Force to everyone nearby, meaning only himself. The dark side of the Force, however, had tried to act upon John's words and tried to attach onto Anakin, burrowing its way into his mind. Damn it, why gotta deal with this now? Just like that, Anakin's lights were knocked out. He had gone unconscious. Ayla was concerned. She could feel it. The malicious and very corrupting presence of the dark side, and it was currently felt from where she felt Anakin was. Infinitely worried, she began her mad dash, trying to cut her way through those of whom were in her way. She saw it, or saw something, as Anakin had put an end to the monstrosity's life. A parasite of some kind was launched towards Anakin and latched onto him. Ayla, Barriss, the brave youngling she was, had come right from behind Ayla. She had grown to become more adept than any her age or even around her age, all thanks to training with Anakin. Surprisingly enough, Ahsoka also seemed to hold her own against the beast, but she obviously didn't have the training the other two older girls had and struggled a bit more. If anything, people should be surprised about how she managed to get the slip on the Jedi mentors, trying to gather the younglings away from the area. especially those who were very young like Ahsoka. Wait for me, Ahsoka said. In times of crisis, it would seem the teamwork of the three was quite advanced, and under immense pressure, Ayla was showing great leadership skills in this situation. The group had finally managed to make their way towards Anakin, who was now lying on the ground unconscious, but was covered in his nanosuit as a defensive measure. Usually it wouldn't activate when he went unconscious like this, but preventative measures were put in place, just in case. Is he okay? Ayla was not one for medical anything and had to rely on Barris' expertise. Barris was doing some basic diagnosis through the Force. He is fine. He is just unconscious, and from I can tell some sort of parasite has latched onto him. Ani will stay asleep for now. Despite not knowing the situation really at hand, it would seem that Ahsoka had some level of intelligence above her peers. Yes, Anakin will need to get some rest to recover, Ayla said to them while thinking internally. I need to get the masters involved. They might know something about this parasite. Within the medical bay of the Jedi Temple. Damn, what a dream, or was it nightmare? Anakin awoke to find himself in a familiar environment, and with his enhanced mental capabilities was easily able to know exactly where he was. Even if he didn't have this, he could always rely on the Force, despite how unreliable it could be sometimes. You will not break my will. Anakin thought with conviction and decided to speak it aloud. You will not break my will. The Force responded in a way that said it was both sorry and taunting him, trying to lure him towards the dark path he was shown when attacked by the parasite, deciding that he was done being here because he has had enough of being within environments like this within his past life. Don't get him wrong, he enjoys the benefits of science and medicine, but that doesn't mean he had to like it. It would seem I could not escape ending up in a situation like this again. Anakin thought to himself as he started to move towards the exit before he was stopped, exclaiming, "Two men enter alongside another woman. Why, would you look at that? The prodigal student awakens." The speaker here was Mace. The people he was with was Kagan and the Jedi Consular, Dr. Rignema. Yes, it would seem so. Anakin says as his nanosuit was dematerializing and was gone before anyone would see it. Not that it had mattered anymore. Anakin was easily able to piece together what had happened and the consequences of such an event. His nanosuit was now exposed to everyone. At least no one knows what its abilities are. Where did you think you were going? Dr. Rigg asked with a reprimanding tone. Nowhere in particular. I just wanted to go back towards my room. Anakin replied, I think not. I would like to run a few more diagnostics on you to make sure you are okay. Dr. Rigg replied in a tone that left no room for argument. Okay. Anakin replies, not really sure where her overprotectiveness came from. Anakin, we have much to discuss, but first I think I should congratulate you. Kagan said to Anakin as he was forced to take a seat for the doctor. I'm assuming this means I am unofficially a Jedi Knight now. Anakin asked. Correct. Mace replied. I am to be officiated then? Anakin asks another question. That is also the correct assumption. Mace answers before continuing. Before that, we would like to ask you of your experiences, specifically that event that lead up to your unconsciousness and the effects it had on you. Anakin then went on ahead to explain many things about various subjects, including what had happened to him, but with extreme caution on what he should reveal. For now, he had come to the conclusion, as did the other Jedi High Council, had decided that he had a clean bill of health, as far as the Force was concerned, but Dr. Rigg was insistent on him staying, because she was absolutely infatuated with whatever technology he had created. A parasite, created with the sole and intent purpose to try and infiltrate and corrupt another person into the lull of the dark side. Thankfully, it was Anakin that had been infected. In fact, he was the intended target, but no one else knew that. Not even Anakin himself, because it did set off like a bomb and would have affected anyone else if they were close enough when John Doe died. Anakin, after a few days, had decided to go to the training room that had by now become his own. Officially, as it would seem the council felt a bit guilty and decided that he could have full ownership over this room in particular. It wasn't like they didn't have plenty of other areas to train their Jedi in, or anyone else could go to, and in fact the room Anakin had basically made a secondary home base on Coruscant didn't even have the best facilities. Practically everything there had been upgraded by Anakin himself. So of course they saw no problem in handing it over, not like they were ever especially attached to it anyway. Of course, just because he owns the room now doesn't mean he would keep it forever or anything like that. If he left, it would go back to the Jedi. Hello, everyone. Anakin came in trying to lift whatever the mood he had felt from within the room. Everyone's eyes lit up. Ayla, Ahsoka, Barriss, and even Shock was here for him. At least that was what Anakin had narcissistically thought to himself. Ayla was the first to embrace him, followed by Ahsoka, then also followed by the embarrassed and somewhat hesitant Barriss, but after seeing her rival attach herself on Anakin, she also pounced. At this point, Anakin was thinking to himself, how did I get myself into this trouble? Master Shaak Ti just had to make a smart comment to cover for her relief at seeing he was fine. Well, it would seem that all that saber practice really has these girls attached to you. She obviously meant more than that. Anakin was still surprised none of the girls had caught on by now. He could forgive Ahsoka's innocence, but for Barriss and Ayla, how could they not know? Unless they were feigning ignorance, that is. I'm all right, Anakin said, try to soothe their current emotional states before continuing. I think that everyone should just relax. I was completely fine. What I think everyone should worry about now is nothing. Anakin then continued. It would look like everyone has some free time because some classes were canceled for a few days and that those here at the temple also got a stay of leave for a bit. I am sure that we could put our time to better use than just sulking over my apparent injuries, which were none, by the way. Anakin continued to reassure them, given they were silent and still were holding onto to him tightly. I'm slightly concerned, however, that not even Master T is even stopping this kind of behavior. Isn't this like against the Jedi Code or something? Anakin thought to himself, whatever now my problem. Having completed the trials, the Council have deemed you fit for the promotion from a Padawan to a Knight. Your masters have posed the question, and your capabilities have answered this for us. Thus you are now officially a Jedi Knight. Mace said, directed towards Anakin. Anakin was officially receiving his new rank of Jedi Knight from the Council. The people who were present was, of course, the Grandmaster himself. Yoda and all of the other Council members, plus Kagan, was allowed to see the process himself. Nothing else was exchanged from within the room, considering this process was only done for Anakin. Now an official Jedi Knight, Anakin has a lot more freedoms from what the Jedi usually have, but that doesn't mean that they wouldn't still keep a close eye on him. In fact, gaining more freedom may increase their interest in seeing his progress. Come with us, you will. Yoda says to Anakin before he leaves. Is there something you need? Anakin asks. Discuss within the Council conference room, we will. Joining us will be Jedi Knight Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yoda continued. Anakin followed after Yoda as the other Council members went on their own way, and the only ones who were left was Mace and Shaak Ti. The mission to Zona Maseket, a mission that both the original Anakin and Obi-Wan went on together following the trail, left behind by another Jedi, whom had mysteriously disappeared. It was currently 3 years after the event of the invasion, and Anakin was currently biologically 12, while physically he looked much older. Anakin was joined by Obi-Wan on the ship he had acquired from Maul, the Scimitar. Being extremely useful, why wouldn't he use this ship? But he knew to keep it on the low, at least for now. He has plans on this next mission to use it. The Scimitar will not be the Scimitar any longer, and he plans to create something entirely new out of its bits and pieces. Its technology will be used to become incredibly powerful in its new version. The next mission they were assigned took them to the living planet of Zona Maseket in an attempt to find a Jedi Knight, Vergir, who had recently vanished during a mission there. Unbeknownst to them, Wilhuff Tarkin and Wraith Sinar had followed them to exploit Zona Maseket's ability to quickly fuse organic and manufactured technology into starfighters. Well, unbeknownst to Obi-Wan, they were after the Zona Maseket's abilities. Anakin had in fact wanted to exploit the planet as well, but not to the extent they had wanted, and given Wraith, even under his orders, still went against the mattered. He would have to punish the man for his transgression. Wraith has probably gone against his wishes because he wanted to rebel against him. He did, after all, stop him, or more specifically Tarkin, from getting the Death Star blueprints. For Anakin's new ship, he would need to get seed partners on the planet. The colonists sold seed partners, which bonded with their hosts and allowed the planet to customize a starship for the individual. Seed partners were small, thorn-covered organisms that originated within the Tampasi from the tree-like boras of the living planet Zonamasekit. As Sekit's self-proclaimed children, cells in my body, the seed partners would be introduced to a spacer who desired to possess one of Sekit's living ships. If the seed partners, according to their own desire, attached themselves to the spacer, a ship would be produced by those partners working with a team of Pharaohan designers, Langizi forgers, and giant-like Jintari shapers. Seed partners attached themselves to a spacer using a spike, which produced an uncomfortable adhesion, but no wound. 3 seed partners per spacer was the normal outcome of this election process. Anakin had a feeling that he would have way more, and in fact was guessing he would have more than the original Anakin had. It would be over 15, at least he hoped it would be. Anakin and Obi-Wan had arrived, and Anakin got straight to work in negotiating with the people here. He also had secretly brought along another ship for Obi-Wan to go back on, given that he was not needed here anymore. He got all of the information about what had happened to the Jedi Knight and had left, but Anakin stayed, so he could create the ship he wanted. Due to Zonamasekit's distant location, the only way to reach the planet was by a specially chartered and sanctioned voyage. Upon arrival, the customer, almost always an extremely wealthy individual, was shown to his accommodations. After paying Sekit's exceptionally high price, sometimes exceeding 4 billion credits, the customer was led to a large chamber. Its walls were covered with little spiked balls, boris seeds, that the Pharaohans called seed partners. The seed partners would then choose whether or not to join the customer and become their ship. However, this choosing normally involved every single seed partner breaking loose from the chamber walls to literally bury the customer in a spectacular cascade. The people were surprised that Anakin had over 20 of the seed partners attach themselves on him. He was just happy that he had more, as this would allow him to gain a greater amount more benefits. The ship could become so much more with his own ideas and modifications. Once the dust cleared, the customer would find that a select few seed partners had chosen them, usually expressed by clinging irremovably to their boats. After a day or two, the Pharaohans would remove the seed partners and the customer would be taken before the designer to visualize the designs for their ship. Another few more days, the customer would be led to a massive ravine filled with forging pits and natural cathedral, kilometers wide, bordered and canopied by colossal boras where the ship would be made. In this factory valley, Langizi forgers would use fire and lightning to cook and pop the seeds, forming them next into disc-like shapes. The seeds, still perfectly well in their new transmutations as seed discs, were collected and transported via chiropods to a shaping warehouse constructed of lamina. Special translucent fruits, containing thick, sparkling fluids that is churned by a screw-like organ at the core, would be harvested, their globular substances used to mold the seed discs into the flesh and structure of a ship by Jintari shapers. Customers were required to sit within pre-made frames as the Jintari placed into position the seed discs and pre-manufactured expensive, state-of-the-art engines, molding the ships around them. Organiform circuits, engines of Heyer-Chal design, ideally Type 7 engines from its line of Silver-class Light Star ships, and hyperdrive core units were merged with the living ship. Globs of fruit juice were used as connection fluid to merge the seed discs, which now sprouted sinuous, questing pseudopods and organiform circuitry together. While the Jintari shaped and merged the seed discs around the customer, the seeds telepathically asked the customer about final design decisions. The customer, in turn, was required to shape the ship's final design, acquiescing to Sekit's whispered will as well, while directing the seed's input in these last stages of design and production. The customer was also asked to stay with the ship for at least a few days after her birth, as she was being fitted and finished with non-Sokotan instrumentation to align her with Republic standards, to comfort her in her early life. Strange indeed that the ship would be referred to as a she, but Anakin wasn't complaining and had in fact liked to imagine it as female rather than a male. Finished with transponders, communication and control panels, couches, and miscellaneous accoutrements, the living ship's interior boasted smooth, iridescent lines of green and blue and red, gleaming like a coat of ruby and emerald mineral enamel, yet not just dead brilliance, but a pulsing quality of light that signified youth and life. Of course, Anakin had made sure to involve the scimitar in the designing process to give it armaments and the special installed countermeasure that provides it with invisibility. How could he miss up on this chance? But most of everything else within the scimitar was scraped. Why? Because his brand new ship named Jabbatha is just that much better, glowing faintly from within, and pools of deep-sea luminosity seemed to come and go under its shiny green skin. With the sentient ship now ready to fly, however, the pilot or pilots, upon departure, had to swear an oath of utmost secrecy towards Zona Maseket. If the oath was ever broken, the bond between the owner and ship would break, and the ship would quickly die. Anakin disliked this idea and disliked that his ship could be controlled by another being, even if that being was a planet. Having procured his own living ship, he hastily left the planet knowing full well that everyone who has a ship like him will unfortunately have their ships die. Anakin was able to prevent his own from dying off because of the Force, thus making him the only person to ever have one. After the planet, utilizing its massive hyperdrive engines with 300-kilometer high field guides, broke from its Gardaji Rift orbit in the galaxy's Tin-Gel arm. Just after he had left, all remaining ships off-world perished. Except for his, of course. He had wrestled for complete control and now had his very own upgraded version of a ship. Generally, the planet didn't like creating for its customers ships with firing capacity, but because it was Anakin involved, he was easily able to implement it whether the planet liked it or not. Probably not the best idea to make enemies with an entire planet. Anakin thought to himself, it does not matter anyway, because Zona Maseket activated its planetary hyperdrive, vanishing for the unknown regions. Sinar and Tarkin returned to the Republic with nothing in their hands, thus making Anakin decide to cut ties with them. He didn't need them anymore anyway. He had the wealth and everything else needed to continue expanding into the galaxy for his business. Anakin, using Jabbatha, had arrived back on Tatooine under the cover of night and went down towards a specialized entrance bay, going towards the semi-living machine underneath. The matrix Anakin had created would help him further increase and stabilize his control over the ship. He then went on to upgrade Jabbatha even further with the help of his medical droids and access to those special blue stones that would allow someone to use the Force, and the non-organic version of midichlorians. The ship became so much more. It became truly living, not unlike the TARDIS or any other living ship-type deal for various sci-fi-based franchises. Telepathically connected to him, this was Anakin's first chance to experience being connected like this, and considering in the future the synths will become like this. He would experience a change in his connection with them. It would become more natural. At least going off of this experience, he would say that this is close to what would happen once the droids got their own forms outside of their machine selves. Papa. A mental thought was transmitted to Anakin as the process of transformation was complete. Yes, Jabbatha. Anakin answered, am I going to be all right now? Jabbatha questioned through their bond, being connected to each other through more than just the Force, because abilities like telepathy isn't just a Force-sensitive thing. Other species had access to a rather large set of traits that they had evolved with. The Force wasn't the only source of power, but it was definitely the greatest, most widespread, most influential and prominent among everything. Yes, Anakin said, we have to go now. You can't stay here, or in fact, you will stay here. Jabbatha had become so much more than what she originally was. Instead of having the same coloring she had before she had that, but her exterior wasn't made of green, but was painted a special black metallic coloring. Her shape was still the same, given Anakin didn't need or want to change this. I don't want to stay here. I want to stay with Papa. A mental yell was called through their bond in a childish feminine voice. I am afraid that would put you at risk. You'll need to take some time to adjust to your new life, your new abilities. Anakin had, after all, used a similar process to his living droids. The difference here being she was both based on technology and organic materials. thus giving her the ability to live for a long time separate from the problem of the droids. "But I want to be with Papa," Jabitha replied. Anakin knew that it would be impossible to do so, but then started to think, well, she does have the same capabilities the scimitar had. He was referring to its ability to go invisible, meaning that it had something similar to what he has with his nanosuit. Combine that with the fact it could use Force abilities, it shouldn't be any problem for it to come with him. There was really no problem, and more the more he thought about it. And he would be remiss if he said he also wanted to separate. The connection between the both of them went both ways, and he was intensely aware of Jabitha's thoughts and feelings, not to unlike his connection to Ayla he had recently discovered. "All right, I guess I could take you with me, but we will be unable to have much fun considering I will be staying within the Jedi Temple." He is cut off from his reply as Jabitha squealed in joy. "Thank you, Papa." Jabitha was in extremely good mood. Sighing within, Anakin thinks to himself, well, no one would be able to recognize this incredibly rare, no unique spaceship anyway, but it is better if she is not seen. Another year had finally passed, and if Anakin was to take a look at the date, it would be the 7th year of the Great Resynchronization, or thinking about it from his future knowledge, be known as 28 BBY. It was the year that the Senate elections for the next Supreme Chancellor would be held, but we all know that there would only be one candidate. This was also the year that Barriss Offee, a young Jedi, would be able to complete the initiate trials to become a Padawan, to gain a master of her own. It is also the year that Queen Amidala, otherwise known as Padme Nayberry, would step down from her position. Padme, by stepping down, had been able to escape this betrothal treaty, and because of the delays within the Republic and Jedi still being against this, it didn't go through. That didn't mean Padme was against Anakin in particular, but was against the decision that would have been forced on her. He was also upset as well, if only by a little, because they were also trying to force him, but now neither himself or Padme would need to worry about the treaty anymore. Anakin was currently within his training room, as he could actually at this point call it so, and Barriss, Ahsoka, and Ayla would come here frequently. "Ani, do you think I would do well?" Barriss asked him. All of the girls had gotten used to using his nickname that everyone seemed to agree on. It was not like they were able to know it was originally from his mother. Given how the Force works in mysterious ways, however, it would seem that may have slightly influenced them to use it. But that is just a theory. Why would the Force do that? Or it could be that one of them somehow did some basic research on him and decided to try and be more intimate with him, which resulted in them all using it. Do well with what exactly? Anakin knew what she was referring to, but deciding to coax what she was talking about. Passing the trials. Barriss continued, while looking at Anakin with a certain look that could be what was called the puppy dog eyes. "I think you will do just fine." Anakin knows that she wanted more from him, but again, he wouldn't say anything about it. After a few seconds of staring, Barriss decides to ask about what is on her mind, but in a much more subtle way. "I have heard that you aren't taking on any apprentice and don't wish to do so for a while now." "Yes, that is correct." He responds, knowing where this was going. "Well, I was wondering about whether you have changed your mind or not." Barriss said, still not completely saying what she wanted. "I don't know." Anakin replied with a vague answer in a somewhat mysterious tone. Mustering up some courage, Barriss finally asks, "Can you be my master?" She blurts out with some embarrassment, "Asking someone to be your master? I am sure that the Jedi wouldn't allow such favoritism." Anakin said to Barriss, but didn't really mean what he was saying and was just testing her resolve. "Of course. You would be a great master. Have you not already taught me a lot already?" Barriss responded, dodging his comment on the Jedi. He hums a bit before saying, "I could take you as my apprentice, but if you wish to do so, it would only be so long before I would want for you to graduate from under me." Anakin then continues, "I can't be having my apprentice not become great, and do so slowly. I will do anything for you. I mean this opportunity." Barriss quickly covers up her slip. "There are other things to consider as well, like how you shall address me. While we would still be friends and all, by becoming your master, the relationship between us would change." Anakin continued, "Are you all right with this?" "Yes." Barriss was firm in her belief that there would be no other who could teach her. He had been doing so for the past few years. helping her in the areas she had wanted to progress down towards, and helping her develop her strengths and even fill in her weaknesses. There is no one else that I would have. Varys says to Anakin, I think you are getting ahead of yourself a little. Don't you have something else you have to do first? Anakin says, not giving his answer just yet. What is that? She frowns. To complete your trials, of course. Anakin supplies. Exclaiming, she replies, Of course. I forgot. Don't worry. From what I have seen, you will easily be able to pass them. Let the Force guide you when making your saber as well. Just a little tip for when you begin the construction of your lightsaber. Anakin says as he feels that he is done for the day within the training room. After having gone on that mission for his new ship with the birth and development of Jabba, Anakin had to take a little bit of time to make sure she didn't do anything crazy. Thankfully, Jabba was very resourceful when she got into situations that may have led to her discovery. When he went back to the council to explain his side of the story of why he had stayed behind, they were fine with it. Considering they were interested in going there as well, it would seem some of the members wanted a ship like that. He just explained to them that all of those ships had died because of an attack against the planet which resulted in the deaths of the living ships. They gave him some time off before they would send him off for another mission. They did ask, however, about what had happened to his ship and how he had come back. He replied that the living ship made for him was born and had enough energy to get him towards another planet before he purchased a ride back to Coruscant. He explained that was why it took so long for him. Anyways, it was a new year, and the council had finally called him in to participate in another mission, one that would lead him down the path to discovering a Sith holocron. Anakin would have to recover from the planet Kodai, the ancient Sith holocron of King Adas. This time he was not joined by Obi-Wan, as the first mission he was sent on was only reassure the council's doubts about his capabilities. Even though they had tested him, and he was successful, they had thought that, because he was too fast in becoming a knight and only having completed one mission as a Padawan, another mission with another person would help them be secure with their decision. This time, however, after proving that he didn't need the extra help they had assigned him, this mission alone. Once going towards this planet and landing, he would meet with the mad Sith historian, Merc Lundy, whom had once tried to claim the Sith holocron. With Lundy accompanying him, the two found that Lundy's pupil, Norval, a dark side fanatic, had found and taken the holocron for himself. Anakin, after facing and killing the deranged student, was able to recover the holocron, only to learn that their quest to reclaim it had exacted a heavy toll on Lundy's body. Anakin decided to spend some of his time during the last moments of Lundy's life at his side, as the old Cormian professor expressed regret for his fanatical pursuit of the holocron years ago. With the dangerous artifact at last secured, Anakin should have returned the holocron to the Jedi High Council for safekeeping within the vaults of the Jedi Temple at Coruscant, but he didn't want to. He would keep it to himself to discover what other dark side abilities and powers he could gain access to. Adas was both a monarch and a god to his people, and during the end of his reign, Adas was given the title of Sith-Uri, the perfect being bestowed upon him by the Force according to legend. A fierce combatant and a respected, though inflexible ruler, Adas was still feared millennia after his death. He preyed on the timid, enslaved those he considered to be foolish, executed idealists, and was highly derisive of the weak. His essence, recorded in a holocron, would refuse to pass on its teachings to anyone it did not deem worthy. Anakin would be sure to take advantage of this fact, and make sure that the special consciousness left behind in this holocron would give up all its information. He couldn't do this through blunt force, however, and would need to play his cards right. Though his holocron was generally reluctant to pass on instruction, it did have the extraordinary power to affect the minds of people in its presence when activated. Anakin intended to learn everything he could, and he did, which resulted in him finally perfecting his mind-reading technique. Well, it was perfected in that he would not damage the minds of those he read their memories from, meaning it would work on people who were not Force-sensitive. He can now read people's memories without mind-breaking them. For Force-sensitives, however, it would take some time to get used to it. Another thing he would come to learn from that holocron was the manipulation of emotions, of which he had already developed himself, but it would seem that the holocron had some information of its own relating to such an ability. Considering the holocron itself could affect people's minds when activated, it would only make sense that Anakin would finally have a way to advance this trait. King Ada was also known to be quite physically imposing, but the combat aspects didn't matter to Anakin, knowing he could perfectly recreate whatever style he was using. Its effectiveness was limited because Ada was more of a brute force style rather than refinement of one skill. Anyway, I had been away from the temple for a small while. Anakin thought to himself as he was ready to return on Jabbath. He had taken some time to digest and refine his own abilities after accessing the Sith holocron. He would be keeping this for himself and putting it within his own Force-sensitive training institute in the future, along with any other holocron he finds. Anakin strongly felt that Jabbath did not want him to be on any other ship than herself. He readily complied, given she was much more capable than any other ship. It could access the Force itself and use it. What more did he need to add? Let's go back to Coruscant. Anakin mentally told Jabbath. Okay, Jabbath was always excited to be driven by Anakin. Not that he needed to be a pilot, because she was fully capable of doing so herself. It was just because of the bond between the two, it was much better for her to become connected with him, as originally, her hyperspace rating would be a maximum of 0.4, which was quite high. With Anakin, however, it would become even faster, reaching the 0.1 rating. This was only possible because of the energy field known as the Force. Otherwise, Anakin would only be able to pilot her at a maximum of 0.4. Back on Coruscant. After having come to Coruscant, Anakin explained to the Council that the Sith holocron was destroyed in the process of trying to retrieve it. He told them about Lundy and how he had died, along with the student who had tried to take the ancient Sith artifact for himself. He was annoyed he had to continuously report to them about things, but that was how the hierarchy structure worked within the Jedi. In fact, this was what it was like everywhere else as well, and in general, it had always been like this. I guess I've still not grown used to being under the command of someone else yet. Anakin thought to himself. He also doesn't think that he would ever get used to it either. For now, Anakin would have to take up his duties as a stand-in teacher once again till he gets another mission, but that was perfectly all right with him. The children were learning quite a lot from him, and he was actually starting to enjoy taking on the teacher role more and more. Some of the things he had been teaching them over the years would set them up on a better path than what they would have originally gone down. When it came to emotions, he would allow them to seek him out for some help, kind of like becoming a father of sorts. Ironic that his other persona as Vader also meant father. The role of a parent was to ensure that your children grew up well and adjusted to the world, the galaxy, but that didn't mean it was easy. It may not be the hardest job to do, but these children only had other Jedi to look up to, and Anakin decided to give them another figure. Himself. Of course, he didn't want anyone to live up to the expectations of the Chosen One, but for them to know that even though he is hailed as such, he also faces problems and hardships. They took his words to heart, given that most younglings within the temple absolutely idolized him. Given he wanted them in his new order or organization of Force-sensitive individuals in the future, it was a great start to their conversion. He doesn't want some unstable individuals joining him, and wants people who are mentally within the right frame of mind. He had also been secretly teaching them about the gray code of the Force. Why? When this could lead to him being reprimanded, because the children held him in such high esteem that they wouldn't ever tell anyone else except those who are in the know. All going according to the plan. Anakin thought to himself, it may take a few more years before any big changes are found, because they're still young, and most of those who are older and are Padawans are not really within his access. He won't be able to save them all from their fate, but he will save those who are deserving, an example being Plo Koon, while some who must die would be Ki-Adi-Mundi. There was another mission that Anakin would be sent on, but it would seem that the timeline was stuffed up a bit, because this was supposed to happen a year ago. It would seem the butterfly effect was starting to happen, but it didn't matter too much given he could see the future himself anyway. Well, he could see multiple variables that would influence events that are to take place. Any decisions and actions made would do so, and any difference from how events usually took place from within his memories would be different more and more as time went on. The mission to Dalinar. This time Anakin will be going on another mission, where he was to go to the planet Dalinar, so that he could collect an ancient Jedi holocron from a dig site. This dig site was called the Dalinar excavation, and upon arriving on Dalinar, Anakin encountered a female Togruta archaeologist named Clatrif. She was glad that he had arrived, so he could take the holocron away due to the fact that it was causing problems. She explained that the local pirates wanted to get it, and she had to hire local guards to keep them at bay. Anakin had again traveled here with Jabba and had some droids with him as well. Some droids were ordered to stay outside to keep watch whilst he and Clatrif went inside the facility to obtain holocron. After they went inside, just as planned, his droids noticed that the pirates had arrived. Anakin and Clatrif went out to meet them and were introduced to the Cryptor Riders and their leader Hudso Shaku, who knew that the holocron was something important due to off-worlders wanting to get it. Anakin went on to state that he didn't want any trouble, but was willing to defend himself and others if need be. He activated his lightsaber, whereupon Shaku ordered his pirates to attack him because he found the laser sword to be more valuable than the things that they dug up. He quickly disarmed the pirates and quickly got to disabling and immobilizing his opponents. With Shaku knocked unconscious and the pirates' weapons destroyed, they surrendered to him, which would later have them become imprisoned. Anakin, having retrieved what he wanted, what the Jedi wanted, began his journey once again back to Coruscant. He had no need to steal this holocron for himself, as everything within the Jedi Temple would become his anyway and be transported to his very own order in the future. The current Jedi Order won't last very long, and when it crumbles, Anakin intends to plunder everything he could from the temple, the holocrons included, so there is no need to lie or hide away any Jedi holocron he comes across, as basically everything he doesn't have now will become his in the future. He has patience, but not so much so that he would wait an eternity. There was also nothing else much to do on Dalinar, so there was no need to extend his stay more so than he needed. There are much more things of much more importance to him elsewhere, more specifically the development of Tatooine and the system itself. He was planning to expand his region of influence. Sooner or later, he would have a large region of space that would be called Skywalker space, something akin to Hutt space. He had to consider his next target carefully, looking at location, resources, population, culture, and military might compared his own so he could safely assume control. He needed to also fabricate reasons to do so. Politics are also still important for this aspect, and he would need to become quite the elusive shadow to overcome this problem. He would so, with his Vader persona, and what better way than to use a droid, just as he had done before, so he could be at two places at once. Now it is time for me to choose a target. Anakin thought to himself. Barriss had many reasons and an extreme amount of feelings when it came to becoming Anakin's first Padawan learner. Among them were how she felt, but there were actually solid reasons for her desire, one being that he has been teaching her for a long time now. A lot of what she had learnt, how she has developed, was the results of her own effort and talents, but Anakin played a vital role so she could achieve it. Another reason was familiarity. She was slightly afraid of getting a master other than Anakin that would be bad or goes against what she has learned so far. Anakin had talked about how there was a lot of Jedi who wouldn't make great masters for Padawans. Teaching would not be their strong suit. Again, another reason is because she wanted to become stronger faster. She wanted to develop, just like Anakin, hoping that somehow he had some type of secret to growing up faster. She knew that his development was not normal and should have been the result of something to do with either the Force or through genetic and biological manipulation. In fact, he could have done both, but none of that mattered to her. She would still want to stay with him, considering that she would even leave the order of which is supposed to be her home. It says a lot about what she was willing to do for him. Within the personalized training room, Barriss approached Anakin, whom had recently come back from another mission. "Ani," she asked Anakin. "Yes." Anakin replied, "I have decided that if you will have me, I want to become your apprentice." Barriss musters up the courage and states what she wants. "And what helped you finalize your decision?" Anakin asked before answering her statement. Barriss gave a sufficient answer. "For one, I think you would train me to the best of your capabilities and train me to the best of my capabilities as well. Second, I have known you for a long while now, and you know me, which makes it easier for you to plan how my training will go. Varys continued. My third reason is the resources. The resources you have access to, from what I could tell, are above those of the other Jedi. I'm excluding other, more personal reasons, but that is the gist of it. Those are some good reasons, Anakin said before continuing. I think I will be present when you pass the trials. How does that sound? Yes, Varys exclaimed outwardly, and her hopes swelled at the prospect that Anakin was coming to the trials. You won't regret taking me as your Padawan learner. I promise. I'm sure I won't. Anakin answered with a smile on his face at her excitement. Now I believe that you should go back to practicing some more. Of course. Varys moved over towards the training droids while Ayla was now taking the opportunity to approach him. Ayla had grown more and more attached to him, and strangely he had as well. He had investigated the source of their connection and went over what this could be, because it was not a simple force bond between the two. No, it was much more, and there was only thing that this could be. After identification, he determined it was some type of force dyad, of which he had no idea how it had developed, but he had a few theories. One such being that, because of the way he had been reborn to its interaction with the Force, plus other factors like him being more than just one soul, but two in one. He also was confused because from what he knew this type of bond would exist from birth, but here, there was no such thing. He had been using and interacting with the Force for the entirety of his new life and had not been able to identify it. Another thing could be he wouldn't know about it until he meet Ayla physically, but even then he didn't feel this bond at that time. Not because he was blind to it, but because there was none. Something had to have happened which would lead to this, and one of the reasons is probably due to the nature of who he is now. The Chosen One should not really have an equal within the Force, and a Force dyad means that the one you are connected with would be equal in power to him, but clearly she wasn't. Anyway, he had been growing and would reach his maximum projected height within the next year or so. He was currently 2 meters tall. Hey, Ani, Ayla called out to him as she came closer. Yeah, Anakin responded. Ayla doesn't reply and just goes in for a hug, something of which she had been doing more and more as she became more bold in her actions. So bold, in fact, that she didn't mind Barriss and Ahsoka seeing her affections for him. He didn't mind either, but he wanted to find a way to stop such a bond from being created unintentionally because it might have some negative effects. What if he connected with another man? How would he feel then? He knows that it was supposed to be some rip-off soulmate-type ability, and he would most definitely would only want to do so with women. After the extended embrace, she stops after doing so and asks him, So, you're going to take Barriss as your apprentice then? I've been thinking about it, and I think it wouldn't be a bad idea. Anakin responded, What about you? Do you wish to have a Padawan of your own? Ayla responds, No. She then thinks to herself, I don't want one because they would take up my time away from you. After having discovered the connection and delving deeper into it, Anakin had discovered many features, and one that was especially helpful was the telepathic link between the two. Of course, Ayla started to use and abuse this as much as possible to be in his mind as much as she could. That doesn't mean she didn't respect his personal space or anything. It just meant she would talk with him mentally as much as she could. If he was out on a mission, she would do so even more often. I see. He responded verbally rather than mentally. If he had to describe the relationship between the two of them, he would say it was like being on the verge of becoming a couple, but he had other things to do first. In fact, he respected that the Jedi didn't allow relationships, but he felt this was up to him and another party. If it was going to go that far, he would acquiesce. The only thing is that because of his inherent traits pronounced by his experimentation, he would want to be together with more than one woman. He desired many not only physically, but also mentally and spiritually. It is a part of who he is, and he wouldn't have it any other way, because it would be going against his internal nature. When thinking about the Force dyad, he also wanted to find a way to recreate the effects and use it on another woman as well. Not only unintentionally with Ayla, but intentionally as well. For now, however, he would continue to not fully engage with Ayla for the sole reason that he was still trying to find out how they had become connected. He had one reason of how fully explained. It was because she was old enough to do so and probably had enough compatibility with his own force energy and soul to do so. Even though it was an accident, it is still legitimate. When asking the Force for an answer, all it did was show him the event that took place, and this led to him discovering why it had happened. He still wanted to find out how to stop this if necessary, but it would seem that there is no method to stop it, but the Force gave an answer. That answer being that he could control it. What are you thinking about? Ayla voiced within his head while looking at him. Nothing much. He replied on instinct mentally. He really only liked to talk physically, not because it was more comfortable or anything like that, but because it is strange that you see two people talking to each other without talking. It is not often the Jedi use telepathy to talk with other and is not really practiced as well. Reading another's thoughts or emotions is instinctive because of a higher midichlorians count, making one Force sensitive, but that doesn't mean you can actually communicate with someone mentally. Psychic abilities like this are uncommon. When do you go through with your next operation? Ayla asked with some concern being transmitted through their bond. It will be sometime next year. Anakin responded mentally again. You will keep your promise of allowing me to be there? Ayla asked. Sighing, Anakin replies. I will. Anakin had to keep to his promises now, and it was not like she was going to expose him or anything. He had believed her, especially since he confirmed what type of bond they now shared. It only became stronger with time. Ahsoka, having finished her classes for the day, came to the training room and saw Anakin and Ayla just staring at each other. They're doing it again. She had noticed it along with many others, but they didn't decide to comment on the weirdness of it. Ani, Ayla, Ahsoka called out, running towards and attaching herself to Anakin. Smiling, Anakin pat her head. Hello, Ahsoka. You two were doing it again. Ahsoka said, which sobered up Ayla in her bliss of mentally communicating with Anakin, her bright smile on her face calming down a bit. We were. Ayla always tries to play dumb in these situations. Yes, I saw the both of you, Ani. When will you allow me to do what you two do? Ahsoka questions, genuinely curious about what the two were doing. Maybe sometime in the future, not now. Anakin responds. Pouting, Ahsoka replies. How unfair. Tatooine had been greatly refurbished, redecorated, and designed to better allow those of various species live comfortably on the planet, while opening up various avenues for the people to achieve greatness. When it came to local businesses, they had started to spiral into vast expanses within the various city outposts around the sandy planet. Social welfare had to be set up properly to provide for those who were downtrodden, and it was not like Anakin had a need for the money anyway. When it came to the economy, some regulations had to be set in place, but mostly allowed a free market. Of course, he didn't want capitalism to rule above everything else, because some greedy people could abuse the system. Laws were erected, and some localized governmental systems were implemented, like the police to tax collection and all that. Why would Anakin collect taxes? Because the government needed some way to provide the people with everything they needed. His own wealth saved up from Skywalker Industries is only meant to act as a buffer before the planet needs to create its own internalized systems to stop it from collapsing from the inside. Instead of terraforming the entirety of the planet, Anakin had settled on creating domes that would act as buffers between the dangerous and unkind environment of Tatooine and the safety and security of civilization. Now onto the culture. Culture was a huge part of any civilization, and the developments or traditions and other such special things attached to a people's culture is important to their development. Religion was also under the category of culture, but Anakin saw nothing too outstanding among supposed religions except the wild propaganda made by his droids and secretly distributed to the populace. It was one thing for his droids to worship him as a god in mortal form, but another for the people here to do so as well, but very, very surprisingly it worked. Not that Anakin did not see the possible result of this coming to fruition through his predictive powers. No, it was surprising because his use of shatter points allowed him to see multiple possible special events that could happen, which allowed him to also see the possibility of something like that happening. If he had a number on how this, it would measure at around 0.34% probability of taking off. It had done so anyway, and it was not like he was all that against people believing that he was some sort of god. It wasn't that far off from the truth, after all. Taking into consideration that the Force is of cosmic proportion and the fact he was basically conceived from midi-chlorians and all. Other aspects of Tatooine's developing culture other than its new religious foundations was how the people valued freedom above all else, which Anakin would reflect within the laws. Of course, they're not so free that they would allow absolutely any and everything, but it is the aspect that a being may have their own free will. They can make their own decisions and would have no master. Again, Anakin was not against this, but what was strangely contradictory was that the people elevated himself and his mother to positions of power that could be dubbed as the rulers of the people, but they disliked having to be told what to do. But there's a clear distinction. A difference was what was agreed upon by everyone, and in general common sense is taken into account most of the time. No silly laws were created, and instead of what happens within most governments, there are mandates that would allow the people and those in charge to either revise or even get rid of a law that serves no purpose anymore. Redundancy breeds stagnation. Another aspect Anakin had to take into account other than the economy, law, culture, the environment, and the development of the city's enclosed ecosystems, the government, and so much more. Education was important, and institutions have been set up properly by now for the education of both developing life forms and those who are considered adults. One thing that Anakin was starting to see he might have trouble with was the land itself, meaning he would need to continuously use numerous amounts of resources, whether natural or artificial, to create more housing or land for businesses to develop. Other infrastructure and structures like schools or medical centers, everything had to be taken into account, and he did not have enough land for the projected increase of people coming to take up residency. So he started to look to the stars and other systems to see if there would be any other place he could safely secure for himself, to expand his territories, but also for his people as well. A place that was so close, but Anakin considered as off-limits, was Geonosis. Believe it or not, but the amount of space between Tatooine and Geonosis was incredibly close. They were practically neighbor systems. Unfortunately, he does not want to draw too much unnecessary eyes onto himself. Tatooine may be on the outer rims, but that doesn't mean others aren't already interested in what was going on. He looked over the star map and was able to determine there were 4 other choices that are on the trade routes otherwise known as the hyperspace lanes connected to Tatooine. The Obana system was quite bare bones and would not benefit him or his people, so it was not a good option for the immediate terms, but it would be good to take that route to expand even further into the outer rims. The only interesting thing about it was an asteroid belt, and from what he could tell, is useless to him for now. There was the Ootemiuk, a forested world located in the Ootemiuk system, a part of the Arcani sector in the slice portion of the Outer Rim territories. It was situated on the Trialis Trade Route Hyperlane, which linked it to the Seafaruan and Tatoo systems. There are 2 things that Anakin would be interested in about this system and planet if he were to have designs against it: the land or the planet itself, where he could house more of his people and set up another world to add this his expanding empire. Then there was a special tree called Greel trees, a type of tree native to Pi 3 and Pi 4, the only planets with the proper ecosystem to support the fastidious trees. The Crimson Timber Greel wood was in great demand as a luxury item, meaning it was very expensive. Unfortunately, these trees were only planted about 10-14 years ago, meaning that they may have developed really well, but they might not have gone to their best. Time is important when it comes to stuff like agriculture. The next star system connecting to the hyperlane of Tatoo system was Uteruan, a terrestrial planet located in the Uteruan system, a part of the Arcani sector in the slice portion of the Outer Rim territories. Uteruan originally served as a minor agri-world situated on the super hyperroute known as the Corellian Run. When that hyperspace route changed its course at some point between 11,000 and 4,000 years ago, give or take a few years, and as a result no longer ran through Uteruan, the world remained on the old Corellian Run but became abandoned. The benefits here would be both land and land that is really good when it comes to the development of the agriculture industries. Massive store of food would be great, and they would not need to import too much food anymore. Tatooine may have newly set up chambers meant specifically to grow food, but it was limited. With this, a lot of the food problems, or more specifically, a lot of the food expenditure, would be solved. The last, however, was quite a failure of a system. Ando Wheel was an outer rim planet in the Ando Wheel system of the Arcani sector, located on the Trialis trade route. There was nothing but failed industries that tried to start up here, and Anakin would not bother with this. Not right now, when he could go towards Uteruin, where he could develop it to a much greater extent. In fact, on Uteruin, it had only been settled on recently by some Rhodians, meaning the planet was basically not under the control of anyone, making it all the more easier to seize for himself. The great thing about it, even more, is that he has no need to fabricate a reason to take it over. Anakin had decided to take over a droid and put on the extra Vader suit he had created on Tatooine. He had two, one that is stored on Coruscant while the other is on Tatooine because he doesn't want to have to travel back and forth all the time. He may be indisposed and can only work through an unliving droid. General Vader, is a surprise to see you here. His mother Shmi spoke to him as he approached her throne within Skywalker Palace. Vader replies in his modulated voice, I'm here to discuss some things about the current state of our government. How kind of you to grace us with your presence. Shmi says with some caution. She knew that even though this figure is supposedly her savior, and she fully believes it, and even has a strange trust in him, but that didn't mean her logically mind was unable to reassert itself. You need not worry. I am only here to speak about the expansion of this new state. Vader says, expansion? I am aware that we do not have the necessary resources to further stabilize our growing population. You have another solution? Shmi asked Vader. There were other people within the throne room, but most of the time Shmi isn't always present and has time off to do her own things. This was only thanks to how well the droids were made, and because of their capabilities, it relieved pressure from the council, elected officials, and from Shmi. There were only the advisors present, however, and Shmi was only using the artificial intelligence installed within the palace. Yes, I have found a suitable solution. Vader answered. Tell us some more. Jira asks Vader from beside, Shmi within her own seat on the side of her. There is another system known as Ando Wheel along with its main planet also named Ando Wheel where we could expand greatly. Vader said, You wish to go and take over another star system? Shmi asked with some slight hesitation in her voice before continuing. I am against the subjugation of other people. She says firmly, What I want to do is not to subjugate, but to take over another planet that is uncolonized. By going over and taking this system, we can better facilitate ways to help your people, and could also elevate the people who live there as well. Vader states, We will not be going over there with the intentions of war, and even if we did, the amount of people there cannot even classify them as a proper society. It is basically only filled with a small amount of tribal sizes colonies. Vader continued, Colonies that have only recently started and are left to their own. By proposing to those newly settled there and bringing them under the banner of the Skywalker Empire, we would avoid what you were saying. Vader further continued, The subjugation of the people there. Explaining his case seemed to convince Jira, but Shmi was still hesitant. Who currently lives there? Rhodians. There are no other sentient species that live on Ando Wheel. Vader replied, Are you sure that they would sign whatever treaty you are to purpose? Shmi further questioned, Yes, they would have no problems with it, and may even welcome the protection of another government. In fact, I guarantee that they would want this given that they would receive the same benefits as the people of Tatooine do. Vader said, They will be after all a part of the expanding Skywalker territories. Vader continued. After more discussion, Shmi in the end capitulated to Vader's suggestion, and the other officials were brought in on the idea and readily agreed. Why would they be against this when it practically helps everyone involved from those in high positions of power and the people who are at their lowest? As representatives, this decision is currently their best bet in ensuring the stability of their growing empire. It would also bring in other revenues that include the economy of agriculture, given that this planet is perfect for it. It is settled then. Shmi finished the session as Vader got Grievous involved to begin taking some of the battle droids to Ando Wheel just in case of aggressive behaviors. A mysterious distress signal from the supposedly dead world of Karn Lion 4 that specifically called for Jedi intercession. Anakin was tasked to go and look into what was happening there. Not too long after arriving, he came to be aware of life on the planet as a sky battle raged over him. As one of the combatant airships began to fall, Anakin had saved its two-person crew by delaying the crash. The two survivors, Kalara and Mother Pran, who identified themselves as open, knew nothing about what a Jedi was. Forced to take cover when a closed airship, which was damaged and falling, Anakin had then saved its pilot, Grecker, from falling to his death. Due to the historical feud between their factions, Grecker and Pran tried to murder each other, forcing him to destroy their weapons and to escort them to safety. Anakin had just brought them all on board onto another ship that needed some repairs, keeping Jabba a secret given he does not know these people. To facilitate their journey, they used the intact parts of each of their airships to form a new one in order to fly to their destination. During the conversations that ensued, Anakin mentioned his purpose on the planet: to find the person who had sent the Jedi distress signal, which alerted Pran and Grecker to the location of the scavenger. During the journey, Kalara told him about the mysterious kites, before noticing that he was good at fixing things, as he made an adjustment to his lightsaber. Kalara and Pran then had him repair a bag of droid brains, and, seeing his usefulness, they tried to abduct him when a horde of fishers attacked the ship. Reading their minds safely, he was able to determine where they would have wanted to take him. He knocked the two ladies out while leaving Grecker conscious, given he had not done anything against him. One of the Open's fortresses is where he went towards, as the two ladies were locked up for now. There was only some droids that he decided were now his, and decided to call in Jabba to store them in after doing some quick mandatory repairs. There was some conflict, but this was something that Anakin couldn't handle himself, considering it was planet-wide. So he repaired a communications unit and called the Republic for aid. Soon enough, a task force arrived and forced the natives to cease hostilities. Everyone went their own way, but Anakin wasn't done just yet and had recruited one of the two women, Kalara, who was quite attractive. Mother Pran, though, was someone he didn't want, considering what she would have done to him. Anakin was next sent to Barlock to monitor the overbearing Jedi Knight Jorsk Bayoth and his timid Padawan, Lorana Jinsler, in their negotiation mission between the Corporate Alliance and the Barlock. Unbeknownst to the Jedi, but not to Anakin, Kim and Doriana, on behalf of Darth Sidious, had planned for the negotiation to work splendidly in Bayoth's favor, gaining him enough prestige to go ahead with his pet project, Outbound Flight. Anakin was sent to observe the self-proclaimed Jedi Master Bayoth on this extragalactic venture, at least until the Outbound Flight's last stop within the known galaxy. The hard-headed and arrogant Bayoth would not listen to Anakin, and was satisfied when he disembarked the venture on Outbound Flight's last stop, Roxalai. The original liked the way Bayoth did things, his leadership, and all, but that didn't mean he did as well. Anakin couldn't let these people die, especially not the timid Padawan, Lorana Jinsler. At first, it was Obi-Wan who had gone to there and negotiated and had a conversation with the Jedi on board, but he had failed around 2 years ago. Now, it was Anakin's turn, and with having his droids already on board, he will be able to intercept whatever is going to happen next. What he specifically wants to do is let those who need to die, and save the rest. That was exactly what he did. What was especially important was Lorana Jinsler, because she would become his first member of the new organization he was building for Force Sensitives. An experiment of sorts. She would come under his command, where for now she would be kept on the planet of Tatooine under the care of his mother. She easily accepted, even though she was timid. In fact, it was her personality that made it all the easier to have her under his command. The people on the project easily also capitulated and decided to become a part of his people. The rest were hopeless, the Jedi that went aboard, and whatever other people that were not all that good. There was a screening process. Of course, he didn't want the Jedi on board because that would be dangerous. He would be unable to convince them, and his first subject, Lorana, is already a stretch. So he had to send those who were good safely back to the temple on Coruscant. He did all of this before they became ambushed. After his mission for the outbound flight project, Anakin had some time off, as there was nothing else for him to do. Most of the missions he was meant to go on with Obi-Wan as his apprentice didn't happen. Some missions he did on his own, while some he was accompanied by others. Not a lot of missions were helpful to him, and were only helpful to either the Republic or Jedi, but he benefited every now and then. It was a new year again, and thing had been progressing. He had also decided to take Barriss as his first apprentice, because why not? This also led to her learning a great deal from him, and within a few years, possibly before the Battle of Geonosis, would he have her become a knight. Not that any of that really mattered, but he couldn't have her under him all the time. He was currently 14 years of age, meaning that he could finally take on the next implant to do with the Sky Seed. The catalepsian node is the 6th of the 19 Sky Seed organs that would be implanted into him. This organ is implanted into the back of the cerebrum, just above the brainstem. When deprived of sleep for a long period of time, the catalepsian node would cut in upon detecting a rise in his stress and fatigue hormones. This allows Anakin to consciously switch off sections of the brain sequentially, while remaining awake and alert. This ability comes at a price, as prolonged use of this ability can be hazardous, possibly inducing hallucinations or even psychosis. This implant bears a resemblance to an ancient scientific theory as to how cetaceans known as bottlenose dolphins sleep, shutting off sections of their brain while remaining awake and alert through the active use of the other sections. Yet he cannot go too long without actual rest, even with all the upgrades he had been doing to himself, whether that be through the Force or otherwise. Anakin started to think about his progress with the Ando wheel system, which had successfully come under the Skywalker banner, and it had been doing well. Droids are quite the useful resource. Then another had passed by with not much development, except when it came to himself, which again allowed him to introduce even more of the implants that the Kaminoans had worked on for him. In what would have been known as 26 BBY, in an alternate future, Anakin would go through yet another surgery to include even more implants designed with the sole purpose of increasing his capabilities. He had also finally become his full height, towering above a lot of others, and it was quite the weird contrast when comparing himself to the girls around himself. 2 meters is a very tall height. The preomner is the 7th of the 19 Sky Seed organs that were implanted into Anakin. The preomner is essentially a second or pre-stomach spliced into the human digestive system above the original stomach that allows Anakin to eat otherwise poisonous or completely indigestible materials. The preomner is capable of biochemically analyzing ingested materials and neutralizing most known biochemical and inorganic toxins, and many others that remain unknown save for their toxic effects. Deadly poisons are either neutralized or isolated from the digestive tract by the preomner. The preomner can also be isolated from the rest of the digestive tract to deal with particularly toxic substances that Anakin may simply vomit back up later. Often these extracted toxins are rerouted and then molecularly stored in the Becher's gland for future usage. Then there was the Amophagia, the 8th of the 19 genetically engineered Sky Seed organs that were implanted into Anakin. The Amophagia is implanted into the spinal cord and then wired into the central nervous system so that it is directly attached to the cerebral cortex and to the stomach. It allows him to gain a part of an individual person's or creature's memory by eating its flesh. This special organ is implanted between the thoracic vertebrae and the stomach wall, and is designed to absorb information and any DNA, RNA, or protein sequences related to experience or memory. In fact, within his previous world, stuff like this was sort of real, but obviously not capable to the extent this implant was capable of, and the only reason this was possible was because of the Force and the original creator being obsessed with evolution of the human race. This implant thus allows him to literally learn by eating. For new nerve bundles are also implanted connecting the spine and the stomach wall. The Amophagia transmits the gained information to Anakin's brain as a set of memories or experiences. This enables him to gain information in a survival or tactical sense simply by eating an animal indigenous to an alien world, and then experiencing some of what that creature did before its death. By some estimations by the Kaminoans, though, is that it is possible over time, mutations in this implant sky seed could give some, or even himself, an unnatural craving for blood or flesh. That is, of course, it mutates in a way that is detrimental. Next is the multi-lung, the 9th of the 19 genetically engineered sky seed organs that were implanted into Anakin. The multi-lung is a third lung implanted into his pulmonary and circulatory systems in the chest cavity that is able to absorb oxygen from environments usually too poor in oxygen to allow normal human respiratory functioning. Breathing is accomplished through a sphincter implanted into the trachea, allowing all three lungs to be used at full capacity. In toxic environments, a similar muscle closes off the normal lungs. Thus, oxygen is absorbed exclusively by the multi-lung, which then filters out the poisonous or toxic elements. The multi-lung has highly efficient toxin dispersal systems. Quite the set of capabilities, and the only way he could have everything implanted into himself was if there was enough space to do so. Otherwise, it would be impossible, and that was what the Sith who designed this had forethought for. In this design, some implants must be done first like the first three, the secondary heart, osmodula, and biscopia, meant to regulate the growth hormones of his body. He didn't stop there, however, as he could do even more and implant even more as long as he recovered fast enough from the operations that had taken place, and within 1 month he could implant even more. 6 more were to come, but were not introduced simultaneously like some other phases could be. The oculobe is the 10th of the 19 genetically engineered sky seed organs that were implanted into Anakin. This implant sits at the base of the brain after being implanted along the optic nerve and connected to the retina, and provides hormonal and genetic stimuli which enable his eyes to respond to the optic therapy that he must undergo. These procedures, in turn, allowed him to make adjustments to the growth patterns of the eyes and their light-receptive retinal cells. The result is that Anakin having visual acuity that is far superior to that of baseline humans, and they can see in low-light conditions and near darkness almost as well as in bright daylight. He didn't really need this implant too much considering his nanosuit's capabilities, but it definitely helped immensely. The next implant is the liman's ear, the 11th of the 19 genetically engineered sky seed organs that were implanted into Anakin. Not only does this implant's improved inner ear structure make Anakin immune to dizziness or motion sickness, but it also allows him to consciously filter out and greatly enhance certain sounds over the capabilities of normal human hearing. This works great in tandem with his already semi-mechanized body through the nanosuit, further increasing the ranges that he can tap into. The liman's ear completely replaces one of his original ears, and in fact Anakin had decided that replacing one ear wasn't enough and did so with the other as well. It is externally indistinguishable from a normal human ear in size and shape. It was named after one of the people who had helped the original Sith creator make this design. The next implant was the Susan membrane, the 12th of the 19 genetically engineered organs created from his specific sky seed that can be implanted into a normal human, but was used to transform him into a superhuman. Initially implanted within the cranium, this membrane eventually merges with the recipient's cerebrum, becoming a full part of his neural architecture. The organ's functions are ineffective without follow-up chemical therapy and training, but with sufficient practice and instruction, Anakin can use this implant to enter a state of suspended animation, consciously or as an automatic reaction to extreme trauma, keeping him alive for years, even if he has suffered otherwise mortal wounds. Only the appropriate chemical therapy or hypnotic autosuggestion would be able to revive him from this state. Another that was called the melanochrome is the 13th of the 19 genetically engineered sky seed organs that were implanted into Anakin. This hormonal implant is attached to the human lymphatic system and controls the amount of melanin within his skin. Exposure to high levels of sunlight will result in his skin naturally darkening to compensate, but he was not exposed to such levels and remained his original skin color. It also protects him from other forms of electromagnetic radiation. In fact, he had gotten even paler than he was before because of all the natural protections he already has against various background radiation from his nanosuit. Different levels of radiation cause variations of skin color in different due to mutations in the melanochrome organ's specific genetic cellular structure. In particular, Anakin Skywalker variant didn't result in much of a change within his skin color expect become more pale. It did, however, change his eye color slowly and steadily, which he took as some form of reaction between the Force and his natural genetics coming together in a way to better represent who he is. Now, instead of the blue eyes he was born with, they had changed into a violet color. In fact, as time went on, and on his original blonde hair started to turn more curly and a darker shade of blonde, which he then began comparing his new looks to the Targaryens from a series of books and a TV series from his previous life. He just didn't have the silvery white hair. He had the features that made him look like them. Of course, this brought further attention to himself, but most still didn't ask him about it. Some tests were done, that was why, which he manipulated to just make sure it only showed up with results that it was some delayed genetic mutation. Delayed albinism that was dormant before some unknown factor triggered the specific genetics, which lead to this result. So he didn't have to worry about others questioning his new looks. The oolitic kidney is the 14th of the 19 genetically engineered sky seed organs that was implanted within Anakin. The organ is implanted within the abdominal cavity, and it becomes a part of the excretory system, an emergency detoxification organ that allows survival to exposure through the respiration, tactile contact, or ingestion of poisons, toxins, and gases that are too powerful for even his rugged immune system to normally process without this organ's help. Not that Anakin in particular would be needing this considering everything, but it was a part of the normal upgrades and genetic manipulation, and he didn't want to upset the delicate balance within the created design. However, this detoxification process could render him unconscious once it begins, so it could be very dangerous if required during combat. Under normal circumstances, the oolitic kidney also acts as a regulatory organ for Anakin's physiology, maintaining the efficient action of the advanced circulatory system and the proper functioning of his other organs, implanted or natural. The last implant of the year, the neuroglottis, is the 15th of the 19 genetically engineered sky seed organs implanted into himself. The organ is implanted within the upper nasal passages, and after his functioning, chewing, tasting, or smelling a substance allows biochemical testing for toxicity and nutritional content, essentially determining if the substance is edible or poisonous. The organ would also allow Anakin to identify extremely subtle odors with the same fidelity as the average canine bred for tracking, allowing him to even track his quarry by smell or taste alone. The 14th and 15th were able to be introduced together, and Anakin had that done at the same time. In total, the amount of time it took spanned across a few months, not that his healing factor didn't speed up the process. The healing factor and his nanosuit covered up for any of the surgical scars before they healed, just as they had always done. There was a mission that Anakin was interested in because it involved a Force sensitive he wanted to persuade in joining him. Lorana wasn't the only person he wanted to experiment with when it came to testing their respective loyalties. Neither was Renala, who had been working for his Vader persona. Anakin was later sent on a mission to find out what had happened to the Consular-class cruiser, the Radiant Nine, which was carrying the Jedi E.T. Rex and Ali Sun cells back to Coruscant to be punished for falling to the dark side. He discovered that, while on their flight, a large group of Monarchs had fed on energy from the ship's electrical couplings, causing the ship to plummet into the gravity well in the Hoth system, and crash-landed on an asteroid known as the Poison Moon. The distress signal was sent even as cells killed everyone on the ship. Rex managed to escape cells and befriend a group of Monarchs. When Anakin had found cells on the bridge of the ship, she insisted that it was Rex who did it. Anakin sent out some droids to go and find Rex, leaving himself with cells. When his droids found Rex, Rex had the droids send a message back to him about cells and that she was framing him. Anakin knew of this already and had waited for Cell's temptation. In the meantime, Cells tried to convince him to leave the Order, but instead of accepting, he managed to convince her to join him. Cells, having accepted rather easily, was set to Tatooine, just as he had done so, with Lorana further increasing the amount of Force-sensitive people within his in-progress organization. He went back to Coruscant with Rex, but kept his secret that she had joined under him. Why would he alert people of this woman anyway? This would take up the number of Force sensitives within his new organization to a total amount of 3. 1 Sith-based, Renala, 1 Jedi-based, Lorana, and 1 Dark Jedi-based, Alisun Cells. There was one special mission that Anakin wanted to be a part of in the year of 25 BBY, otherwise known within the Great Resynchronization calendar as the 10th year, where Anakin is 16 or turning 16. This mission involved the life and death of one of the Jedi Masters on the High Council, Yaddle. Later, that same year, Anakin along with Yoda and Yaddle were sent on a negotiation mission to Mawan to settle a devastating gang war, in which 3 criminal organizations fought one another. These gangs, led by Dekka, the Hutt, Fianna Tala, and the mysterious Striker, caused the remainder of the population to take refuge underground. During the mission, Skywalker was nearly kidnapped, but had went undercover and followed Striker's men. Anakin revealed himself to put an end to this menace, and sadly for Granta none of this was going to work, because he had nothing he wanted. Striker, revealed to be Granta Omega, tried tempting him to leave the Jedi Order and come with him, offering many things. When Granta saw that Anakin would not yield, he tried to get him confined and arrange a meeting with himself and Yaddle. Unbeknownst to her and the rest of the Jedi, the chaotic planet was a trap set for the Jedi by Omega. He released a fatal chemical weapon that killed Yaddle when she absorbed it through the Force. Well, she had nearly done so herself, but Anakin making use of his new implants, and the Force absorbed it instead of her. This led to him, of course, being poisoned, but it didn't kill him because of his enhanced capabilities. Anakin had inadvertently saved the capital city of Natan. The weapon was intended by its vengeful maker to kill Anakin, but it failed because it wouldn't have done anything to him. Anakin immediately after contacted Master Yoda to help bring Yaddle away, where afterwards Anakin managed to bring peace to Mawan. More work done by Space Jesus. Anakin thought to himself, saving Yaddle was a priority because there were not a lot of whatever species she was a part of that existed within the galaxy apart from Yoda, Yaddle, and Grogu, whom he had the pleasure of meeting. In fact, from what Anakin could remember and had researched within the galaxy, the only known of this weirdly powerful species he knew of was only Yoda, Yaddle, and Grogu. The species, its origins shrouded in mystery, was rarely seen, with only a few members known to the wider galaxy. All known members of the species active in the galaxy were Force users and affiliated with the Jedi. At least that was from the canon timeline, and from the Legends timeline, there were a few others, but that was extremely limited in information as well. While there were 3 that was canon present, he had only heard about others from history. Van Artoker, Oteg, and Minch, where they were all from eras long past, meaning that there was technically only 3 living members of this enigmatic and very confusing species. Anakin had transformed, and those who were close to him obviously became extremely interested in what had happened to him. Even more hilarious was the fact that he was so tall that the girls were only below his waist in height, referring specifically to Ahsoka and Barriss. But for Ayla and Shock, these 2 were actually tall enough to be above his waist and actually at least reach his lower chest. If he got any taller, he would become afraid of squishing these girls going off about how tall he is. But he shouldn't really worry about this since he has full control over his strength, and they can increase their own endurance through the Force. While he was 2.1 meters in comparison to how tall he is, Ayla's 1.72 meters and Shock's 1.78 meters of height was about an average range for both of their species. While for himself, he could be considered a monstrous, genetically gifted individual among his species of humans. Not that his was all that natural per se, but that doesn't really matter now, does it? He would dislike getting any taller as well, as while height was not all important, it would cause an imbalance with his relationship with any of the girls. Anakin remembered the time that the girls had asked him about the change, as even though he carried the same features he always had, the difference was still noticeable. His hair becoming a curly and dark shade of blonde hair, while his eyes going from its bright blue to a bright violet color is certainly different enough to warrant a reaction. Ani, can you tell me just how your hair color and eye color have changed so much? Ayla asked Anakin, as Ahsoka and Barriss were just as interested in this fact. Anakin had already been confronted about this by many others as well, so he faked a test to absolve people's worries and confirm that he was all right in every sense of the word. You have seen the test results, haven't you? Anakin asked himself. We have, but I believe there is more to your change than simply a dormant genetic variable. Barriss added from her own expertise. Barriss herself was getting better and better under Anakin's tutelage, was able to increase her own expertise, knowledge of science and medicine to better accommodate and facilitate her interests. You want the truth, do you? Anakin asked. The three girls within the room nodded. Ahsoka included because she had grown up and was starting to understand the world more and more herself. Anakin had helped them all in regards to the development and protection of their minds, and he knows he could trust them, especially since a Force bond had been developing as well, which is a result of their time together and the closeness they share with each other. Obviously, for now his bond with Ayla is a bit more special, but that doesn't mean the other two should be excluded. While Ayla had been in the know, Ahsoka and Barriss didn't know why he was different from the average human, excluding his status as the chosen one, of course. Well, I believe it is better if I just transfer some information over to the two of you. What in format dash Barriss was about to ask, but Anakin just formed a telepathic link with her, and Ahsoka letting them instantly know about what he had been doing. Anakin had seen that Ahsoka developed enough maturity to also be able to handle such information and allowed the transfer of such for her, while Barriss has become and been his first student, his first apprentice. She also was mature enough, and he trusted her enough to reveal this to her. He was slowly and surely revealing to the three about what he has been doing. Of course, he doesn't tell them everything, as he is a greedy person himself. He knows the value of information, and as such keeps a lot to himself, but that doesn't mean he can just keep to himself the entirety of however long he is to live. That would burden anyone. But he understands that secrets are only powerful because they are secret. What is this? Ahsoka asks because she doesn't have a mind for stuff like this. She may be strong within the Force, but her talents do not lie within this area or field. It is something that I had inadvertently discovered and have been for a few years now been using for myself to increase my physical capabilities overall. Anakin answered her question. Barriss says something next. From what this tells me, it is extremely painful. Her voice quivered Q-bit when going over the information she was given. How could you do this to yourself? I will not question what everyone here does for themselves, because it is not my right to tell you what to do. All I ask of you all is your support. Anakin replies. Ayla hadn't said anything, but had quickly embraced him, and considering his size, she couldn't actually fully wrap her arms around him. Ahsoka was quick to follow after Ayla's actions because she also had nothing more to say but to assure Anakin that she was with him through physical affection. Barriss was the last one to do so, as she was not used to things like this even with a lot of time spent with him. I am glad the three of you, even though you may not like my actions, you respect that it is of my choice. Anakin stated as he also embraced them one by one. After a while they had all discussed things with Anakin, and while Ahsoka for now would be left out of going to his secret spot to conduct his transformations, Ayla and Barriss had made it adamant that they would remain by his side. Anakin believed it wouldn't be appropriate for Ahsoka to see that type of stuff, at least not at her current age, just yet. Strangely enough, Anakin was starting to feel a special sensation through his Force bond with Barriss, and it emitting a similar vibe like the one he has with Ayla. He had been trying to see if he could sever the connection between himself and Ayla, not because he wanted to in particular, but because he wanted to increase his control and to see whether or not he could do so. But there had not been any luck, but he was starting to notice a unique feeling when it came to it. Such a feeling was starting to be emitted from Barriss. This told him that it may be time for another connection to form with another girl that he is close with, and would most probably elevate their relationship with each other. Another thing to factor is that it had also happened with another, which is why he was so clear in knowing that it was going to happen with Barriss as well. He had created another Force dyad with Shakti, something that Ayla and Shakti were able to notice from each other was their bond to him allowed them to know who else he is bonded with. This increased Ayla's insecurities for a while before Anakin had assured her of her place within his heart. While Shak was of no help really, And while he had come to accept that she would share a special relationship with himself, and Ayla had accepted this as well, it didn't mean Shock was ready for the secrets he kept. Why? Because she has been so deeply indoctrinated by the Jedi, it would be hard to change her mind. Given their newfound connection, however, it would make it easier to do so. When it came to the relationship between Ayla and Shock T, is that she had come to know of the bond, but didn't talk about it much. She did, however, take some sadistic pleasure in messing with Ayla by saying quite some scandalous things. Even though she had accepted it, it also didn't mean she was going to delve into it, even when the Force would tell her to do so. Shock had been keeping her distance from Anakin as much as possible for fear of becoming attached, something that all Jedi, for some reason, resented. Especially more so for Shock, who is quite the isolating person. Not that it was really by her choice, given that was just the way her entire demeanor and look scared off those of whom would have befriended her. Not that Anakin cared all that much for this, but it did matter to her, and because of this she would try to keep her distance, but still be strangely drawn to him. If she resisted well enough, it was Anakin whom was drawn to her, because that was just the way the bond worked. The more she fought it, the harder it became. It can be related to how the Force works. While the light side is an ocean where you flow with the tide, while the dark side is you becoming a whirlpool that tries to create their own flow against the currents. That's why it was so corrupting, and that is why Shock T became more and more deeply infatuated with him, simply because she resisted. It goes to show that Anakin could see that he somehow had compatibilities with many women, something he thought was impossible for what a dyad is. He also knows that it would only work on other Force-sensitive individuals as well. Strangely enough, he had an idea that maybe, just maybe it may work on Padme. That was only if he created a way to have her access the Force, and he was not to that point yet. But he had a lot of theories on how this may be done. The year is the 10th year according to the Great Resynchronizations calendar. He is 16, and he could finally begin the final process of transforming himself into the complete design according to the Sith of Old's information. The Kaminoans had delivered on their promise, and it would seem that he would have to continue and finally start the synthetic human project. Anakin was joined underneath the Jedi Temple by both Ayla and Barriss because of their concern. Obviously, he had made an effort to conceal any pain he felt, and was successful in doing so, because he thought it would be not nice for them to experience what he felt as well. "You may begin," Anakin told one of his hidden medical droids beneath. At first, when brought here, they were afraid. The first time for Ayla certainly brought up her trauma from the past, but she had powered through it for him. He was especially touched by this and was just about ready to take the next step with her. Given he has had some time for his body to develop, he is excited to do so. When it came to Barriss, she had less trouble dealing with it, because she didn't have any related trauma, but it was certainly hard for her as well. Most of the time, he just shielded them from very dark and corrupting energies underneath, but a lot of the time the two actively came here to meditate on the Force. It seemed that they still remained unaffected by the dark side despite this, and kept their alignments to the light through the Force. Anakin assumed this was a combination of their connection to him and their own willpower. The last 4 implants weren't the last of the design, and there was even a few extra after that, but the information on these was not enough and would take an even longer time to uncover what these actually were. These last 4 also couldn't be introduced at the same time, not unlike a few others before, so he would have to take his time with this, and through the next few weeks, he would have multiple intense sessions of surgery. Thankfully, by now, the Jedi Council had given up and tried to forcefully get him to do things for them, as he had slowly grown tired of doing things that didn't benefit him. Not that he was against helping others, no. It was that he felt, believed, and even logically was able to see through his mental processes he could do so much better. The mucranoid is the 16th of the 19 sky seed organs to be implanted within Anakin. This organ is implanted within the central nervous system and responds to specific chemical stimuli in the environment, which would cause Anakin to secrete a waxy protein substance similar to mucus through his pores that seals his skin. The gland's operations must first be activated by an external chemical treatment, usually self-administered, before it will activate. He would be cocooned in this way before entering suspended animation, and the process can even protect him from the harshness of the vacuum and other extremes of temperature, particularly deeply frigid environments. Not that he really needed this when taken into consideration his nanosuit, but it was a nice feature nonetheless to increase his survivability in any environment. The Becher's gland is the 17th of the 19 genetically engineered sky seed organs that are implanted into Anakin, consisting of 2 glands that are implanted into multiple locations inside his mouth, including the inside of the lower lip, in the salivary glands, or in the hard palate. These 2 glands working in tandem transform saliva into a corrosive, blinding acid when consciously triggered. This would allow Anakin to spit a wad of corrosive acid with the effect of blinding, wounding, or even killing an enemy outright. These implants' more common use is to aid in the digestion of unusually difficult or impossible things to digest, such as cellulose. It is possible that if any new sky seed variants were created, it could lose functionality, or at least that was what was projected by the Kaminoan scientists, and when he got a look at this stuff himself, he had agreed. This is a useful thing, however, even though he will not really need a spiting function in a fight, but it increases his options. What was most important is the ability to eat more types of things if need be. He was still a living creature after all, and still needed to eat. The progenoid glands, also known as the sky seed, are the 18th of the 19 genetically engineered sky seed organs implanted Anakin. One is implanted in the neck and another in the chest. The organs hormonally respond to the presence of the other sky seed implants in the body by creating germ cells with DNA identical to that of those implants through a process very similar to cellular mitosis. These germ cells grow and are stored in the progenoid organs, much like sperm cells or egg cells are stored in the testes and ovaries of normal men and women. When properly cultured, these germ cells can be gestated into each of the 19 sky seed organs needed to create another just like him. This means he could practically have children, though, this special method in a sense, because they would inherit his sky seed variant. If Anakin was create another sky seed variant from another being or person, it would turn out differently, and their mutations would be different from his own. This was created not just by the original creator, but also by the Kaminoans and himself, because it was impossible to continuously create more of his special cells through any other process. The Kaminoans just didn't have the correct capabilities of being able to clone his cells. This was in part because of the Force and the way it acts when it comes to cloning Force-sensitive people. Mature progenoid organs can be removed and new sky seed implants artificially cultured from them. This is the only way new implants can be created, so Anakin and the Kaminoans depend upon this implant, and Anakin in particular, to create others. Through projections, 5 years after implantation, the progenoid gland in the neck would contain mature sky seed and may be removed and its germ cells harvested, while the larger chest progenoid is not considered ready for harvesting until 10 standard years have passed. The harvesting can be done as he is still alive, but they would also be able to do so if he were to die. But he wouldn't die now, would he? The harvesting is normally done after someone dies, by design by a medic steeped in sky seed knowledge, who carries a special attachment on the mobile medical field kit he carries on his arm, known as a narthecium. This attachment is called a redactor, and it is specifically used to extract both progenoid gland from the body of his slain body, so that his sky seed can be used to replace another's loss. Anakin had to create himself another method of which he could transfer his special cells, and was successful in doing so, because he found that if he wanted to have his sins have the same implants as him, he would need to do so. The Kaminoans weren't of any help in this endeavor, as they saw no proper reason, which would have angered him if he didn't already know the way the Kaminoans worked. The black carapace, also known as the interface, is the last and one of the most important of all the 19 sky seed organ implants for Anakin. This neuroreactive, black organic fibrous material is implanted directly under the skin of his torso. Points are then cut through the carapace by one of his controlled medical droids using surgical tools that allow him to directly interface his central nervous system with his power armor's cybernetic systems. That is right, power armor. While through the nanosuit, Anakin could already use an interface, and it had been combined with him. If he wanted to complete the design and become the best he could, he would continue with the process. After a few solar hours, the material hardens, and invasive synthetic fiber bundles that will serve as connection points for neurons grow inward and interlink with the Anakin's now newborn central nervous system. Note that Anakin needs the black carapace to use his power armor to its maximum capabilities, but the armor itself does not need this implant in order to function. Anakin had to look at himself and think up a way to recreate his entire suit, specifically his Vader suit. He wanted to make this his power armor, and he would only use the best of the best resources to do so. Also, when it came to the Kaminoans, while they were good at genetic manipulation and other such things to do with medicine, it was Anakin here that had to fill the gap for this last implant. They were totally incapable of finding a way to fully create something perfect, and while Anakin's armor would be extremely powerful, it didn't mean his synth army would not have something nearly as strong. Again, resources are extremely important, and Anakin, even though having expanded his territories, was unable to really increase his rare resources stockpile. He would use the very best to make sure it becomes something capable of fully protecting him, but in case it does fail, he could rely on his nanosuit. Coruscant, Jedi Temple, Anakin's room. Most of the year had gone by, and he had completed most of what he had wanted to do to himself, and now could start looking forward to other things. Anakin had put off the development of the obscure improvements for the Sky Seed implants till next year, where he would be 17. These next implants would be known as the Primaris implants, separate from the rest, the originals. Because of this, Anakin would also postpone the development of the synths by another year before the completion of much more and better upgraded version of this template. Given that he had to wait on that end, he started to go through his memories to see if there was any Force-related abilities that could allow one to interact with or change and manipulate one's own genetic structure. The Art of the Small. Anakin had remembered something. Art of the Small was a radical and advanced Force method of melding one's self with the Force. Under meditation, a Force user's presence shrinks to a microscopic size. While in this state, the user could operate molecules in any way they wanted, turning them into something completely different. The Art of the Small used to be a challenging altar-based Force ability among the new Jedi Order, which was expected to take talented Jedi Knights a year or two in order to become an expert, meaning this technique had not been created just yet, and Anakin had the chance to begin making use of this extremely powerful technique. Well, it was created and maybe even named, but no one else knew of this. Through shrinking the Force presence to that of a single atom, it allowed for an unprecedented degree of stealth Oswell, as allowing for perception of the universe on a molecular scale. Using telekinesis in this meditative state allows Jedi to eliminate toxins and cure certain ailments in others, as well as in themselves, by constructing healthy proteins and rebuilding cells. Years back, that had happened with the disappearance of Vergir on the planet that helped him create his own living vessel called Jabbatha. She was important. Important because she was the one to create this technique and even name it. She would first have to create this technique under the insane pressure put upon her by the Yuuzhan Vong, who had captured her to help them in their future battles against the Republic. Anakin had other plans for this technique, however, that he would use for himself and use on others. He wanted to analyze his own cells and the cells of other alien species, so he could change, manipulate, and transform himself into gaining special abilities of other species. Something of importance to him was Yoda's species, specifically their long lifespan, and he was wondering if he could give this for himself to allow him to live up to thousands of years of age. Not only for himself, but also for his mother and future lovers in the future. Not only Yoda's, but imagine if he could reverse engineer the genetics and the Force abilities of the Force wielder species. You know, the Mortis gods and their immortality and special connection to the Force. He also had to be cautious in transforming himself when he does go through with it. He knows that doing so would be dangerous, much more so than with the Sky Seed transformation, and would be so because of the things he had already done to his body. For now, he was looking into other avenues for himself and for the betterment of his people. The galaxy at large is mostly populated by humans and near-human species, meaning most of his population would be so as well. That doesn't mean he wouldn't do things for other species as well. It just means that if he wanted to affect the most amount of lives possible, he would have to start with humans. Something he was designing without the aid of the Kaminoans was a specialized bioengineered chromosome that would be introduced into humans. An artificial 24th chromosome, which integrates itself with a subject's existing DNA. The purpose of the new chromosome was to transform individuals into superhumans with enhanced strength, agility, and endurance. There were other affects as well, but the gist of what it would do is act as something that would take away the normal degradation of one's genetic structure to a number of factors, meaning genetic diseases would become non-existent. People would become smarter because the bioengineered chromosome would introduce and have humans naturally produce a new neurochemical that would replace the old one with something new. It would send signals faster throughout the body and brain, increasing intelligence through thought processing speed. It also increases the healing factor of a human's body to make them able to exhibit strength that the human body hides within itself. Meaning with a strength and healing factor, it would allow a human to burst out with more physical force. Other benefits also include upgrading the other internal organs to increase their efficiency in all, and imagining the 24th chromosome in combination with the Sky Seed implants. Anakin can't help wanting to speed up the process. He would undoubtedly become stronger, but it would benefit others as well, which is something he has always been passionate about, ever since reincarnating, that is. He is still a selfish person after all, but if he could increase the human lifespan and eliminate genetic disorders and cancers from taking human life, why wouldn't he? Anakin was not sent on every mission the original went on with Obi-Wan, and in fact it was himself that was persuading the High Council to allow him on some of those missions. He has to take advantage of his knowledge of the future and his new abilities to see further into the future as well. Using it, he can change events, and he has which has lead to positive results when it comes to life. A specific mission he wanted to go on and was allowed to take over was special because there was a human scientist who was extremely intelligent. Anakin was sent on a rescue mission in the Uzeel system to TY-44, one of the moons of the planet Typhador. However, he had other plans, and instead of going there exactly, he traveled to the planet called Vancouver. It is here that he was here for an important person that could help him. Anakin would have been put under the influence of a drug called the Zone of Self-Containment and taken prisoner by the insane and fanatical scientist Genazon Arbor. That was if he didn't have any foreknowledge and didn't use the Force properly to predict this was going to happen. Even then, his upgrades to his body simply didn't allow for him to be controlled, and he was easily able to dispel the effects of the drug. Genazon Arbor was a human female and a deranged scientist from the planet of Moesium. Throughout her career, she had numerous confrontations with the Qui-Gon Jinn, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Anakin Skywalker. In the future, during the Clone Wars, she would have been a leading scientist working for the Confederacy of Independent Systems. When the war would end, she would then be drafted into working for the new Galactic Empire. Since Anakin is here, though, he will take this opportunity to lure her into his own command. She is a valuable asset, after all. At the beginning of her career, Genazon Arbor was a famed scientist and the head of Arbor Industries. She was known for saving a planet from a pandemic after creating a vaccine for a deadly virus. Zon Arbor was also known to help planets with little technology, such as Melisadon, overcome their burdens. However, nobody knew that she actually started the problems in the first place, to gain credits and improve her reputation. He doesn't care for this behavior all too much as long as he could control her to a certain extent. From what he understands about her, she wanted to be recognized for her work, even if it was her fault to begin with. She certainly was gifted, and he didn't mind giving her a pedestal to stand on. Fame is a rather fickle thing and was easily to manipulate using the media, especially since Skywalker Industries is the parent company to one of his subsidiaries that works within the entertainment industry. Genazon Arbor. Anakin spoke as he confronted the woman who was in her 40s but still looked extremely good looking despite this. "Why, hello, handsome. Jenna practically purrs in response, looking him up and down. Great, she's a cougar. Anakin thought to himself before responding. I have come here with a specific purpose in mind and would like to recruit you. Jenna was especially drawn to his looks. His features were quite handsome and had filled in nicely while through the sky seed process he had transformed into a great specimen. His dark blonde hair along with his now violet eyes certainly are special features that would draw anyone in. But what was probably the most defining trait that lured her in was his height, because that was not natural for a normal human. This signaled to her that this person in front of her may dabble within the sciences just like her. Oh, you wish to have me? Jenna asked, then continued. It looks like we both have the same goal then. What goal is that? Anakin asked. I want you, of course. Jenna wanted to capture and experiment on him. At least that was what he was able to read from her surface thoughts. Maybe I should have appeared as Vader instead. But then I would have less pull or sway. This woman is not normal, and it is better to tempt her with my body. Anakin thought to himself, You want me in what way? I just want you. All of you. How delicious you would be. Jenna said before continuing. If you have some sort of deal that could appeal to me, I would surely accept. I know you like your reputation. Anakin stated, and then continued after pausing. I also know that you like your credits. Where is this going? Jenna questioned. This is going in a direction that you would no doubt like. I'm also aware that you like anything that has to do with the Force, and those who are capable of using it. Anakin continued. I have had an interest, you are correct. Jenna replied. Well, if you couldn't tell, I'm a Force sensitive, and not only that, I could provide you with everything you could ever want. The only condition is you work under me and stay loyal. Anakin gave his offer. That is an offer I couldn't refuse, but I want something more. Jenna replies. I want you. I am afraid that I am not something that can be used as a bargain. Anakin replied. You are quite the specimen, and I believe I would be able to discover many interesting things from your body. Jenna said, I'm sure you can, but if you want to discover why I am like this, you would have to accept my offer. Anakin continued. I accept. Jenna answered. The two would then go on to finalize everything with Anakin giving her what she wanted, a rather sizable amount of credits paid to her, and a position within his research department on Tatooine. Despite her flaws, she was still someone who had a conscience and would not take things too far when it came to doing things. She had already done so once before, and she terribly regretted it. Jenna would then meet up with Renala, who was also a part of this department, and the two would get along splendidly. Anakin had trouble with these two getting along since their personalities tended to have them clash, but because they were both intelligent and were extremely useful to him, all he did was made sure to better accommodate them. It is not like he doesn't know what these two women were like and what they wanted. After the mission that gave him the opportunity to get Jenna onto his side, which as a result would save thousands, millions if not billions of lives due to the terrible things she would have created in the future. Due to this, it would forever change the direction of some events, making it so that those who would cause destruction and chaos would be reduced. An all good decision. There was something he was interested in, however, which was the Valley of the Dark Lords, originally known as the Valley of the Sleeping Kings, was a valley and burial ground of the Sith Lords of Corbin. Originally constructed by the planet's natives as a burial ground for their kings, the exiles of the Jedi Order, who came to be known as the Dark Lord of the Sith, added their own tombs to the valley. Along with several prominent tombs, the valley was home to the ancient Sith Great Temple and the Sith Academy, which loomed over the valley for several millennia. Unfortunately, this place had already been plundered of everything that was useful or would have been useful by the time Anakin would have gotten there, way before his rebirth. For now, he would put off his plans of going there. What he had to do next was finally introduce the actual final implants of his superhuman transformation. He obviously didn't have everything he wanted to do just yet and was starting to work on the 24th chromosome. Combining everything together should make he incredibly powerful. Another thing was when it came to his sense, he had to wait for his progenoid implant to mature and develop before he could get to work on making more people like him. The Kaminoans have his advanced cellular genetics, but they needed the specialized cells that are within the implanted glands. That was the projected problem from the original creator and even from the Kaminoans themselves when they looked over the contents. There are not enough resources for everything he wanted, and it would seem that since the ancient times there was not enough to complete the design as well. The things he had to collect were quite varied, but thankfully technology was advanced enough, and he had the minimal amount to create these genetic transformations. Underneath the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, Anakin was once again doing an operation. Barriss and Ayla were of course present for the surgery, just as they had been there for the others, and he was grateful for their concern. He was also not concerned at all about them coming to know of this information, because in the future there would be much bigger secrets to reveal, and he was willing to do so in the future. For now, though, he thinks this is enough. The medical droids then began the next surgeries, which would take place over the course of a few weeks because his healing factor has gotten that strong. It would only get better as more time passes. What Anakin had decided to call this more advanced version of Skyseed was the Primaris Skyseed. This type is also much more genetically stable than the previous version, meaning there would be less mutations for himself and his future people. He couldn't wait for his living droids to get proper, working biological bodies capable of withholding the midi-chlorians he wishes for them to keep. The sinew coils are an implant that Anakin's sinews are reinforced with durametallic coil cables that can contract with incredible force, magnifying his strength as well as giving his body another layer of defense. He would become capable of crushing another skull within his hand without the aid of the Force, break flak armor to flinders, or even bite through a metal cable should the need arise. This implant had no requirements beforehand, but on average the Kaminoans had given him a time frame of which would be perfect to implant this. It would have to come sometime after the 19th implant within the original design, making the sinew coils the 20th of them all. The Magnificat is a small, thumbnail-sized lobe that is inserted into the brain's cortex. The Magnificat secretes hormones that increase the body's growth functions whilst also intensifying the function of its other transhuman implants, especially those of the Biscopia and the Os Modula. As a result, Anakin would become even taller by an entire foot and physically stronger than their standard counterparts. Anakin would become even greater in size than what he is now, which is certainly not something that he really wanted, because as his size increases, so does the amount of area there is to land hit on him. He would start to lose some of his nimbleness in doing this, not because he is unable to control himself, but because becoming a giant inherently makes you easier to hit. He has no control over how much more he would grow, however, so he might be getting even taller than what he is now. The projected height in measurement he had done himself was around 2.4 to 2.6 meters tall. Compared to an average human, they would only reach around his abdominal area. The Magnificent is meant to be implanted when he was younger, however, so it is entirely possible he will not reach the full-on height that he could if it had been done earlier. Really, Anakin would in general stay around 7 foot tall, because he had done some level of control over the hormones that the implants modify. In truth, the Magnificat is but half of the true dual-valve immortus gland, otherwise known as the so-called Godmaker. This, in theory, would make Anakin immortal, but from the original design, the creator did not have enough information, materials, and was lacking when it came to discovering the secrets of immortality. It would seem that everyone wants eternal life. Well, maybe everyone. If Anakin had a phase for this implant, it would be the fourth in between the Biscopia and the hemistamen. I've been doing research myself into what this so-called immortus gland is, and the Kaminoans know nothing about it. Anakin was weary about the Kaminoans or anyone else really getting their hands on a blueprint to become immortal. The last of the mysterious implants was called the Belisarian Furnace, a dormant organ that connects to both of Anakin's hearts, the one he was born with and the one he had created. In times of extreme stress, or should his body undergo violent, damaging trauma, it expels great blurts of self-synthesized chemicals, a hypercocktail that simulates the biological action of combat stims while also aiding in the rapid regrowth of tissue, bone, and muscle. The gland then falls dormant again and takes some time to metabolically build itself up once more for the next usage. Of course, for Anakin. Yet again, it was different when taking into account the various other benefits granted to him through the Force, and his nanosuit further increasing his natural regeneration. To put it simply, his healing factor has become so extreme, it would be so much harder to kill him, and in fact, he basically has immortality. Yet doesn't. All of this only when he is 17 years of age, making him complete or near complete, as he will have to wait to see any changes made by the magnificent implant. Would he become even taller than what he is now, or would he remain somewhat the same? Ani, are you all right? Ayla questioned him after his supposed final operation, considering that there may be one more in the future to complete the immortus gland. Yes, I am fine, Anakin replied as he got up from the surgical table, as nothing was used to numb the pain. He didn't want to transmit his pain or display he was in pain because that would hurt the both of them. The emotions of women are strange but not unpredictable. Well, sometimes it is unpredictable, but he has had enough experience to know what might happen if he said or did the wrong thing. All of these surgeries you're doing surely must be dangerous. Varys, being the more knowledgeable of the two women, said to him in a questioning tone, You have all the data and know what I have to go through, but that doesn't even matter because you didn't see me in pain or even feel any pain through the force bond of me anyway. Anakin replied. They both roll their eyes as even if they can't feel it because he shuts it off. That doesn't mean they're unaware or stupid. What say we do some other things in the meantime? Anakin questions to take their minds off of the topic of his experimentation. Anakin had officially turned 17, and after a lot of successful mission, he was finally being promoted after a few long years of non-stop monotony. Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker, it has only been a few short years since you have been promoted from a Padawan, and now you will be given another promotion today. Mace was present for the promotion for himself. In fact, all of the High Council was present for such an event because he was now officially the youngest person ever to become a Jedi Master as well. Jedi Master you shall become. A seat on the council you may receive. This is if you wish to take a seat, that is. The Grand Master stood up and announced to everyone present. Most people were surprised, and some even gasped because this would set another new record throughout the order. Even more surprising, it was Yoda who had decided to hand over one of the vacant seats to Anakin, because he was of the most afraid of the Jedi right from the start. Anakin had predicted this outcome through the various means and methods he had access to him, whether that be through the Force or his ability to connect the dots through logical forethought. There were many benefits to becoming a part of the council, but he had decided that if it were to ever be presented to him, he would reject. He would have less free time to explore the things he wanted to do himself. And there was a lot of things for him to do. I will have to decline the seat. Anakin answered. Reason you do have? Yoda asked him. I just like Kagan, as everyone here must now have my own misgivings. Anakin stated, not afraid of confronting the stubborn lot. We are aware of your antics, and it would seem Kagan has led you astray in this manner. Kiadamundi said, as he was one of the strictest when it came to the Jedi Code. I think that is enough, Master Mundi. It would seem that Anakin has made his decision, and we shall respect it. Mace, having formed a positive relationship with Anakin, was easily able to look away from his disrespect because his own thoughts were starting to change as well. In fact, he had been influencing a lot of Jedi younglings for a long while now, with him participating in many of their lessons. This was once something that was a cause for concern, but whatever investigation they did ended up with no results that would point to some misconduct. I thank the masters here that believe that I am ready to become a master. Anakin dispels the tension within the room by saying this. Yes, I believe that will be all for today. Mace says as everyone starts to exit the room, but Anakin has something more to say, not to any of them, but towards Shakti. Shakti had become a part of the Jedi High Council this very year as a replacement to one of the Jedi Masters that had died. She would have replaced Yaddle if Anakin didn't save her, but there was still an open seat. Master Yariel Poof was slain, so she had been offered the seat. Master T, I would like to have a word with you. Anakin signals her out as the rest continue to leave them alone. After everyone else had left, it was only Anakin and Shak left within the room, and a slightly awkward atmosphere was being created. Well, what is it that you wanted to talk about? Shak was given off the vibe of not wanting to talk, as if she wanted to escape the area. Anakin, being aware, much more now than when he had first met her, knew she didn't like her new feelings. I believe that it is appropriate we talk about a few things. Anakin said before she could make an excuse to leave. Talk about what exactly? Shock tries to play it off, but she knows full well what he was confronting her about. I think you know exactly what I mean, Anakin said, then transitioned from physical speech to mental communication. You won't be able to escape what has happened. On instinct, she replies mentally herself. I deny this. A Jedi must not be attached. I should not. You should not, and no other Jedi should as well. It was the pact, the commitment we agreed to when becoming a Jedi. Are you sure that you agreed with this? With what agency did you have, and with what choice did you make when you were brought to the Jedi? Anakin questioned. I made my choice. I stayed with the Jedi because I believe this is the place I am meant to be in. Shock answered. It would seem that you still deny our bond. Anakin then continued telepathically. Let me show you what would happen to you if you were to stay with the Jedi. Anakin then proceeded to tell a story of how she would have led a life of isolation within the Jedi before dying, because she was a part of it. He conveniently left out bits and pieces that may have indicated that he was a part of the cause within another timeline, because that wouldn't be a good look. He was here to confuse and persuade her into accepting their bond, as he had no way to sever it, even if he wanted to. At least not yet. Shakti drops to the ground and is on her knees seeing these events take place, seeing her potential future and the choices she had made that even when in the right place still lead to the consequence of death. It was all for nothing. Anakin went towards her and embraced her within a warm hug, giving her some emotional support in this moment. She silently cried as she held on to him, which led to Anakin thinking he was taking advantage of the situation he had created. Well, this kind of makes me feel like a scumbag, even when I am right, Anakin thought to himself. Anakin had calmly settled everything with Shakti, and she was not avoiding him like she was, and in fact had become even more attached after that event. Given he had revealed a potential future to her, and through their bond she could see the truth in his honesty, he wasn't surprised. Just as settling one problem is good, and all it doesn't stop it from creating another. One problem leads to another, because that is just the way it is. After Shock's warming up to him, it was apparent that Ayla was able to easily pick up on the difference between him and Shock. Another was Barriss and her new connection to him by a created Force dyad, which he had to manage and deal with. Having the affections of multiple women is surely a great thing, but that doesn't mean it is no work at all. Anakin was within the training room given to him by the Jedi alongside Ayla. She was meditating and seemed to be very contemplative about something. Her concentration was very intense, and he was curious as to what exactly she was struggling with. He could always invade her mind, but that really isn't conducive to a healthy relationship, and Anakin didn't like doing this much to others as well. It is best that she keep her privacy just as he is allowed to have his own. He doesn't need to know what is going through the minds of the women he is currently connected to all day, every day. With that, Anakin begins his own task of looking over his new design, especially made new armor. He had to make this armor sooner or later, and it would be his replacement for his Vader suit, as he considered it incomplete to what he could have now, especially with the correct materials available to him and his ability to synthesize much more powerful and much more capable metals. His design was a combination of many things, which included the blueprints left behind by that ancient Sith holocron, along with other things with which he took inspiration from. He didn't want anything too bulky, as it could impede his movement, but he didn't want something that would be unable to fully protect him, while at the same time it needed to be aesthetically pleasing. Regal looking in a sense, and the regal or royal look he was going for was an outfit that looked similar to Darth Vader. The interior was robed, but he wanted to add more metallic plating and have the mesh be better made. As Anakin was going over the design, he didn't notice that Ayla had actually snuck up behind him, and he was caught off guard as she jumped him. Ayla had kissed him on the cheek, and as he turned around to say something, "Hey, Dash!" She kissed him on the lips while he was low enough for her to do so because of his height. She shyly let him go as he was briefly stunned by the display of affection. Well, that was quite an unexpected first kiss. While Anakin had kissed others before because of his nightly activities, that didn't mean he had actually officiated his relationship with any of those he was connected with. I thought about it long and hard and have come to the decision that we should finally become a couple. Ayla stated quite boldly, partially because there was no one else around to see this moment. A couple, eh? Anakin has a smile on his face, which brings an even deeper blush to Ayla. Yes, she confirms with no hesitation. You also realize that I am currently not only connected to you and to others in this special way, correct? Anakin had informed the three he currently had a Force dyad with about what exactly it was and what it was meant to entail. I have also taken that into consideration, and I believe that I wouldn't mind sharing you. Ayla said, then continued. I have known Barris for a long time now, because of you, and have come to think of her as my own sister. While with Master Shock, I'm also aware of the small feud we have, but I have overcome this. I just want to be with you now, even if it is in secret. Ayla says rather cutely before continuing. Do you agree? She was rather shy, but he could also feel her emotions because this confession was quite something. It embarrassed her, and she was also afraid about the answer. While not stated, it is quite implicit that Anakin had been giving off the vibes of not wanting to be in any type of romantic relationship. His reasons? He wasn't exactly ready himself, and he knew his own character well enough to know he would want more than one woman. He had practically asked the Force itself about this, and it only responded by sending him visions, teasing him about it. It was his fault for reincarnating this way, indirectly making him like this. As if thinking it over and building some suspense on purpose, Anakin delays his answer. I think, yes. She was both excited and anxious to hear his answer, as she had grown rather impatient over the years and was ready to fully accept this bond. In fact, she had already done so and was ready to go all the way for him, even willing to leave the order. I believe, yes. I feel that dash Anakin was cut off. Hurry up with it already. Ayla caught on to what he was trying to do. Smiling, Anakin answers by picking her up and embracing her. Yes. He kisses her back, and she is overjoyed. He could easily tell through their bond as he was able to share in her feeling. What does that make us now, then? Ayla asks as he puts her back down. This means we are in an official relationship, but not a fair one per se. Since you have accepted, I will have multiple significant others. Anakin left off. You don't have to feel worried about that. I have already accepted this will happen. All I know is that I will be your first girlfriend, first lover, meaning that I have you to myself. Ayla says in response, I'm glad but feel slightly guilty dash. Anakin again began only to not finish his sentence. Ayla decides to shut him up by merging her face with his as they continued to kiss for quite a while, and it would seem they were both quite passionate about it. Anakin was more passionate than Ayla, and had even wanted to continue their little play into something more intimate, but he was stopped by Ayla. I think that is enough for now. Even though she was passionate herself, that didn't mean she had no reason. They were currently within the training room that even though had become more secure as no intruders could get in without Anakin's express permission, that didn't mean there was no one else who could enter. One reason why Anakin was so passionate was because of the bond, the dyad, and in combination with his pronounced trait of lust from the magic ritual enhancing his desire. It really didn't help, but he was able to regain control of himself. Right, the others may come in. Anakin replied, I know that, we are both wanting to continue things, but yes, it would be bad if someone walked in on us. Ayla expressed her concerns. More specifically, Ahsoka. Anakin said, yes, the others as well, but Ahsoka is the most important here. Ayla continued, Ahsoka was obviously still very young and still had some innocence about her, even though she had recently started learning about adult things from the other women here, because the Jedi don't really have the best track when it comes to things like this. Just as they were discussing and calming themselves down, the subject of their conversation made herself known by rushing Anakin and hugging onto his thigh. She had started to grow, but she was still not tall enough to really hug him as much yet. Ani, Ahsoka called. I wanted to learn about. She then started to go on a rant about her day and about what she wanted to be taught next, full of energy, not realizing the ambiguous atmosphere between Anakin and Ayla. All right, I think you should calm down now. I think you need to go back to your meditation practice. Anakin said to Ahsoka, because she was a bundle of excessive energy. Pouting, she replied, I don't like meditation, though. That is too bad, because without it you will grow slower and be unable to become an adult. Anakin said in jest, "I'm not a kid anymore. I know that what you said is a lie." Ahsoka said, having a mini temper tantrum. All right, I apologize. I was in the wrong." Anakin smiles down at the little girl. Ahsoka cutely blushes a bit, having developed a crush as her teenage hormones were starting to kick in. Okay, of course Anakin is not aware of this and doesn't think much of this, but Ayla could see this and could only sigh within her mind. Anakin may have been a playboy within his last life, but that didn't mean he was any good at noticing things like this. In fact, he was quite oblivious and was only good with feminine Ks in relation to adult things. This man, I guess that is just how he is. Ayla, he thought to herself. My master. Reinala was pacing back and forth in her room allocated to her by Shmi Skywalker, as she had started living within the palace alongside the other girls sent here. That is right. She had figured out who Vader truly was. Well, figured out would be a lie, because she had been told of his real identity. Anakin Skywalker. It made sense, sort of, but she would be lying if she said she wasn't confused and couldn't exactly piece everything together. Reinala then thought back to the time and remembered just when he had revealed himself to her and how excited she was. Anakin had made an entrance with another person back on Tatooine under the cloak of darkness that was the night. He specifically was with Jenna and was headed to Reinala now, believing that it is time to finally reveal himself to her. It just wouldn't be right if he revealed himself to Jenna, but not her, considering she has known him longer. The prince. Reinala was confused that Anakin had come when she was informed that Vader was making his way here. Excited she was at his reappearance, as she didn't see him as often as she would have liked. In her view, Anakin had also come along with a beautiful and mature stranger, right to her, which only further increased her confusion. Reinala. Anakin spoke to her, knowing her name. Why, yes, she replied in confusion. I think it is time I reveal myself. I am Vader. Anakin just straight up cut to the point. What? She was still confused, and it would seem the woman next to Anakin had something to say. So this is the best and the brightest of your researchers? Jenna questioned with derision. This angered her, but she was able to keep to herself her feelings and not instantly lash out in anger. She had greatly improved with her progress within the Force, as she got limited training from whom she affectionately called her master. Instead, she questions the prince. What do you mean you are Vader? I meant what I meant. Is there something wrong? Anakin then began to cloud himself with dark side energy and started to present himself to her in a style reminiscent to his Vader persona. Finally connecting the dots and managing to pinpoint the Force signatures, she was able to determine the truth of his words. Master, it truly is you. Yes, that is quite enough for now. I want you to get acquainted with this woman here. She will be heading this department alongside you. Anakin said, not really bothered by her show of loyalty. Feeling a bit hurt at that, Reinala replied. But Master, do I not do enough? Have I not proved myself to you? Anakin doesn't hesitate to approach her and towers above her, proceeding to lift her chin to look deep into her eyes. I do. You have proven to be quite useful to me. I am not replacing you. I'm simply bringing in someone to help you. He assures her because this situation was quite emotional for her. She blushes at being so close to him, and knowing what he looks like underneath, even more so, increased her infatuation. Anakin was not a bad-looking young man, but was in fact very beautiful and could contend with a lot of models, even with his freakish physique. Thank you, Master, she replied in a quiet tone. What Reinala had been mainly working on for Anakin was the expansion of his knowledge to do with the dark side of the Force, but she had other things to do as well. The only problem was she is uneducated in things to do with science and had minimal experience, and as such she needed a partner. This partner would be Jenna, and she would be the perfect partner for her. Master, if I may ask? Reinala had become extremely docile in the presence of Anakin, and Jenna just had a comment. How cute. So this is your grand plan. I thought there would be something more, Jenna said, but it was Reinala who came to his defense. Do not speak that way to the Master. Whoa, calm down there. If looks could kill, then Jenna would die 1,000 times over by now by Reinala's glare. I think that is enough out of the two of you. Anakin puts an end to their brewing feud with one sentence. They continued to walk for a small while before ending up in a specific room that contained many living medical droids that Anakin planned to showcase to increase Jenna's interest. For the Emperor, the living droids within the room saluted him. "Like what you see?" Anakin questioned Jenna. "This is quite interesting, but you still haven't told me what this is all about." Jenna was becoming increasingly curious, especially after the revelation the droids were actually living and fully capable of using the Force, even in limited capacity. "We are all gathered here for you to get a look at what my next creation is to further advance myself and the human species. Maybe even create a version of what I'm trying to create here for other species as well in the future," Anakin said, directing her eyes to the medical reports visible to Jenna. While Jenna was overlooking all of that, Rennala had taken this as her chance to grab onto her beloved as her mind became even more twisted. She may have held back and was learning to be in even greater control over the dark side. That didn't mean she was immune. At least not yet. Rubbing herself on Anakin, she says, "So this is your true form, Master. How glorious you are. I am blessed to be in your presence, to be allowed to approach and smell you from up close. It's exhilarating. I am sure it is, and it would seem that you are liking me a bit too much," Anakin says with some jest, but it goes unnoticed by Rennala. Quickly getting a hold of herself, she retreats and says in panic, "Forgive me, Master. I didn't mean to impede or get in your way. I only wanted to be closer to you. Do not get me wrong, Rennala. I am not repulsed by your presence. In fact, I quite enjoy your company." Anakin was speaking the truth because while he was not overly attracted to her, that didn't mean he was against any form of relationship. At this point in time, he hadn't officiated his relationship with any other girl. "Really?" She smiled before continuing. "Master, if I may be so bold." "You may." Anakin gave his permission because she was extremely docile when it came to him. In fact, her submissiveness was quite seductive, and he had nearly gave into his inner demons. "What exactly is this project the elite have been working on?" Rennala was referring to the living droids who had taken the name of elites for now, before they get their own bodies. A specialized bioengineered 24th chromosome with the sole purpose of making a baseline human better than what they were, Anakin stated. Jenna added her own opinion after looking over the data. From what has been designed, this would eliminate most genetic disorders and reduce the chances of diseases or viruses being able to infect someone. Jenna continued. In fact, it would be impossible with this special genetic restructuring for a human to get cancer. There are other things like increased overall mental and physical capabilities, but the main benefits are those to the quality of life. This would basically be the next step in evolution for humans if it was engineered this way. And from the looks of it, you are nearly complete. Jenna finished. That is correct. Rennala practically had stars in her eyes that were slightly crazy as she stared at Anakin. Amazing. Jenna, you will help complete this while Rennala will help you with other things. Anakin said with Rennala, not questioning him, and Jenna just accepting her next task. Most of everything had been done for her anyway, so why waste her time with small talk? Anakin would then go on to explain he had to leave for Coruscant, and that when Rennala was finished she could come visit him. On the stipulation, she was able to hide herself in the Force like he had taught her. My master. Rennala had a smile on her face just thinking about him. Honey, how has my progress been so far? Barriss asked Anakin of whom had become her master, but she didn't change the way he addressed him. She would feel too awkward in doing so anyway. At first, some within the Order questioned Anakin on his choice of apprentice because she was known to be a very close friend of his, but this only proved to the higher-ups that Anakin was quite in line with their methods, meaning that Anakin placed no attachment on his friendship with Barriss and was willing to become her master instead. What they didn't know, however, was that the two were still very close to each other, and with becoming master and apprentice, only gave them more time to spend with each other. Unfortunately, the Jedi are quite blind at times to certain things. You have been doing fine, and soon enough, I believe that you will not need to be my apprentice anymore. Anakin replied. Really? Barriss was excited, because she always felt there was some kind of barrier that was preventing her from being able to express her feeling towards Anakin. Even though a Force dyad had formed between the two, It seemed Anakin, or maybe it was herself, that thought it was inappropriate for a teacher and student to be in a relationship. Yes, I do believe that it is high time you completed your trials, and have in fact nearly completed them all. Anakin stated. Can you tell me which? Barriss asked, thinking she could rush things. No, that wouldn't be right now, would it? Anakin replied, knowing full well what he said was bullshit. Yeah, right. We both know that you aren't one to follow the rules. Barriss says, you're correct. Anakin chuckles a bit before explaining. You have completed all but one, and this last trial of yours is the trial of the spirit, right? The hardest one. Barriss sighs, believing that the last trial she has to complete would be difficult. That is both correct and incorrect. All you would be doing in simple terms is facing your inner darkness per se. Your doubts, your insecurities, and the dark side would try to tempt you into giving in to your most innate desires. Anakin said, not that those thoughts are all that wrong or even evil, but it is how you channel those emotions that would allow you to pass. He continued, so it is my actions that matter the most? Barriss hesitantly asked. Yes. Remember the new code I have taught you, my own that I have connected to myself, the one I have said to others. Anakin questions. I do. Barriss confirms. Why don't you recite it for me? Anakin asks. Flowing through all, there is balance. There is no peace without a passion to create. There is no passion without peace to guide. Knowledge fades without the strength to act. Power blinds without the serenity to see. There is freedom in life. There is purpose in death. The Force is all things, and I am a force. Barriss quotes his ripped-off code. As long as you have taken my teachings to heart and have trust in yourself, then everything should be just fine. Anakin smiles in encouragement, which only manages to daze her for a bit, as his features were that good-looking. Only more so accented by his now wavy and curly dark blonde hair and glowing purple eyes. Anakin's glowing eyes were the result of the special mutation within his sky seed that was affected by the Force and his incredible Force sensitivity. Hello, Barriss, are you there? Anakin was trying to get her attention. Slightly embarrassed, she recovers from her trance. Yes, I am here. She then continued as she was slightly curious about something. Master, I have noticed that something has changed between you and Ayla. That is true. Anakin didn't lie. What is it, if I may ask? She was hesitant to ask, but was ready for the answer. You could say, I have officially begun a romantic relationship with her. Anakin answers honestly. Barriss would be lying if she said she wasn't jealous, but she was aware of the rather unique situation they were all in. There was no telling how many more dyads he would create in the future as well. So she had come to accept this situation, and it was made all the more easier that Anakin actually spent time with her, and the others still, even when he should be busy doing other things. This only indicated to her his care for them. I thought we weren't supposed to have attachments as Jedi. Barriss decides to be playful instead of having an outburst using her temporary jealousy. It is a good thing. I don't plan on being a Jedi for long. Anakin drops a bomb on Barriss. Wait, what? Barriss asked in surprise. Not that she already didn't have an inclination with what Anakin wanted to do in the future. In fact, she wasn't really surprised at all, but was just confused why he had not left the Order yet. The galaxy will go to hell, and there are even bigger threats years ahead of the current time frame, and I don't have a lot of time left to prepare. Anakin said what he was going to tell the other girls at some point. How so? Barriss didn't question how valid his prediction is to be, because he has been near 100% right about the many other things they had done. That didn't mean he couldn't be wrong. It just meant he never really was, especially when it came to things concerning the Force and the well-being of people. Even more so when it came to his loved ones. Let's just say that there are many hidden menaces, and it wouldn't be good to tell you or others just yet about what is in store. Just know that I will protect you and everything else I possibly can. Anakin stated quite passionately. That is quite the big responsibility. Are you sure you can handle this yourself? Barriss questioned, worried about how he is doing. Don't worry. As long as I have the support from you and the others, I'll be just fine. Anakin smiles again before embracing Barriss within an unexpected hug. Okay. Barriss replies while stammering, having not quite hammered that habit out of herself. A fine student, Barriss. The Force flows strongly within her. Someone spoke to Anakin as he was watching her training. It would seem an uninvited intruder had made her entry. I do think she has been taught well, if I say so myself. Anakin answered the intruder, who was actually Luminara Unduli, the original master for Barriss. I am quite disappointed I was unable to take her completely off of your hands. Luminara said, sometimes we don't always get what we want. Anakin replied. Luminara and Anakin had become acquainted when they were both looking for an apprentice. And while Luminara originally was supposed to take Barriss under her wings, it was Anakin who had beat her to it. Because of this, as a result, she did not get to take on any apprentice of her own, at least not yet. In fact, the reason why she had become acquainted with Anakin was because there was a special agreement between the Jedi Order and Mirielin, where only Mirielin Jedi come take and train Mirielin apprentices. At first, it was an agreement, but slowly over time, Mirielin Jedi acceptance became a tradition to any of whom did become one, something that had been going on for a long time now. Again, another exception was made in the case when it came to Anakin, but this exception was on the stipulation that he was not her only master. Just as Anakin himself had two main masters, Kagan and Mace, Barriss had both himself and Luminara. Do you think there is anything really left to teach her? Luminara asked him. There is always something to learn. I believe what you wanted to ask about was whether or not she is ready to become a Jedi Knight. Anakin replied, knowing what she actually wanted to ask. Upon achieving the rank of Jedi Knight, Luminara dedicated herself to physical disciplines. Her pattern tattoos were a traditional Mirielin reflection of this somatic commitment. She trained heavily to improve her corporal prowess, working over the course of years to enhance her flexibility and agility in combat, and mastering the third form of lightsaber combat, Sarisu. Adorning in traditional Mirielin robes, Luminara trained independently as a Jedi Guardian, though she was a skilled and respected diplomat and advisor to high-profile senators in the Galactic Senate. So it is time then? Luminara asked to no one in particular. Anakin remained silent, not answering her question, as it wasn't supposed to be answered, but was supposed to be a moment for her to be at peace with Barriss moving on. Like a parent watching their child grow up, it was quite emotional. She had done this once before, as Barriss wasn't her only student and she had another. In Dash, Barriss was about to call out to Anakin, using his nickname, before seeing her other master was present. Master Skywalker, Master Unduli. She greeted after her little session with the training droids. Barriss. Luminara awakens from her trance to reply to her apprentice. What are you doing here, Master Unduli? Barriss questions her. Nothing much. I have just come here to speak with Master Skywalker. Luminara replies. Speak to him about what? Barriss was still curious and wanted to know why she had come here. It is nothing you should bother yourself with just yet. Luminara answered, not really wanting to tell her why. Okay, whatever you say. Barriss accepts her answer, knowing she doesn't want to say anymore. Master Skywalker, can you have a spar with me? Sure. Anakin smiles at her and entertains her request. I best be on my way then, Luminara says, and leaves the training room as the two then begin to train with one another, or more like Anakin was defending and allowing Barriss to be on the aggressive. It had been many years since Shmi and Padme had talked about the alliance between Tatooine and Naboo. Padme had gone on from being a queen to becoming a senator for her system to better represent her people, know the people on the Republic on a much more grand stage. Padme had kept in contact a lot of the time, despite the circumstances surrounding the treaty between the two systems. Padme still wanted to keep good relations with between Tatooine, her planet of Naboo. They were not far from each other after all in terms of actual distance, and it would be great for Naboo to have some military help even when they were a peaceful people. She knew that the Republic would be unable to help her and her people just like the last time. What she didn't expect, however, was that she would be pushed forward as some sort of sacrifice to create an alliance between the Republic and Tatooine because of the benefits they could provide. Unfortunately for them, she is a much more strong-willed woman than they expected. Padme. Shmi had successfully connected with her. Smiling through the device, Padme replied, Yes, it is me. Padme and Shmi were still in regular contact with each other. I'm glad that you still have some time to yourself. Shmi said to Padme. They had developed a friendship between the two of them and had gotten along rather well because of many factors. One especially important factor being the politics and intrigue they were both involved in, even if Shmi didn't really have to deal with the Republic. "Why did you call?" Padme asked. "There was something that myself and others have been working on for some time now and was wondering if I could ask of you some advice." Shmi said, "That is interesting. What exactly are you doing over on that hot planet exactly?" She asked Shmi. "Well, after looking everything over and having gained years of experience, I believe it is time for our planet to take the next step." Shmi said, but really it was both herself and Anakin that had come up with what to do next. "Our economy has become stable enough as it is, and we want to create our very own currency." "You wish to create your own currency?" Padme was surprised, as this was quite the bold move and would further allow the Empyrean to gain more independence from the Republic. "The people are using credits and whatever other currency is already available, correct?" "Yes," Shmi replied. "Is there some type of problem, or—" Padme was questioning what exactly led to this decision. "It has been brought to my attention that it would be better to further make ourselves independent, even though we already are. That doesn't mean we're economically well off," Shmi said before continuing. "The industries of the two systems under our control are split. Your people are well cared for then?" Padme asked. "Yes, on Tatooine we have decided that we will use this planet to mostly produce energy and technology, while on the other system we have gained control over will become our agriculture planet," Shmi answered. "That covers the energy, food, water, and shelter requirements." "That is quite smart," Padme replied. "Yes, but we want to do more and further expand the various things we have and can produce. And while we have started to produce in excess everything we need, that doesn't mean we are actually all the strong financially." Shmi continued. "How so? I thought that Skywalker Industries would be an adequate source of funding in case your internal economy fails." Padme said in a questioning tone. "Yes, but if the system cannot run itself, it would be considered a failure," Shmi replied before continuing. "So, do you think this is a good idea?" Taking on a thinking posture, she replies. "It is the right direction for you, but I fear for the political reaction to such a development. We would still accept the currencies of other places, it would just not be the main one the people use within the Empyrean." Shmi said, "That was another to think on. The Tatooine system had become two, and now they had rebranded into an empire named the Empyrean, not too unlike the Hutts. This was a unanimous decision, but the various leaders within the empire and a vote by the people was done to see the public response. It was overwhelmingly positive, which in turn turned Shmi into an empress rather than a simple queen. Of course, this also kind of elevated Anakin into an even greater position of power. How has the transition been, by the way?" Padme decided to change the topic onto the rebranding as an empire. "It has actually been quite pleasant, and while I am honored to accept the people's praises, I am afraid that I would fail them in some way." Shmi speaks about her insecurities in a show of how far the relationship between the two women had become. Being the kind and empathic woman she was, Padme replied, "I'm sure you're doing just fine. Otherwise, the people wouldn't have elected to continue having you as their queen, no, empress." "Thank you. I believe that you're doing a fine job within the Senate as well," Shmi replies with her own compliment. Well, Padme was sure she was doing something, while at the same time felt that her efforts were truly useless. The Republic had come a long way, but was still crumbling from within, though Padme still had a lot of hope to its state of being. The two then would continue to chit-chat back and forth about various things before they both needed to do other things. One thing was on both of their minds, though, and that was the last topic of their talk. Anakin. It would seem he still had quite an impact on Padme since a long time ago, and she had in fact turned into a stalker, constantly keeping herself updated on the young boy. No, man he was becoming. I do wish I could meet him face to face again, she thought to herself before going on with her own business. It had been an extremely successful last few years for the Supreme Chancellor. Nearly everything was going according to his plans, but that didn't mean he didn't experience any hiccups, and in fact he experienced a lot of roadblocks that completely halted his plans in other areas. Specifically when it came to the Outrim system of Tatoo and his grasp of control over it. His designs for the young and extremely interesting subject of Anakin Skywalker was also being restricted as he tried to do things. Because of the new Empire's treaty with the Republic, Palpatine had some worries when it came to his current apprentices' stay on Geonosis, remain peaceful until his plan is fully ready. It would seem, however, that the Empyrean did not have any interest in Geonosis, and he had been actively trying to divert their attention from it. In fact, his attempt in having the previous Queen of Naboo become engaged and possibly married to the heir of the Empyrean was by his design, Darth Tyrannus. Palpatine had now gone into his true persona of the Sith Lord Darth Sidious, communicating with his apprentice to get an update of how things have been progressing. "Yes, Master," Tyrannus replied with a questioning tone. "Tell me, how far have you progressed? Has the droid army come into full fruition?" Sidious asked. "Master, I am afraid that we have been delayed and have not been able to generate as much as we would have liked. There was a hitch a few years ago that had delayed us, and now we do not have as many droids as projected." Tyrannus answered. "That is fine, as long as there is enough." Sidious replied. Anakin's interference years ago had stalled the mass production of the droid army, and now they didn't have as much numbers to play around with that they would have had. That doesn't mean Sidious knows of this, however, and was still willing to further along his plans. Why would he give up now when he was so close? The chances of failure were actually minimal at this stage because of his setup. "Master, I will be ready to announce and official form the Confederacy of Independent Systems within the next year." Tyrannus told him. Good. You have done an excellent job, my apprentice." Sidious was currently formulating other ideas and plans to further advance himself within the Republic, and even if the army under his apprentice isn't enough to fully scare the Republic, they could always make use of what they have to create an illusion. Those who fear make great assets to use for himself. Surely bribery and slippery intrigue is good for his advancement, but that didn't mean he didn't have other means to becoming an emperor of his own. He was very jealous of the Skywalker heir, who would inherit an entire empire if he just left the Jedi. Even though it would not be to the same scale he was working towards, that didn't mean it didn't hold any value. Thinking about the now master Jedi that Skywalker had become, Sidious sees that he would have an even harder time swaying him to his side. Thankfully, it would seem that the boy was not all in agreement with the Jedi. What was unfortunate, however, was that he was unable to really find any kind of weakness he could exploit from the boy. It was like trying to uncover secrets from times long past. Impossible, because it was like they didn't exist, which made Sidious increase his suspicion. However, not of Anakin, but of the mysterious figure known as Lord Vader. The enigmatic and elusive figure, he had spent a lot of his time in trying to figure it. He had become obsessed with this person because he was having premonitions himself. He believed that this Vader person could be his downfall. For some odd reason, he was receiving force visions of him being thrown off by a somewhat similar figure to Vader, and it both terrified and angered him. Even more, so that he is unable to do anything to him with all that he has. It would be a political death sentence to go after the general of the Empyrean, as it would paint a target on his back. Even he doesn't want to be besieged by their droid army, because it was enough to hold off against the Hutts. I will find out who this person is. Given Sidious wanted to live forever and have a forever empire for himself, it would certainly stand to reason he would be cautious of Vader and anything potentially connected to him. But he had developed a blind spot to Anakin because of his desire to take him as his new apprentice. Darth Plagueis, remembered as Darth Plagueis the Wise, was a male Muun Dark Lord of the Sith and heir to the lineage of Darth Bane. Trained by Darth Tenebrous, Plagueis mastered the art and science of midichlorian manipulation. Obsessed with eternal life, he experimented with ways to cheat death and create new life from the midichlorians. In his public eyes, as Magister Higo Damas II of the Intergalactic Banking Clan, Darth Plagueis backed the rise and fall of certain star systems, businesses, and crime lords, earning him many enemies and putting the Galactic Republic into turmoil. One of Plagueis' greatest contributions to the history of the galaxy was training Darth Sidious in the ways of the Sith and the dark side of the Force, whom he incited to take control of the galaxy and bring about a new age of the Sith. For decades, he had helped Sidious, known publicly as Palpatine from Naboo, rise to the position of senator and played a hand in his apprentice's election as the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic. Together, they instigated the Yinkori Uprising, the invasion of Naboo, and the war that would destroy the Jedi Order and the Republic in years to come. They were even unwittingly responsible for the procreation of Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One. Plagueis planned to be appointed co-chancellor of the Republic so that he might advise Sidious from the dark and devote himself to his own research. But his apprentice had other plans. Sidious, convinced that his master had outlived his usefulness, killed the Muun in his sleep the night before his election and eventually rose to become ruler of the Galactic Empire. This would be the end of Plagueis' story, his rise to power and inevitable fall from grace as he was blinded by his trust in his apprentice. "Where could you be?" Anakin said out loud, as if he was on the lookout for something. He had tasked many droids he had at his disposal to search, stealthily within the areas he believed he could find Plagueis. Why? Because he could transfer Plagueis' consciousness and soul into something else, trapping him to his will. This would allow him to learn from Plagueis while also enforcing absolute loyalty to him. He was killed within his sleep, if that is how Sidious had still done it, meaning his body may have already been taken away. He thought to himself, to where? He doesn't know. Anakin was after the body of the Sith Lord because there is a possibility he is still alive, still conscious enough because of the technique created by Darth Tenebris known as maxichlorians. Maxichlorians were a creation of Darth Tenebris as a way to achieve a form of eternal life. During his lifetime, Tenebris injected himself with a retrovirus that infected some of his midichlorians, turning them into maxichlorians at the loss of his precognition abilities. These maxichlorians were long-lived midichlorians that would linger after Tenebris died, instead of migrating back into the Force. Unfortunately, while Plagueis was used as an experiment for his own master in case in the event he died, but it didn't matter in the end. Tenebris was locked in an eternal hell created by himself, and Plagueis was the successor of this mastermind. If Anakin could find his body, he would be able to isolate the maxichlorians that contained his consciousness and then bind it to this object. What object would he be using? The Sith holocron that he had discovered underneath the Jedi Temple, which had become a talisman. In fact, he had the talisman with him in case he encountered the decaying body of Plagueis. After many months, however, of retracing the steps of Palpatine and the possible locations his body may be, he had received valuable information of where his body could be buried, which is why he was, along with his droids, searching a gravesite that was not on Coruscant and in fact was within the Valley of the Dark Lords. At least Palpatine had some decency, which is incredibly surprising. He would even bury his body instead of just outright burning him and destroying the remains. Anakin thought to himself while on this far-out planet. The Sith holocron had become useless to him anyway, and he had gone ahead and taken out all of the information within only leaving an empty space for the consciousness and soul of Plagueis. So what better usage was there other than become a storage device? An extremely powerful storage device, but something for storage nonetheless, and he didn't have to worry about Plagueis making a comeback, because this device enforces loyalty to him. Deciding to use the Force to guide him to his objective, he walks within a trance as the droids follow alongside him. Here, there were many voices that could be heard throughout the valley, as this place was quite infamous. It was the burial site for many fallen Sith Lords. Here, come to me, little boy. Become one with the dark. You were born because of the dark, because your destiny was to destroy us, to destroy the Sith and to destroy the Jedi. Anakin was being bombarded by many disembodied voices that tried to distract him, but he only had one goal in mind: bring balance to the Force. The only way to do so is to become a Sith. It is your destiny, after all. The Valley of the Dark Lords was a massive rift in an outcropping of stone about 3 days' walking distance to the city of Dreshti. Wider at the mouth, the valley's stone walls were sheer and steep before opening into a lower valley with coarse outcroppings and rocky mountain ledges. Overlooking the lower valley were 6 towering monoliths in the shape of humanoid men bowing their heads. Lining the upper valley's walls were the tombs of ancient Sith, such as Naga Sado's tomb and the tomb of Ludo Kresh. At the center of the upper valley was a three-story crypt containing the remains of a Junapal. The lower valley, once lined with temples and soaring edifices to falling Sith lords, was largely destroyed during Republic bombings, and what tombs remained were hidden behind sand and debris. The lost tomb of Marka Ragnos was unearthed bit by subsequent Sith regimes, but eventually lost once more after each defeat. At the mouth of the valley stood the reliquary of Exozon, a sprawling temple complex upon the leftmost wall of the valley. At the back wall of the Valley of the Dark Lords was the Sith Academy of Korriban, a pyramidal structure which towered over the tombs. The academy was rebuilt several times, while another academy was built in Dreshti by the Brotherhood of Darkness. None of this mattered to Anakin, however, as he was lead to one tomb in particular, which would be his goal: the burial place of the Sith Lord Darth Plagueis. Fan out and secure the area, Anakin verbally told his droids as they explored this relatively newly constructed man-made cavern. There was a tomb, a coffin of sorts that contained the remains of Darth Plagueis, and this was his chance to trap the corrupted soul. Telepathically, Anakin heard something so small and minuscule, trying to call out in distress. "Help me. I will not die. I will get my revenge." Anakin was cautious to connect himself to this, and decided to do so, but diverting this connection through the talisman he had brought along. There is no telling whether or not Plagueis would try and take over his body. Something dark came from the coffin and was hastily advancing towards Anakin, but it was sucked into the holocron as it glowed an eerie red light. "You." The disembodied form of Plagueis reveals itself after being caught within the holocron. "I wouldn't mistake something of my own doing." His voice became tangible within the real word, enough so that he didn't need to use telepathy. "It would seem you recognize me." Anakin states as Plagueis was still struggling to escape. "How could I not know about you? I wanted to see you, but my cowardly apprentice stabbed me in the back before I could get to you." Plagueis said, "I guess I should thank Sidious then." Anakin has a cocky smile on his face to further taunt the ghost. Why? Because he wanted to test the limits of whether or not it could hold Plagueis within, so he would not be surprised in the future if it managed to fail him. "Why have you come here?" Plagueis was quickly able to calm himself down after his initial outburst, because he wasn't the overly emotional type. This was a much more calm and collected person. "Well, it is not like you would be unable to resist my commands anymore. So what the hell?" Anakin said to himself before directing towards Plagueis. "I have come here to take you under my control and get you to teach me about Sith alchemy and other things like your science within midichlorian manipulation." Never. Plagueis still doesn't fully comprehend the situation he is in. "That is too bad, because you will willingly give in to every command I say." He said to Plagueis, "I will I was." Plagueis was struggling. "I will follow your commands." If one looked closely, they would notice Plagueis was very minutely making facial expressions that gave away he was in intense pain. He had been trapped, and Anakin was successful in his endeavor. "Don't worry. I will not mistreat you as long as you stay loyal." "What may I call you?" Plagueis questioned. "You may refer to me as Emperor." Anakin had grown used to this title because of his living droids. "Yes, my Emperor." Plagueis does a mock bow. Anakin just smiles as he starts to pack up and leave with his droids while deactivating the holocron, forcing Plagueis into temporary unconsciousness. Back on Coruscant, Anakin had completed what he wanted to do and had fully extracted everything he wanted from Plagueis. This increased his own knowledge within the dark side of the Force and allowed him a greater capacity of abilities. Core among them was maxichlorians and midichlorian manipulation. While Anakin had minimal uses for maxichlorian, it would still help him immensely in the process of transferring the consciousness of his living droids into their future new bodies. This would advance him greatly and decrease the casualties within the future wars that would be fought. He knows that he can't escape it. There is no way that Palpatine would leave him alone. There is also no way that the Hutts would leave him alone as well, and the two within the future could create a coalition of sorts to be combative against him. Another thing to take into account are the future events that could happen. specifically with the Yuuzhan Vong, whom would start an intergalactic war themselves way into the future. Not to mention the smaller conflicts that would happen throughout. Midichlorian manipulation was a form of Sith alchemy mastered by Darth Plagueis. Requiring immense knowledge of the dark side of the Force, it was the ability to create, maintain, or save life through the influencing of midichlorians to a certain degree. Plagueis was able to use this ability to make creatures give birth without a second partner, referred to by his droid servant 11-4D as the Magister's pregnancies. Plagueis was able to kill the comatose Darth Vanamis and then bring him back to life several times before the Bith's organs failed and Plagueis granted him everlasting death. In addition, he turned this power on himself in order to heal his many injuries afforded to him by the Maladian assassins who almost killed him, and was confident that he would stop aging at all with this power. However, despite all this, Plagueis was still unable to keep himself from dying at the hands of his apprentice. How unfortunate for you, Anakin thought as he stared at the deactivated holocron he had with him and decided to store underneath the Jedi Temple for now, as this was his base of operations for now. Darth Plagueis stated that a child born of this power would be the embodiment of the Force. The Mun tried to impose his will on the Force into creating a forceful being, but considered this a failure, as Anakin was created by the Force itself to bring an end to the Sith once and for all. That didn't mean he wasn't an embodiment of the Force, and in fact he was. A manifestation of its will to keep the balance. It was just that Plagueis didn't understand this concept all too well despite being the creator of the technique. Anakin could link this ability to have similarities to the elixir of life from his previous life, which was said to grant the drinker eternal life or eternal youth and create new life. It had a lot of the same capabilities, and Anakin was going to make sure to use it to the best of his own abilities, but he wanted to do so in a way that cheats the system. The dark side of the Force is quite corrupting, and even though he had become balanced himself, that didn't mean he was completely immune if he overused such abilities. So he had an idea, by combining science, that missing a mortis gland he had been working on, midichlorian manipulation, and genetic manipulation, he would create the final half of the implant. He would make the midichlorians within the immortis implant in particular forcefully work in a specific way, but he would influence one side of the implant to be of the dark side while the other be of the light. He would make the magnificent implant become the dark side variation, while he would make the other half become the light side variant. Doing so should eliminate the conflicting energies, but this also means he would have to recreate midichlorians manipulation. Recreate it as a light side ability. He could do this by transforming the midichlorians and the genetic coding within these implants to better suit his needs. Anakin would of course do this for himself only because he was greedy, but that didn't mean he wanted immortality without someone to share it with. He always thought the greatest problem with living forever was the social aspect. If humans were not such social creatures by nature, they would probably like the idea of immortality more, because that is just how nature is. Of course, that may not be perfect logic, but it was enough for him, so he would go ahead with his plan. Originally, he was just going to use Art of the Small to steal the genetics and the way the midichlorians work for the Mortis gods for himself, thus giving him eternal youth, but this option, at least to him, was much better. The Infinity Gate on Dathomir was important to Anakin. He had been researching how to recreate such a revolutionary technology for himself, and was intending to create a gate on every planet under his control, which would help himself and the development of his empire greatly. When it came to Dathomir, there were many reasons he would have been able to keep under his control. This is why he gave it away for free, and it was not like he invested all that much on the planet. The only thing there that was useful for him, he had already gotten. It is better to grant it independence than try and keep something he would obviously lose trying to keep control over either from the Night Sisters within or from people outside willing to use the planet to their advantage against him. Why would he include that risk for himself? He would be able to retake control of it in the future anyway, when his militaristic might and power has expanded to such a degree it would allow him to do so. Of course, there's also the political and economic reasons for not wanting to stay as it would take too much time to completely bring such a dangerous planet under his complete control. Back to the Infinity Gate. It had two main capabilities that was above everything else, and he was reverse engineering the gates for his own use. Imagine not needing ships anymore. Well, he would still need ships because the gates would be cool and all, but they are unable, from what he has designed, to transport everything and/or everyone perfectly. An example being he would need one gate on Tatooine and one on Andowheel to transfer things back and forth between them. This was what he intended to do. The basic description of the Infinity Gates is that it was an ancient network of structures developed by the Saurian Qua species of Dathomir during the pre-Republic era. They enabled instantaneous interstellar travel between far-flung locations and could also be used as a superweapon. Through what the Qua called the power of the cosmos, the Infinity Gates were able to transport them across the galaxy or project devastating infinity waves. The gates were accessed from a star chamber within massive pyramidal structures known as the Star Temples. The Star Temples and its associated buildings contained traps which protected the chambers from intruders. Inside the Star Chamber was a realm of infinity, a pocket dimension that housed the central control station which was used to control the power of infinity. From what Anakin was able to piece together, this pocket dimension was a space of which they created a specialized energy and stored it within. It had no connection to the Force, but it was an advanced form of energy they were somehow able to access or create. Of course, Anakin was not only interested in the Infinity Gates because there was also a similar contraption built by the Gree, known as hypergates. Hypergates were a form of faster-than-light transportation used by the ancient Gree civilization. He had also discovered the blueprints to creating such a device as well and wanted to incorporate both civilizations' unique designs, but he wanted to separate the superweapon part from the teleportation part. He believes it is just a tad bit dangerous for both things to be held within the same thing. A network of devices that created hyperspace wormholes. Hypergates used an unknown technology to circumvent mass shadows, allowing near-instant travel through space and to other hypergates. Hypergates had a variety of sizes and functionality, with such shapes typically being freestanding access ways, gateways, or archways. Those that activated the technology and stepped through the threshold were instantly transported through hyperspace to a corresponding hypergate terminus at another location. Such locations tended to vary, as a receiving hypergate was capable of being located on the planet of origin or another world entirely, with rumors of this latter fleet known as variant gates that were capable of sending entire starships across the galaxy. Anakin had already begun construction of a merged form of both technologies because he wanted the very best and didn't want the flaws from both sides. Some flaws would still be present, but he should be able to, with his own design, make use of the best of both worlds. He had a habit of trying to balance things. Just take the balance within the Force, for example. It would seem it was within his nature to do so. "Ani, you have grown so much. I am so proud of you." Shmi spoke to Anakin, who had come to Tatooine on an unscheduled and unplanned visit to his mother. Anakin approached her quite surprised she had recognized him, because he looked quite different from when they had last seen each other. "Mother!" He smiled as he scooped her up and embraced her within a hug. He was quite large in comparison to her small frame. "Ani, you have grown so much that I am inclined to believe the Jedi somehow were the reason behind this." Shmi said, "That is untrue," Anakin stated. Shmi may be let in on a lot of Anakin's secrets by now, but that didn't know she knew everything. But when thinking about it for a small bit, he believes that he should reveal to her what he has done to himself. Not right now, however. "What are you doing here anyway?" Shmi asked her son. "Did you not want me here?" Anakin asked in a mock-hurt tone. "I didn't mean it in that way. What I meant is, why are you here? Because aren't you not allowed to be here?" Shmi knew her son was sooner or later going to leave the Jedi. She had raised him after all and could see things, many things in fact, leading to her prediction being correct. She didn't need the Force to tell whether or not he was going to leave, but the only reason she did have this suspicion was partially because Anakin trusted her. After having embraced her, Anakin let her go. "Let me take a closer look at you." Shmi then started to check every inch of Anakin, right from his head to his toes. Anakin towered over her at a height of 2.15 meters because thankfully the magnificent implant didn't actually manage to further increase his height. His hair had been colored a nice dark blonde, which further accentuated his somewhat handsome, ethereal features. Not to mention his once blue eyes had turned violet, and now even let out a faint glow that if within the dark, people would be able to make out. You certainly look quite different. Did you dye your hair? Or did you do something that I should know about? Shmi looked at him, as even though he was physically imposing, that didn't mean she couldn't still be stern with him. Chuckling a bit and rubbing the back of his head, Anakin answered, "No, this is all natural and a result of some other things that I can tell you about later." She raised an eyebrow. "Really? I will remember that, and will seek you out later about it then." She finished. Anakin, along with Shmi, then headed towards Skywalker Palace, and it was still as magnificent as it had been first constructed. In fact, it had been upgraded since the last time he had been within its halls. The droids that happened to be within the palace saluted Anakin as the emperor that he was. They quite loved him, even if it was only their programming, while there was no living droids within here and doing other things. He had at this point stopped production of living droids because they were flawed, and he was nearly ready with everything to hammer out the flaws within the synthetic bodies he was having the Kaminoans create for him. They would be better than the living droids' previous bodies and would include the upgrades that had been done to himself. Not only that they would be able to experience life as a proper living being. Their existence was quite tortured, and Anakin had always felt a bit bad for them. "So, Ani, why have you come exactly? You haven't answered my question yet," Shmi asked him as they were now within the safe and secure walls of the Skywalker Palace. "Well, I came back for a few things, but most of all I wanted to see you again." Anakin was quite the smooth talker. "You flatter me, Ani, but I know you didn't come here just for me." But Shmi knew her child, so she was easily able to see through that excuse. "What?" Anakin starts with mock exaggeration. "Of course I am here for you. Why else would I come?" All right. That's enough of that." Shmi chuckles a bit as they now had entered Anakin's room of the palace. "Okay, I think first I want to get out of the way why I look so different, the reason for such a drastic difference, and why I had been developing so fast throughout the years." Anakin at this point started to recount what had happened and what he had done. It didn't give away everything, but he did reveal why he had properly left as a child to Dathomir, the ritual he had done to become stronger. Of course, this made her become worried for him after this, but he had more to explain. He then went on to explain about his genetic experimentation, which had resulted in him looking like this. While Shmi was not against stuff like this, what she was against was her child now telling her about this and just going through with it. While she knew he was much more of an adult now, the stuff he had done was when he was but a child, which only further worried her. "Yeah, that is pretty much it," Anakin finished, which then immediately had Shmi jump on him again and embrace him within a hug. She near had tears within her eyes, which near had Anakin having tears within his eyes as well. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you these things earlier." "No, it is my fault that I failed as a mother." Shmi said, "Mother, you didn't fail me and have in fact raised me with the very best effort you could. It was I who had done some things behind your back, which leads me to another revelation I wish to reveal." Anakin said again, "And what is that?" She had stopped her crying by now and was ready to once again hear from her son what he had done. "Well, you know about Vader, right?" "Yes, of course I do," Shmi replied, thinking back to the very strange existence of the man who had supposedly helped her and her son long ago. "I have been doing things behind your back for an even longer while than you may expect." Anakin then continued, "I am Vader." "What? Don't be ridiculous now. How could you possible dash?" Shmi stops as she starts to put together the pieces of the puzzle. "That is right." Anakin had a rather small smile on his face, with hopes that she wouldn't be too upset with him. Unsurprisingly, she just embraces him again and doesn't say anything else anymore, going on information overload. Anakin lulls her to sleep, and she peacefully falls asleep on his bed, whereas he has some more stuff to do. Well, that went better than expected, Anakin thought to himself as he once again left the palace, but that didn't mean he was going to leave after dropping the bomb on his mother. He would stay and still be here when the morning came. No, he has other places to be as well. As while it would have been nice to just come here to see his mother, he still had to get to other places and to further build up his empire. The Empyrean. Quite the ingenious name, as it merges the word empire with the word sky. In what way does it get merged? The Empyrean is a synonym for the word sky, just like another synonym for this is heaven. What better name than the Empyrean, of which represents himself, his origins, and what his domain has become? What he wanted to do now was the creation of another currency that would be used exclusively within his own spatial borders. He would go, to create a bank that would, of course, be separate from the intergalactic bank, which would eventually fall under the control of Sidious. It would be extremely dangerous to leave his assets and wealth under the control of him or others that would seek to weaponize this against him. So what better solution than to create his own back, to create his own currency? From polls taken from both the Tatooine and Ando wheel systems, Anakin was able to determine that they were in favor of this happening, especially if it was supported by his mother. So, just like all things he created, he would need to have a name ready for this new back, and the name he has is of course again related to his now famous last name. It would be called Skybank. Anakin was rather lazy when it came to naming things, but it was sufficient enough for everyone to see that it was under his control, but that didn't mean he was going to extort his subjects. He may be in control, but he does know that if he somehow messed with the people, it would slowly start to rot his created systems from within. Equality was quite a high standard to live up to, and was hard enough when taking into account many factors and situations across the two-star systems he has control over. Right after the creation of Skybank, he had to create the name for his currency, and just like with a lot of rulers, monarchs, or better of great importance, he would create the currency by naming it after himself. Skycoin or Skycoins, simplified as SC, would become the standard currency used throughout his worlds and star systems as he slowly expands across the outer rims. He already had the design ready and everything, but it would be a virtual type system using his special matrix underneath Tatooine. It would have to become the most protected place, but it already was. He wanted to protect his mother, and as a result, Skywalker Palace became a place of great importance. So he just had the internal networks and systems created on Tatooine. It was quite the good idea. Tatooine did become the planet that started to produce energy and technology as its most standard export, while it still had to export food and water, but the food and water came from Ando Wheel, while Ando Wheel exported food and water, but imported energy and tech. Anakin had made sure there were such systems put in place to ensure the stability of his developing empire. All this work just so society won't crumble. Anakin thought to himself as he headed in another direction, specifically the research and medicine department here on Tatooine. Within the research and medicine division, Rennala along with Jenna had a lot of work to do. At least that was on the surface. What they actually were working on alongside the living medical droids was the 24th chromosome, and it was nearing completion. In fact, one could say it is complete, and there's really nothing more to add. All they needed to do now is experiment with it to make sure there are no unsavory side effects. Have you checked the genetic stability? Jenna asked one of the living medical droids. Yes, madam. From our projections, it should be fine for human testing. The droid responded. What is with you droids, and you need to be so polite? Jenna asked out loud, not really expecting an answer from the solemn and cold machines. For the Emperor, the medical droid Jenna asked a question to before answered her. With some confusion, Jenna then continues to question since she was answered. Why exactly are you guys so invested in you, Emperor, anyway? Are you guys not living and have your own free will now? Blasphemy! One must not besmirch the Emperor and his glorious self. You are lucky your heresy goes unpunished because of your use to the Emperor. Practically all the droids within the room stopped what they were doing at Jenna's insolence. They stared at her, which created a weird atmosphere, as if she was about to be destroyed, but then they went back to doing their own things. You shouldn't really say anything too outrageous against my master, as they see him as their god of sorts. Rennala went up to Jenna. They are crazy. Jenna made sure to keep her voice low. Rennala then says something that sends a chill down her back. He did create them after all, and it would be prudent of you to keep any of those thoughts to yourself. She said this in a tone that cannot be mistaken as nice. What a crazy bunch of beings I am with, Maybe I shouldn't have taken the young lad up on his offer. Jenna thought to herself. As Jenna was recovering from her shock, Renala had made her way over to another area of the medical facilities. This place in particular was a special area that was by her master and that it should be guarded at all costs. No one else was really allowed to enter because it was cultivating something incredibly important. Not even Renala, who had worked here, was allowed to enter. Only her master could go in. She had used her force sensitivity to try and get a peek because she was immensely curious, and it was not like she would get into too much trouble. She knew when and what she could get away with as long as it doesn't cross the line, and sensing through the force what was on the other side was within her master's tolerance levels. She was on the verge of getting a basic outline of what was inside, but was startled by the presence of her master coming into the building. Master! Forgetting what she was just trying to do, she became somewhat like a dog and ran along the hallways to greet Anakin. Anakin had made his entrance, and the medical droids had greeted him with a salute and the standard "My Emperor" greeting. He would be lying if he said he didn't start to like the title as it slowly grew on him. It fit him rather well, but he would also be lying if he said he was totally comfortable with it right from the start. At this point, they may even just start calling him the God Emperor or something akin to that. He fears for what his children in the future may have to go through. Yes, you all may return to your work. Anakin spoke to them so as they didn't feel pressured. They may not have every emotion available to a normal sentient creature, but that didn't they had none. In fact, it was determined by their programming what they could feel or what they would be capable of feeling upon creating them. Skywalker, you're here. Jenna approached, having felt pressured the entire time after that small incident, and was glad that there was someone seemingly sane. Well, how could she complain when she was quite crazy herself in her own pursuits? But it would seem Jenna doesn't realize this. Why, hello there, Jenna. Is everything all right? Anakin replied, and was slightly curious, as through the Force, he could sense her somewhat tumultuous emotions. Well, I guess, but I think the dash. Jenna was cut off by Renala dashing into the room and stopping just before Anakin. Master, why you are here, what a surprise. Renala had a large smile resting on her face, and if Anakin would pinpoint this kind of behavior, he would liken it to an excited dog. He could just about see the tail wagging back and forth behind her. Calm down, Renala. You should redirect this overwhelming energy you have, Anakin said to the excited girl. Oh, sorry, Master. I was just excited to see you, that was all. Renala explained while Jenna just rolled her eyes. That is okay. The reason for my visit today is to check in on the progress of the project. Anakin said to them, both to look towards Jenna. Tell me, Jenna, is it ready yet? It is. She was quickly able to recover, even if her emotions were still on the fritz. The only thing we need now is someone to test this on, and if everything goes according to projections, then we should be able to start mass producing the serum. You need a test subject then? Anakin questions. Yes. Jenna answers in confirmation. That should be easy enough. In fact, there are still some human prisoners within the prison facility here on Tatooine. Anakin said, then continued. We have a pretty good crime-fighting system here on Tatooine, but most criminals don't really deserve to be experimented on. There are, however, a few exceptions to the rule. Anakin finished as he ordered a droid to bring one of these exceptions to the research facilities. After a few minutes, where everyone had gathered to a containment chamber, where their test subject was laid out on a table. The man was strapped up and was clearly feral, having struggled all the way here and was foaming at the mouth. It was not like Anakin allowed animals into his prison, but that doesn't mean he wouldn't lock them up either. Hello. Don't worry. If everything goes well, your death will come soon enough. Anakin's voice came from the sound system and projected within the room, where a throwable droid was there ready to inject the serum. The droid proceeded to inject the serum, as Anakin didn't have a need to say anything else, as he considered it cruel enough as it was. The man was still trying to resist before he went still after the injection went through. From the vital signs and readings, his body was going through a metamorphic process, transforming his cellular structure and the entirety of his various systems, reinforcing and strengthening his entire being. Watching the process, Anakin, Renala, and Jenna were curious of the results, and it would seem that nothing untoward had happened just yet. Seems like it is a success. Anakin stated, looking into the Force to see if it would be a failure, and it wouldn't. The Force was especially accurate when it came to him asking it for answers, and he assumed this was because he was basically its child in a sense. The criminal then started to go insane with newfound pumping through him as an entire had passed, and they only had to wait for the man to awaken. As he did, though, it became especially clear it was a success, and that there was probably the go for the evolution of the human race. Potentially not just for humans, but for other species as well. It was just that Anakin had to create other versions of this serum to help enhance other species to their maximum physical, mental, and genetic potential within themselves. The droid was destroyed, and he did significant damage to the interior of the containment bay, where the man had destroyed his restraints. Right, I think that this is a wrap. Anakin said to the room. He would then go on to gather the results and put down the prisoner after his usefulness was outlived. Anakin would then proceed to praise Jenna and then had to do so for Rennala as well, because she had become especially clingy. He didn't want to have her become too much of what was called within his previous life, Yandere. She was quite dangerous, and if she learned of him having other females he was close to, she may do something drastic. He wouldn't like to put her down, as he was entirely willing to knock someone out of commission to ensure the safety of his loved ones. The reason he didn't that much emotion for her, and she did for him, was strange, but his reasoning was because he didn't have a lot of time to get close. On the other hand, it would seem she was just twisted in many ways, meaning it would probably continue to be this way. Anakin can only blame himself for this blunder, but it was not like he was unwilling to accept her affections. It would seem, though, that she was incredibly shy about those emotions. Again, a trait that most Yanderas share with each other. The secret Anakin was working on was the immortus gland. He wanted to complete it for himself as he felt incomplete, and that was not just in the logical sense his implants to transform him was incomplete, it was also in the sense when it came to the Force. His plan to transform the two halves into the respective dark and light of each other was at the forefront of his plans, as he believed it would fully complete and add his own twist to such an elaborate design. He also wanted to inject the 24th chromosome serum into himself, and was aware that any genetic modification he would want to be done should be done before he does so. This would elevate him to levels of power and levels of intelligence unknown and never seen before. He was already quite well within the mythical standards already when it came to his abilities, but that didn't mean his journey was complete. No, he was far from over and would be going through with the immortus gland implant in secret. He needed to do so, as any distraction would be dangerous. No Ayla or Barriss could be present, and it had to be only himself. In fact, he would take all precautions and not even do the last implant underneath the Jedi temple, simply because the latent dark side energies may affect the process. No, it is a guaranteed thing to happen. So he needed to find a relatively neutral planet, and in fact had chosen to go to Ando Wheel, the agriculture planet under his control, because there was no residual energies of either side. In fact, he was the only real Force presence on the planet. Taking some medical droids with him off of Tatooine, he moved himself to the planet, and he had already set up a base for himself to go through with the operation. I need the area secured. The process I am about to begin is very important. Anakin had in fact not even wanted any of the living medical droids, and had taken the unliving ones with him. His paranoia is well granted, given he is doing something never seen or heard of before, and it would be a process that would likely take up every ounce of his concentration. He may even have to block the Force dyads he has formed with the women on Coruscant, because he was afraid he would not have enough control. Roger, Roger. The droids replied to his commands and slowly filtered themselves out of the area that was isolated from the rest of the world, from the rest of the galaxy. Who knows what weird resonance within the Force may be created due to his actions, as every action has an equal reaction. Especially when it came to the Force, because it worked in strange ways, Anakin wanted to be fully prepared. Let's begin. He sat down on the surgical bed before laying himself fully out as he started to control the few medical droids within and himself. The energies within the Force were calling out to him as he began the process. Within his brain, there were two specialized, small spots that would become the epicenter for the dark and light to take place. If possible, he would make these two bounce off of each other, forming a symbiotic and balanced relationship. The immortus gland, that Anakin had started to call the Godmaker, was a genetically engineered organ about twice the size of a thumbnail that existed within the cerebral cortex of each of the Primarchs. The immortus gland may even further increase his physical size and capabilities overall, and while he really didn't want to get any taller, it was a sacrifice he was willing to make to become immortal. The organ would regulate his rapid growth to maturity and his overall metabolism, granting him a lifespan measured in centuries, if not functional immortality. In fact, when combining every other factor, especially when it came to him, he will essentially become biologically immortal. His body would recover from any wound. If any limbs were destroyed or cut off, he would be able to regenerate and create an entirely new limb along with his cells, gaining some new properties that would allow them to better care for the passage of time. He would gain eternal youth along with biological immortality, as his body would stop aging due to the many factors, especially the immortus gland. The immortus gland was structurally divided into two hemispheres or valves, the right or dextrophic lobe, and the left or centarius lobe. After a long process that had him going under a lot of pain, that he was successful in not transmitting to anyone he was connected to, he needed some time to recover. Anakin didn't have time to think on anything and didn't have time to inject himself with the 24th bioengineered chromosome, because as soon as he was done implanting the complete design of the immortus gland, he started to work on transforming them using midi-chlorian manipulation, making one side delve deep into the energies of the dark side and using it to influence his body and its capacity to become immortal, gaining eternal youth. He also did so for the other side, but instead of the dark, it was the light with which it was imbued with its own version of immortality. It was a long, long month before he would awake from his temporary comatose state and would find himself different. Has anyone seen Anakin? Shock had entered the training room of which the girls were in. No, now that you mention, I haven't seen him within the past few days. Barriss replied as she approached Shock. I remember that he said he was going on a short trip to Tatooine. Ayla said as she heard the topic of their conversation was Anakin and that he had told her he was going to Tatooine. While Anakin didn't tell them everything, he still told them about a few things, and one such thing was that he was secretly a very important part of the Empyrean. He had a massive role to play within the Empyrean and its systems. Why'd he go there? Shah questioned Ayla. He said it was something important, but I could tell he was unwilling to tell me about anything else about it. Ayla answered, but he should have been back by now. Going from his patterns, he should have been no more than a few days, and for what I have remembered, the longest he was gone for was 3 days. Yes, it's already been a week. Barriss added, I am just curious. Shock said. Ayla then started to tease her. You mean you were worried? She had a teasing smile on her face while looking at the Jedi Master. No, I'm just curious as he has not been tasked with any mission at all. Shock was able to ignore Ayla's teasing and continued. I'm only saying this because the lack of his presence is already starting to be felt. Is he that famous? Barriss was the one out of the three here with the least amount of knowledge about Anakin's fame. He was quite well known, and while she didn't know he was well known, she didn't know to what extent. Well, you could say so, Ayla said with a bit of distaste. It was because she disliked him having this amount of fame. It made her slightly jealous sometimes when there were some random girls that approached them when out in the public. Of course, as a Jedi, they shouldn't be within any type of romantic relationship, so they had to keep it secret, but that meant girls from outside the Order who were interested in him got annoying, especially when it was supposed to be their alone time. He should come back sooner or later. We don't have to worry. Ayla said before all three of them felt something within the Force was strange. It was as if it was struggling to come to terms with something, and their bond to Anakin was especially dull, not broken, just like it was forcefully blocked. All three looked at each other feeling this way. What was that? Barriss questioned. No, what has happened to Anakin for this to happen is what you really mean. Shock said in a tone that was certain Anakin had somehow gotten himself into some kind of trouble. You said he went to Tatooine, right? She asked Ayla. Yes. Ayla answered with a slightly concerned look on her face. I think we should go to Tatooine and ask about Anakin then. Shaw continued. The three then got ready to leave, but before they could chase after their Ani, the group was stopped by Ahsoka. Where are you guys going? Don't worry. We are just to find Anakin. Barris spoke, as the other two didn't have any time to waste and left already. It was Barris who was the closest with Ahsoka other than Anakin after all. If you were worried about him, then I think you guys shouldn't be. Ahsoka had a small smile on her face, but there was some small signs that indicated worry despite what she said. I know, but this is just in case. Barris replied. Just make sure to stay safe. Ahsoka said, I will. Barris replied before bursting with a very fast speed down the halls of the Jedi Temple. While the girls scrambled to find out what had happened to him, Anakin was off in his own world. Specifically, he was within his mind, being confronted by the same two versions of himself that he had met during his time on Ilum. Well, we meet again. Red spoke first. Strange how things work now, don't they? Blue continued. I'm guessing that my current situation is not going to be as good as it could be for me. Anakin questioned the two, not expecting everything to be explained to him in this situation. Now, there's no need to be afraid. Red said, I think there's plenty of reason to be afraid about what exactly is happening right now. Anakin then continued, fear is actually very useful. I guess. Red agrees. Blue doesn't seem to agree and starts. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. Yeah, I know that adage. Anakin finished for him. That is quite silly, though. Doesn't fear help an animal determine whether they should go through with something or not? I mean, if I was a mouse and saw a cat, I would certainly feel fear. Fear would lead to me running and hiding from said cat. Anakin continued. Enough of this philosophical talk. We are here to recognize your progression from physical balance of the light and dark. Then we will determine whether or not your spirit is ready to gain its own balance within the dark and light as well. Red cut straight to the point. I'm guessing that small ritual done on Ilum wasn't enough then. Anakin said with a questioning tone, only for your body. Blue replied, so the energies within myself were imbalanced at the time, and it was only within my physique, meaning that there is still more to come. Anakin thought over the situation that he had believed he had already overcome. Technically, yes. Blue replied to his thoughts before continuing. Because of your actions to achieve immortality, the Force has deemed that you must be tested. Yeah, that little experiment of using the Immortus gland through manipulating midichlorians and concentrating pure dark side and light side energies into the both was quite risky. Red said, you could have died, but you're lucky you are still needed. Blue said, I'm still needed, am I? I may be still under your influence, but I will get out of it sooner or later. Don't mistake my cooperation with compliance. Anakin stated, we are aware. We have tried to correct your path, but it would seem whatever had happened upon your development was something even the Force itself couldn't predict. Red said, the Force is not so infallible, it would seem. Anakin said, it should be impossible. What you are goes against what we want, but we are unable to fully stop you because that is what the Force is. It may direct or guide the actions of everyone. It doesn't mean it's set in stone. Blue said, but Anakin started off knowing that there was a but coming. Blue continued, but what you wish to do is not in line with how the cosmic force operates. Immortality, true immortality, should not be within your grasp. There is no death, only the Force. You must be aware of the other things I've been doing. Anakin said again in a questioning tone. We are, and the Force both agrees and disagrees with many of your choices. We can see you're going along with the idea of balance, but the methods you're going about it is opposed to the exact outcome we want. Blue continued, you mean the Force is a control freak? Anakin said, exasperated. Yes, and children should listen to their mother. Red said before Anakin's world was dispersed, and he didn't see the two anymore, but instead saw his mother. She was smiling and looking softly at him. Ani, why don't you just help me? Anakin knew this was just an illusion and was entirely possible. It was just a test, just as he had been constantly hounded by visions and scenarios of which may or may not come true. He replied, Mother, I know you are not real. I'm still a representation of her, am I not? Yes. He agrees. Would I not be disappointed with some of the things you have done? In fact, I would completely disagree with a lot of what you have done. I know. Then why? Someone has to make their own decisions and live with the consequences. Whether they be the right or wrong decision, it is still my own choice to make it, and if need be, learn from it. What if listening to me would right all your decisions, that you would be safe in knowing that every choice you make directed by me is the correct one? Are you sure about that? Now confused, Force Shmi replied with a question. What do you mean by that? The Force is an energy field that is semi-sentient, and because of this and its connection to the living force, which are actually organisms that form a symbiotic relationship with living creatures, it would make sense that doing so brings you benefits. Anakin then continued, anything I do in accordance to your choice, your direction would mean you benefit in some way, and it may be something wrong, something that could kill millions. You have done it in another timeline, another universe, have you not? Anakin finished with a question. You are referring to Vader, aren't you? Force Shmi had a rather complicated look. Yes and no, not just Vader within another timeline, but with others, things that happened before the rise and fall of the tragic tale of the Chosen One, but others as well. Anakin then continued. There is Sidious, the Jedi, everything dating back to the most distant of times where you have dictated and swayed people to your will. I will not have the same fate and will go about myself in a way that stays true to who I am. Force Shmi still had a complicated look on her face. I can see that there is no changing her mind. She then continued, your decision today will lead many to their fall and will lead many to their salvation. I know, but no matter how powerful you are or how all-knowing you could be, it doesn't mean you are always right. Anakin continued, just as with everything else, you have your own reasons that usually line up with keeping a balance of some kind. This balance has put the lives of many on the line and has resulted in total destruction for a lot of people. I admit I cannot sway you. Force Shmi said again, now adopting a rather calm or serene expression. Your will is very strong, strong enough to break away from my influence. Soon enough you could become somewhat of a god, a real god that your creations praise you for being. What do you mean by that? That is enough about that. For now, it would seem your mental trial of eternal life is over. Next, you will face the gauntlet within this dimension. Force Shmi said, Gauntlet? That doesn't sound pleasant. Anakin says smartly, I may be your mother, but that doesn't mean I only have one hand, and it would seem through the gentle hand you will not crumble. Maybe your hopes, dreams, and desires will conform to the Force about a test of strength. Force Shmi's smile was starting to turn a bit sinister. Anakin was mentally transported to another dimension, the dimension within the Force that was unknown to everyone. Chaos, otherwise known as Hell. Welcome to Hell. Great. Anakin thought to himself about whatever creatures or even powerful Force-sensitive dead people he would come across. Wait, maybe I could use this opportunity to learn a thing or two from these people, and in fact I could observe how this hellish dimension works. Anakin was already coming up with ways to exploit the situation he was in. Whether that be positive or negative, it would seem that the mindset to grind is very persistent. Chaos, referred to as Hell in Corellian mythology, and also known as the Void, was a reputedly dark region of the netherworld of the Force inhabited by the spirits of deceased Dark Lords of the Sith, Dark Jedi, and the spirits of all evil sentient beings who had died. In Naboo mythology, Chaos was envisioned as a dark pit kept closed by 6 impenetrable gates. What stood before Anakin was something close to that concept, a deep dark pit kept closed by large gates that only muffled to intense screams and angry howls that he could barely hear. Looking down, Anakin could help but ask, So, I'm supposed to go in then? Force Shmi was still with him. Yes, just leap right in. There is no need to worry here. Just that should you fail, you will be erased. Your personality, your memories, your entire consciousness will become nothing, and then you would become a true embodiment for the Force to work through. Please don't die. We don't wish to use your immortal body after death to complete our designs. You're still needed after all. Force Shmi just smiles innocently after saying all of that. Nature may be a cruel mistress, but the Force is sadistic bitch of a wife. Anakin stated, "Thank you, now off you go." Force Shmi pushed him in as the gates to the deep dark depths opened just for him. "How will I get out after completing my supposed test?" Anakin questioned as he was slowly falling into the depths. "Don't worry, just take your time and everything will be just all right. It's not like the longer you delay yourself, you give those within the waking world more time to find your unconscious body to discover everything you have been doing." Force Shmi just continued to smile. "You are not even going to give me the decency of some time," Anakin shouted out to his Force mother. "Sometimes life works in mysterious ways," Force Shmi says with a smirk on her face as she chuckles. "You mean the Force?" Anakin questioned, but this time didn't shout out before being engulfed in the darkness of the chaos dimension. That too.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.